Hello, everyone, and welcome back for another exciting day of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Last Chance Qualifier. So, today we have an exciting day of Overwatch. I cannot wait for all this amazing action. We have so many schools and universities competing in today's Overwatch action. And once again, I'm Paulie Hype, Paul Santoro, whatever you want to call me, big boy Paulie. It is what it is. But Paulie Hype here for the day. And like always, Last Chance Qualifier. This is each game's respective last chance to qualify for our grand final event, May 7th and 8th at Gateway Center Arena. That's going to be the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, the most coveted prize in collegiate esports history. First of its kind. And once again, that's May 7th and 8th at Gateway Center Arena. Tickets are on sale right now. Make sure to go get your tickets at cecc.gg. So before we head over, our casters for the day are going to be Orbital and Dividing, and our round one matchups are going to be Ball State versus Ottawa. We have Converse University taking on Miami. We have SUNY, Polytech, and Old Dominion. So sinister Old Dominion coming in round one there against SUNY Poly. And then the University of Central Florida will be taking on James Madison University. So some amazing matchups there. And without further ado, let's throw it over to Orbital and Dividing, but not before the minute of hype. You already know the deal. Collegiate Esports is here. The minute of hype. Woo! Over to Orbital and Dividing for the call.
Thank you so much, Paulie, for the best intro I think I've ever had into a broadcast. Yes, we are here ready for some Overwatch. It is the last chance qualifier, as was stated. And of course, my name is Orbital. With me is Dividing. We are so excited to be here through the first half of this tournament. As a rundown has already been made, it is a round of 16 here first, and then a quarterfinals. Dividing and I will be here through the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. And then later on in the day, we'll actually have Juggle God in for the semifinals and finals. Another big difference between the two is that here in the early start, it is going to be best of threes, at least to kick things off. So Dividing, are you ready for this?
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so exciting, Orbital. I cannot believe the stakes that are coming into today. This is a single elimination bracket, and the team that outlasts the rest is going to be earning themselves a ticket to Atlanta. That is actually incredible. Just to see, because that's going to be one of the biggest collegiate events I think ever that they have cooking up there over at the CECC. So getting an invitation to play in it and be in that environment is so important. So I'm going to be really excited to see how all of these teams are going to play, how they're going to put literally everything they have to try and earn a ticket and try and, like I said, outlast everyone. This is a one-day event, Orbital. So as we get further and further into the bracket, endurance is going to become very important.
Of course, and that's what's really going to be a number one thing, hopefully, at least for team-wise. You're hoping for a 2-0. You're hoping for a 2-0 run all the way up to the semifinals, and then maybe a 3-0 or a 3-1 into the semis. That's your best bet chance at conserving your energy for the grand finals again. So to keep in mind, this is what we're talking about endurance. You are playing a potential, I believe, 2 best of 3s, and then a best of 5 and a best of 5 on top. So that is a total of potentially 16 rounds, not including tiebreakers. That is how many rounds of Overwatch these teams had to play. It's an excessively long day, so of course we got to get underway. As was stated, we are starting things off with Ball State versus Ottawa, two teams that I believe have already been trying to qualify through the other brackets, but this is going to be their second chance. It's going to be a second time that they get to enter here and give it their best shot.
Yeah, I mean, I am very familiar with Ball State. We were both there at the Midwest Invitational as we saw Ball State fight against teams like Akron and Northwood and Cincinnati and all the teams in the Northwest. They were a very good team when they played there. I believe they came in 4th or 5th place, something along those lines, but couldn't quite stand up to the real powerhouses. Of course, Northwood ended up sweeping the event. That's a fantastic organization right there. But it's been a few months, so I'm really excited to take a look at this Ball State squad again. I haven't seen them since that LAN, so I'm really interested to see, yep, this is the same group that I saw back then that was really lighting up the arena, had some of the best energy of the entire event. And I'm really excited to see if they were able to grow as a team as well over these last couple of months.
That's what you're hoping to see. Of course, we are on to the first map to give you another little bit of tidbit of information. In the best of threes, it is going to be in this order: a control map, an assault map, and then a hybrid map. Those are the three that'll be played out, of course, with a tiebreaker at the end if necessary. But it is everyone's favorite Lijiang Tower as we get underway for the first team fight of this game. Ball State University on that blue team, and Ottawa University going to be repping that red. And so far, Hornbach going ahead and watching as the team gets annihilated. That is going to be a Reaper flying through Simplistic, making it look simple here on the bridge.
Beautiful stuff there from Ottawa to start off the game. When you have these sort of mirror compositions, it is going to be all about the tempo. Who's going to be able to get a significant hack off with the Sombras, Lump and US Miller, and then can the rest of the team effectively engage onto the rest, that hacked player, and really run them over?
Going to be the first attempt here to try and reclaim. Ball State University going to give it their best shot, but already stuffed into that doorway. It does feel like this one is a little bit moved, but they're slowing it down a little bit. Still have someone inside contesting. But so far, it's just getting those charges up. Zangbeast is going to get the first ulti of the game. It's a little bit of a spray and pray, but that's going to be 3 hacked on the back end. Ottawa University are going to try their best to hang on, but Simplistic gets a beautiful Death Blossom off of the back line, and just like that, Ottawa University completely destroy Ball State's chances.
I feel like we're just watching goats right now. What is happening, by the way, over here with this Winston? I can't believe you, Sage. You actually you disrupted the sanctity of the Winston Moira 1v1. I can't believe you. That's actually sacrilege right there. But yeah, teams just kept getting ultimates and using them literally immediately. The difference in that fight was actually Tyrell getting the Primal Rage slightly before Penn Park.
Of course, and those, those plays of seconds, that's what matters here. And this time around, Ball State University look like they are taking the high ground. Finna is able to knock out 2. That's going to be Nisa taking another one on the back end. So Ottawa University lose 4 and should lose control of this point. That is the cap, but 71% is not a bad first hold.
Yeah, good stuff there from Ball State. The important thing is they were able to win that with only using the Diva Bomb to help them engage, which means now they still have the Primal Rage, they still have the Coalescence, and the Death Blossom available to them for this next fight, and they're going to try and go aggressive with it.
Yeah, they're already going to burn it out, and it's going to see, but Simplistic again is able to get US Miller on the back end, and it's still looking like a decent fight. Ottawa with the overshield from Sage Mode. Sage Mage is going to keep him alive for just a little bit longer, but still, death is blooming for Ottawa University. They lose one of the DPS and their healer. Even though it looked even across the board, it's still Ball State University in firm control at that point.
It is, but Tyrell pops the Primal Rage and actually gets a 2K. Ottawa are going to be coming back into this, and the fact that US Miller got knocked out early in that fight means that he's still just a little bit away from that EMP. Meanwhile, Lump is ready to let it go as soon as possible, but it's actually US Miller who lets it go first, and a desperation attempt to try and keep holding on to this point. It's just a scrap fest right now, Orbital.
It's a horrible scrap fest, so there it is again. The answer of that Death Blossom. It comes right back and bites Ottawa in the butts. Ball State go ahead and claim victory to the second attempt at a retake. Ottawa University will be passed here as they have one more shot at taking this point.
One more shot, but it took literally everything Ball State had to hang on to that point, and they are going to have a bit of, they're going to need to be really, really good to try and avoid this Death Blossom, but it's actually the remake from Sir has taken out Finna. This is actually huge. It makes it so that you can't disengage from the fight.
It's going to be a nice pinch. Again, US Miller getting forced out. Hornbach also falling. Zangbeast is down. So it does seem Ottawa University might have a chance, but they lose Simplistic and Sirentaki. All 3 fall at the same time. That is a beautiful hold there, and Ball State University take a clean sweep here in this first point.
Ottawa was just a little bit too rushed there on that last fight. I think that they had the ults to potentially do something with the Diva Bomb and with the Death Blossom put together. But it just seemed like Ottawa were in, we gotta get something done mode, and they didn't take the time to really set up that ult combo that could be really deadly if done correctly. Instead, they really rushed it and let Ball State kind of kind of re-engage after those ults had already been used. Now, though, we move on to Control Center, which is going to really go towards those Reinhardt-based compositions, very close range. So we'll see if that coordination can come back.
They're going to give it their best shot, but of course we do see once again Ball State University losing out on this initial trade, and this one's a much heavier swash. Ball State are going to lose 3 right off the bat and getting chased out of their own spawn. It is going to be quite difficult as Ottawa University lay claim to this point. They actually force all the way out as the control point should unlock here shortly. So Ottawa University get the first step forward.
Very reminiscent of the first fight here, where Ottawa just get more damage, take more space at the start, and they just run over Ball State. Look at the Symmetra ult charges here. Lump is basically laughing US Miller at this point. Just shows how much damage that Symmetra can do when she's all charged up.
Oh, yeah, already popping that ulti. It's going to be popped up. Sierra's going to drop the Gravitic Flux, and it's going to slam down hard. That is a combo that you do not want to be caught in. That is a team kill for Ottawa University.
So efficient as well. You get rid of Ball State before they have the chance to do literally anything, which means they don't really have much chance to do any damage, do any healing, and most importantly, get any ult charge. Most of them are still just hanging around halfway to their first ultimates, while even the players from Ottawa who didn't get it yet, they're getting really close. Like, for example, you've got to be really wary here. Simplistic's Riptire could completely tear apart your engage if you're not careful.
Be a scary point. Of course, here we go once again. This is Ball State already laying claim to that point, and Ottawa University pushed off, and feels like they're going to try and regroup, but now the fight is brought to them. Usual pop, the Riptire is going to go out. It's going to swing the other way. Can you find anyone? You wrap around behind the shield and you chase it out. You get one, you get the tank. Hornbach is down for the next couple seconds. Can you make any time of this? It does not feel like so, and that's going to be a Riptire right back in their own face. Ball State University hold on valiantly.
Oh, but Ball State flipped the point. I didn't even notice. Look, Ball State flipped the point a while ago. It's 30%, and they are actually getting ready to take over the lead on ult percentage here.
Gonna try it again. Hornbach throwing down that ulti. It's in response to the original team kill that they had. This one only catches one, but it's more than enough to prep Ball State University. They get the overshield. Finna is gonna throw that one down, and they wipe the rest of the fight. Ottawa University lose members left, right, and center.
I mean, really great stuff from Ball State there. Didn't even notice that they flipped the point right at the very beginning of the fight, thanks to some very aggressive pushes, probably due to Finna using the speed boost, really just trying to run over Ottawa. They had to back up and give them some space, and as a result of that, after one fight, Ball State is already past Ottawa, 66% and counting, and Penn Park has the Shatter ready to go.
Feel like it's gonna stop anytime soon. Everyone filtering into the chokehold. It's gonna be a slam. You catch everyone except Tyrell and Sear, but those are the ones you want to worry about. Simplistic and Lump are down. Ball State University answer a team kill for a team kill, and Ball State hop their way to a potential 2-0 victory.
This is looking really indomitable right now. Even if Ottawa is able to get back to the point, they have some stuff to work with, but they've got to get there first, and Simplistics gets gotten taken out by Finna. I don't think Ottawa's gonna make it there. Oh, someone does make it, but they're so down. They're down so many players.
They are going to make it, but as you said, they're down quite a bit, and I mean, it's a touch and go is what we're really watching here. Sir and Sage Mage are down, and that's going to be Ball State in a flashy display, taking game number 1.
Wow. Incredible stuff from Ball State. Really, I think came back from some early losses in those in both those fights, actually. Ottawa won the first fight, took first point control, but Ball State showed really good resilience in order to build up some ultimate combos of their own and try and use those to great effect in order to take the point back. And then once Ball State took the point, they literally never gave it up. I think in both cases, it went from 0 to 100, and Ottawa was never able to take it again. I think that shows, at least when it comes to these kind of rush or brawl compositions, Ball State really fares better when it comes to the ultimate phase of the game, being able to track the other team's ultimates, being able to combine their own ultimates. Meanwhile, Ottawa do pretty good when it's neutral and both teams don't have many ultimates, but they're not quite as good at that sort of game sense that it seems like Ball State has really gotten down.
I have to agree. It was very interesting watching Ottawa. I mean, even there at the very end, you saw the play of the game go to Sayre, and it was a phenomenal one. I have to give huge props. That was a very quick team kill coming out there. But then after that, it really did feel like it flubbed. And so that is what happens in those control points. You do see the push and pull happen back to back to back almost. But now as we enter into assault, it's a little bit of change of pace. Now you do get the full defense, full attack. Maybe this is where Ottawa get that chance to really show what they got, even in mirror matchups.
Yeah, I think that you have the opportunity to push things off of that rush brawl composition that it seems like Ball State is really good at, especially if you maybe go to like a Hanamura, a Volskaya, something like that. You can try and push things onto maybe double shield or maybe a dive or maybe a pokey sort of composition. Basically anything other than what Ball State was playing before, because if my memory serves me right, Ball State was a pretty brawl-based team when it came to the Midwest Invitational last semester. They played some other things, but that seemed to be the composition that they were most confident in and kind of defaulted back to. So if there is... I think Ottawa were able to hang with Ball State, and if you can force them off of that kind of composition, I think they have a pretty good shot.
Of course, and we'll have to wait and see, of course. It is going to take a little bit longer. We want to ensure that the teams are ready to go, and they are making sure as well. Remember, this is their last chance, and at this point, Ottawa are feeling it right now, right? I don't know how else to say it because we're so used to best of fives, but this is a best of three. The teams have to recognize that as well and basically say, hey, this is your last chance. There's no extra round to work with. There's no extra map to play with. This is one and done at this point. It is do or die for Ottawa, and again, they seem to have the upper hand, but they have to work with that ult economy. So taking a look, considering we saw mirror matchups in the control points, as you were saying, you know, multiple assault maps available, which one would you prefer to see Ottawa choose here? Which one do you think would potentially fit their style more?
I do believe we got the confirmation that Ottawa chose Anubis going into the next map, which I actually do really like that map pick. I think that when it comes to what I was saying before, which was let's try and force Ball State off of the brawl, I think Anubis does a very good job of doing that. There's a lot of different high grounds and back holds that the defense can take, and because of that, brawl comps tend to sort of be picked apart as they try and close the distance. They tend to be close distance compositions that work really well when they are really up close and personal, but when they're far away, they can just kind of be poked out. So you can force Ball State onto a double shield pokey comp of their own and force them to play long range, or you can force them to go onto a dive composition to close the distance really, really fast. Either way, you force Ball State off of what they were most comfortable with, which I think was the goal.
Of course, and it's all about kind of tilting each other off that course just ever so slightly as we are underway. It will be Ottawa University attacking first here, and you can already see the simplicity kind of laid out here. This is, I feel, pretty standard, at least for the time being. Ball State bringing out that echo. It is going to be the Torbjorn as well being hovered. I don't think that one's going to stick for the time being, but who knows? Who knows? I personally really do enjoy Torbjorn. It's very, very fun watching a character literally do nothing except beat away at a turret.
I mean, look at that really creative turret setup there on the left side of your screen. I think this is actually really nice.
Not physics related by far.
No, you got like two legs of the turret hanging off of the ledge. It's really just German engineering difference, I think. But you see, I mean, Lump got immediately just melted down by Curly Fry and the turret that has really nice sight lines over the entirety of that sort of right side of the point that that Ottawa can go by. Therefore, they're forced to go left.
And it's that force that is going to grant a little bit of respite here, but already a deep challenge coming in here. U.S. Miller a little bit worried about where they're going to come from, and Zangbees finishes off Simplistic very early on. That is not the kill that you normally see, and that might be the catalyst to swing things around. Ottawa University already being repelled here. They lose one of the healers. Sir is down as well. That's a healer and tank that you really don't want to lose this early on. Curly Fry making things so sweet and salty. Ball State University win that first attack.
Yeah, forcing Ottawa to go to that sort of left side attack is actually beautiful for Ball State, because you look at their composition, you've got the Tracer, the Echo, the Wrecking Ball. All of these characters rely on being in a lot of space and being able to work with that space and move around it with ease. That left side of the map is a lot more closed in than the right side. So that Echo and that Wrecking Ball are going to have a lot more trouble getting consistent value out of that sort of out of that sort of shifty in and out play style. That's why we see Lump move on to the Hanzo. Therefore, you can kind of stay with your Sigma, be a little bit more of a consistent damage dealer here. But while that's happened, I mean, Curly Fry, US Miller, Zangbeast, Finna, they're all going to have their ults coming up in the next 15-20%.
That's what you really do want to see. Again, this is going to be the second large-scale attempt that they have, but look at this from behind enemy lines. Curly Fry nukes out 2 and is going to get the Echo down immediately into the Wrecking Ball. We know how devastating a Wrecking Ball can be, and when it's in the hands of a DPS member, it is a terrifying force to be reckoned with.
Ottawa has just been completely shut out of the point up to now. And it really hasn't looked particularly difficult from Ball State. They've just been jumping onto Ottawa before they can get fully set up. And they just haven't even been able to mount a full attack onto Ball State yet. And because of that, Ball State, they still have the supercharger that they're going to use now. They have that Molten Core. They have that Amp Matrix. And they're coming in from the back. So much damage coming out from Curly Fry right now. And Hornbach gets a 3K.
Out of nowhere, Ball State, you know, we said they were strong in the control point, and we were wondering what Ottawa University were going to bring out. Ball State just say, no, we're going to beat them at every single angle. Ottawa University have yet to even attempt to get to that A point. That is how strong Ball State are, and that is a phenomenal opening to be had, especially here in the round of 16.
This is their best opportunity, though. They're coming up on 5 ultimates right now.
It is going to be all 5, and this is the best time to break through. University of Ottawa, they're going to give it the best chance. Up goes the Gravitic Flux. They do catch 2, and they grab 1 more. Toki in the backline is going to nail out Curly Fry, but it is going to be the DPS firing right back. Ball State University going to try their best, but Lump is able to snipe out Miller. It feels like Ottawa University have finally found their chance, and not a moment too soon. 20 seconds left here in the first half. They'll get just shy of about 2 minutes on the clock. But it's going to be dangerous. Ball State University held on valiantly. Ottawa University get a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, they get a time extension, 3 minutes to try and make some progress on to point B, but I gotta say, it's just a teeny bit concerning here, Orbital, that it took Ottawa that kind of 5 people get their ults and everyone presses Q at the same time fight in order to get themselves a clean win over Ball State here. That being said, the snowball potential is here. Well, not anymore. Ninja Curly Fry just gets 2K with those sticky bombs, and my goodness, that is just going to end the snowball potential right then and there. That was incredibly fast. And again, it shows just how good Ball State has been at jumping on top of Ottawa University while they're still sort of getting set up.
This is ridiculous. Again, as you said, before Ottawa can even prep, Curly Fry is consistently finding this opportunity. It's like the Farah Mercy composition 2.0, right? It's a consistent routing of this squad, and you can see him prepped here on the left side now, ready to go. And Ottawa University, they're scared. They're wondering where this snipe is going to come from, and they flank in left. Now there's going to be a chase coming out here. A majority share of Ottawa University still stuck in the back corner, and they prep appropriately. Shields go out. Got all the way to the back. Can they make it happen? Ultimate's coming up here. Matrix is out for Sage Mage, and it might be enough damage. Curly Fry is still alive. It is going to get the resurrection off, and that means Ottawa University are stuffed where they stand. Curly Fry is still alive. Down go the healers, and that's the snipe you want. Ottawa University are losing members. Tyrell is out of there. Lump is out of there. Simplistic flying to safety as Ball State repel once again.
Yeah, 90 seconds left on the clock now for Ottawa. They're going to actually match Ball State's Orisa with one of their own here, and that's interesting to me because it shows that Ottawa feels that they could potentially outpoke Ball State, try and get themselves depending on Lump and Simplistic to try and get into position with those shields and fire. That being said, Ball State, their ultimates are looking so good. They're coming up on 4 right now, and Ottawa just used a bunch in that last fight. With only 55 seconds left on the clock, I don't know if they're going to be able to get those back. That being said, that was a nice shot from Lump.
Oh, that was a very nice shot, but you die in the crossfire, and Ottawa University are saying maybe that wasn't enough. Hornbach is going to take out Sarah. U.S. Miller is going to find a healer, and just like that, Ball State say, Dragon, where? We are going to be dragging this fight out. 30 seconds left as Ottawa University get washed here on what felt like their final attempt.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough now. Ottawa, they have 20 seconds left on the clock. They have to really rush to get back onto a point on a composition that really isn't fit well for rushing. This is a very slow-moving composition, and they've got to get into position really quick. They have no ultimates online either. The closest is Sage Mage with 30% to that Amp Matrix, but Ninja Curly Fry has that duplicate ready and has been devastating with it so far in this game.
Of course, Simplistic is going to try and do the same thing, but Curly just looks so much better. They have found one onto that B site, but overtime is ticking down. Ottawa University getting cleared out as quickly as possible. It's going to be a contest of 1, but it looks like Toki was not enough. OT ticking down as Ottawa University hold only 3. 3 members have that chance to take it away. Can they lay down the DPS? It doesn't feel like it, and that is round number 1. Ball State University maintain only losing 1 site on their defense.
And Ball State, even though they weren't playing a brawl composition, it really felt like it was that same sort of mentality of keep going up the tempo, jump on the other team before they have the chance to set up on you, right? It's kind of the preemptive strike strategy that has worked really well for them when it came to that brawl composition. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Ninja Curly Fry getting into the back, jumping on top of Ball State before, on Ottawa before their Wrecking Ball can get set up and jump on top of their back line. So this is kind of the mentality that Ball State has been using throughout this entire game, and Ottawa just doesn't seem to be able to match the pace that Ball State are setting right now.
You know, in some games, being reactive is always very, very nice, but in Overwatch, it means that you are a step behind is the best way to put it, right? It feels like Ottawa University, they knew what they had to do but couldn't prep, and now you're facing off against a Ball State who is going to try and run you ragged. Ottawa University prepping with a vastly different defensive composition here. We can see the Junkrat, we can see the Ashe coming out here. It's looking very different than what Ball State were taking.
Yeah, this is a very spam-based composition. You're hoping that Lump and Simplistic can just lob in those grenades, lob in those dynamites onto Ball State as they try and cross through those choke points, melt down those tanks, and then melt down the players. That being said, I'm looking at the Symmetra from U.S. Miller right now. Where are Ball State trying to teleport? There they are. They're right onto the point, and look at Ottawa scramble to try and get there.
I mean, they scrambled pretty well. I'll give them credit where credit is due. Ottawa University scramble exceptionally well and take out Penn Park as well as Zane Beast and Ball State University. Their attempt at a rush is actually nullified fairly well. Ottawa University prepped appropriately. They already have a Riptire that's going to secure one of the tanks. And Ball State University don't even get a third. Well fought by Ottawa University.
Yeah, that was really good on the side of Ottawa, being very adaptive to what Ball State was trying to do. It was a two-pronged attack. Two-step attack, sorry. One, get to that sort of low ground onto the point, and then step 2, get Ninja Curly Fry, who was on the Soldier 76, onto the high ground and get free two-pronged attack from there. That being said, didn't end up working, and because of that, Ball State is going to swap. U.S. Miller, interestingly, onto the Widowmaker is going to have the range advantage over Simplistic on this Ashe. They're going to try and set up kind of a pincer maneuver onto Ottawa here.
But of course, you know Curly Fry had to bring back out that Echo, and in composition with that Widowmaker is going to run havoc. That is a wash in the front line in the DPS. Ottawa University falling like flies. Zang Beast is even able to pick up a couple kills there, and Ball State on their second push is able to secure point A.
2 minutes left on the clock, which will give them about 5 minutes here to just close out this series. Ottawa, though, they do have the tools to hold on for a little bit. Ball State made several comp swaps prior to this fight, which means that they are going to need a little bit more time to get those ultimates on the board. Meanwhile, Ottawa, they have the Supercharger, they have the Diva Bomb, the Bob, the Riptire, the Rally. All of those are going to be coming up within the next couple of seconds. So Ottawa, as long as they are able to rotate these ultimates effectively, they should be able to hold for multiple fights and really put some time pressure on the Ball State.
And that's already a catch on that Diva. You catch out the tank that was going to be so pivotal. And then U.S. Miller gets a free fire on the back line. It feels like Ball State have once again soloed out Ottawa University's side. It feels like University of Ottawa are going to give it their best shot. But in comes Bob, in comes Tyrell's ulti. And they're going to try and hold steady, but they cannot. It is the constant swamping of Ball State University. They destroy 4 in a matter of seconds. It's almost going to be a team kill. Tyrell is now going to get melted. It's in time, though. A Simplistic and Sage Mage are going to come back up, but it doesn't matter. Ball State sweep game number 2 in dramatic fashion.
What an incredible game from Ball State. I had them pegged as a Brawl one-trick team, and I will admit when I'm wrong. Ball State University came out on these double shield competitions, many different variations of the double shield in fact, and it worked out extremely well for them. Playing surprisingly high tempo for the compositions that they were playing. And it worked out extremely well for them. They just ran over Ottawa, and it just seemed like they were not able to adjust in time. And that's kind of the thing with these best of 3 matches, Orbital, is that you blink and all of a sudden it's over, and your chance of Atlanta is gone.
I also feel we have to say, don't allow Ball State to prep those ultis appropriately. As soon as they get the ultis, it's all over. Because honestly, in game 2, even their rush looked a little bit harsh. I'll give it credit where credit is due. They dropped it straight onto the site. It didn't seem to hold as strong. And then as soon as the ults came by, they were like, yeah, that was a fluke. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're good. So really well done, though, by Ball State, and give credit where credit is due. Ottawa tried their best. They even mirrored the compositions early on. It just didn't work out this time around.
I really loved being able to take a look at Ball State again a couple months into the future. It seems like their flexibility and their team coordination has really improved since the Midwest Invitational. They're looking incredibly good. That being said, looking at the bracket, it seems like they're going to be going up against Converse in the next round, and that is going to be quite the matchup for them. Converse is an elite Overwatch program. I would say one of the favorites to go all the way to the end. So if that is a second round matchup that we take a look at here, that's going to be a really fun one to watch.
Of course, and maybe we do, maybe we don't. Either way, we'll be going to a very short break. We'll be right back with some more Overwatch action in just a few. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. We are here ready to go for an interview. Actually, it will not be the next matchup because we are still ensuring that the teams are ready to go. But instead, we do get an interview with one of the members of the Ball State squad. It will be Penn Park coming in to talk to us a little bit about that series that just unfolded. Penn Park, how you feeling after that dominating 2-0 victory?
It feels great. You know, we've scrimmed Ottawa a couple times, and usually it's really back and forth. So to get the win tonight kind of felt awesome. Just to end it pretty early.
Yeah, 100%. This is a long bracket as well, so being able to finish your first map quickly and make sure you have plenty of energy left is really important. Now, it's been a while since we've seen each other, Penn Park.
Yeah.
Last time I watched you guys was at the Midwest Invitational. You've grown a beard since there. Since then,
yes, I have.
Which is congrats on that. That's
Thank
a
you.
magnificent beard right there. But as far as Overwatch goes, what has Ball State kind of been working on, and what have you improved from the Midwest Invitational to now?
You know, just a big thing in general is kind of just playing together. Back then, we only scrimmed like once or twice a week. Now we're up to like 3 or 4. Kind of just getting the work in, playing like kind of off practice, you know, just playing together in general and like ladder and stuff like that. And Holgo, our coach, has been really, really good with us, VOD reviewing and stuff, and kind of just learning what we need to fix. And I think we're a lot better now than we were then.
It definitely showed. The thing that I was the most impressed with that game was your really quick engagements. You played at such a fast tempo, and most of the time it seemed like you started your engagements onto Ottawa before they were ready for you. So I wanted to ask, how does your team set up those engagements? How do you identify when to go in as a team? Is it you that's kind of leading the charge as the main tank, or who's kind of the leader of that?
You know, I'd love to take the credit. I really would. But my good friend Hornback, our off tank, he's usually the one saying, okay, I want to hit here, I want to hit there. Also, Finna, our off support, he also kind of calls out. But the timing really comes down to Ninja Curly Fry and his, especially on Anubis, his crazy stickies. I mean, every time they tried to rotate, it was as simple as me right-clicking the pole and him doing the rest. So, you gotta give credit to them.
Of course, it was a team effort to make it all the way there
Sure.
and to sweep it very quickly. Now, of course, you're facing it up against Converse here in the quarterfinals. It is a team that is well known in the Overwatch collegiate community. I gotta ask, are you guys ready for this matchup? It's a best of 3. You've already gone through 1. Do you think that you have? Do you think you have what it takes to take down Converse as well?
Yeah, I really do. We played them early in the year, around I think September and October. It's really early in our season, and that was when we were first kind of getting together as a team, not really practicing much. So I think we're a lot better prepared now, and yeah, I think we're gonna give it our all and maybe shock some people on the way.
Heck yeah, that's the best way to put it. Penn Park, thank you so much for the interview. Go ahead, get ready for your next matchup, and congratulations on the round of 16 victory.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
With that, of course, we will go to another short break to ensure that Penn Park makes it back in time to the rest of the team, get set up for the matchup here. But we'll be back in just a few to get ready for our quarterfinals matchup here on the upper side of this bracket. Quarterfinals is headed right your way. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go. Thank you so much for your patience. I know that was a little bit longer than a break than you were expecting, but that's because we actually had a little bit of a schedule change up. We are not going to be looking at the quarterfinals just yet. Instead, we are moving over to the lower bracket. We'll be taking a look, or not the lower bracket, the lower side of the winners bracket, or the single elimination tournament. It will be UCF versus James Madison gracing our screens here in the round of 16 to see who moves on to the quarterfinals.
And this is a really intriguing match here, Orbital, because both UCF and James Madison are teams that had competed in prior qualifying matches to get into Atlanta, and neither of them could quite make it. UCF, of course, competed in the Southeast Invitational, and James Madison competed actually in last week's Mid-Atlantic Invitational. So both of these teams kind of fell short of their ultimate goals when it came to their first attempts. Now in this single elimination bracket, they've got one shot, one chance to make it there.
Pulling out the lyrics, I like it, dividing. So let's go ahead and see if they can make
your chance.
that sweet music. Yeah.
Am I going to get us DMCA'd?
Yeah, no, please don't. We're going to go ahead and get underway, though. It is Lijiang Tower, as everyone knows and loves at this point. We all know what map number 1 is going to be, but it's going to be an entertaining time as we do take a look. It is going to be a little bit of a different setup than we saw in our initial round of 16. We get to see some drastically different heroes coming out.
Yeah, this is a really interesting comp from James Madison University. Usually you'd think that the Wrecking Ball, Sombra-based compositions would struggle in a much more closed-in map like this. Storm Hornet and Impulse are going to have a lot more trouble moving around. Case in point, Storm Hornet immediately gets caught up by the hook of Dalthan, which is an unorthodox comp of its own, but very pick-based. And oh my goodness, Pandemonium! Where do you even knock two people off of the map on here? How did that even happen?
True to the name, you cause some pandemonium and knock out a few members. James Madison University taken completely by surprise here, and that gives Central Florida the momentum into the first cast.
Yeah, and not only does Pandemonium, of course, get them the win with that double boot, but that Lucio speed boost is so good for the start of these control maps. You saw how Central Florida was able to take such aggressive positioning. They're able to take so much space at the start of the map thanks to that Lucio speed boost at the beginning, which meant that they had a lot more room to work with, which especially hurts the Tracer, the Wrecking Ball, that depends on that space.
We just saw Dolphin lose his life, and now it's going to be James Madison taking a couple of kills back. We, of course, saw that move by University of Central Florida's Lucio, but it wasn't enough, and so James Madison getting a little bit of a cleanup, but University of Central Florida say, we can do it better. In comes that Matrix setup, the wall comes up for Glory Blade, and it allows a wipe of James Madison University. Their first attempt at an aggressive push comes to an end.
Yeah, this is really tough here for James Madison. Dolphin taking damage just for Tim Ryan's benefit there, trying to make sure you got that amplification matrix ready, and you do. James Madison coming up on a few ultimates of their own, but losing Storm Hornet is awful. You don't have that roll through, that pile drive that you're really depending on as one of your main engagement tools. You've got to wait for that Wrecking Ball to come back in, and you can't be losing your Tracer while you do so. This is why this is such a weird composition to run on this map. You see how these players are having so much trouble trying to get into position, Orbital.
And you can also tell James Madison, they realize that the Reinhardt probably has a shatter and it lands. That's what they were scared of, and their nightmares become reality. That's going to be a push of 2. Make it 3 as Dolphin finds a second. The Roadhog popping off here on the backhand. The off tank becomes the pure DPS. And James Madison are sent packing. They have to regroup, and quickly at that.
Yeah, now James Madison have to desperately try and use these ultimates that they've built up over the course of this round. They have no real plan. They have no real setup to them. It's just desperation, trying to get literally anything they can to get touches onto the point. They do get the overtime wick going, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. They have been stumped at every level so far on this control center map, and University of Central Florida, it seems like it's only a matter of time before they're going to be able to take this first map.
We say that. However, we're seeing some problems come about. Silverstein was able to get a very nice hack on the Celebi, and that leaves 2 DPS down. That should give a win of opportunity for James Madison. And they're actually going to cap here. One more contest coming out. OT is screaming in their ears, and they do it at 99%. James Madison cap out.
That's insane. I thought for sure James Madison weren't going to be able to get that one, but even though their ults had no real plan to them, it did buy them a little bit of space, right? Their EMP, and then the Mines, and then the Transcendence, and then the Rally finally gave Wrecking Ball and Tracer and Sombra the space that they've been looking for this entire round and got them that cap.
Allowed them to have this opportunity, but now they got to fight back. Remember, a single cap from University of Central Florida would end this round, and it looks like they might be able to do it. They come back with a vengeance, and James Madison University are immediately shoved out of the center. It is back to OT, and OT swings down even faster than before. Central Florida will go ahead and take round 1 here in game 1.
At the end of the day, James Madison was able to get one cap onto the point, but it really just was a comp difference there. There is the reason why the meta is the meta, and while I'm always a proponent for playing what you're comfortable with, even if it's not necessarily the meta, I do think that James Madison were just differenced by a composition that was more well-suited for the map geometry, the map type that is Control Center. You saw James Madison, they were able to build up those really important ultimates, the EMP, the Mines, the Transcendence, but they just were never quite able to get into position to use it. Even that one fight they did win was based mostly off of desperation. But I like this a lot better. This Gardens map is way more open. Wrecking Ball, Tracer, they're going to have way more room to work.
And Pandemonium went for it. I really, really respect it. Unfortunately, that does mean you get chased out. Immediately goes to the wall ride to try and heal up on the back end. And it was an attempt at a boop. Didn't really catch anyone, but did force James Madison University to back off. And that means that they're in a tough pinch. Already losing Silverstein, but the Wrecking Ball is going to find one back. Down go the healers of Central Florida, and that means their DPS are going to take a massive hit. Black Mist is going to stay alive. James Madison continuously are losing out. There are no healers, and yet Central Florida fight back and control the point.
Yeah, this tank lineup from UCF is actually really interesting. Impulse has gotten 2, but Central Florida do end up taking the point. That being said, they are kind of low on numbers right now, and James Madison knows that. They're going to try and move right back in on this one, while University of Central Florida are still trying to recover.
I mean, they're doing their best here, but of course, both TPS did fall at the same time. Gigafart is going to fall first, and that means that Tamrin fell shortly afterwards. Glory Blade and Dolphin are both falling like flies. James Madison University do have that upper hand. They're going to watch as they wipe a few more off, and Pandemonium is down. That should mean that they cap out, and on their first push here in round number 2, they are able to stall at 25.
Yeah, this Sigma Roadhog composition from Central Florida isn't something you see very often. It's very pick-based. The Roadhog hooks can obviously get themselves a kill against pretty much any of the James Madison University players if you hit it. But those tanks are also a bit less mobile if you're able to catch them out.
Really are, and as you said, this little difference here has benefited James Madison a little bit more. We are going to see that rally come through. Python is going to lay that one down, and that's going to be Billy on the back end throwing down that Diva Bomb. Can you really find anyone? It's only going to delay. That's enough time to take up 37% and counting. University of Central Florida really do want to get a chance on this point, but it's not going to happen as Celebi is cut out in the back line. Black Mist is now going to be silenced out and immediately hacked down. James Madison University push off the point and into the kill zone. Glory Blade and Black Mist, though, are firing back. Glory Blade with that Hanzo, sending arrow after arrow into the backs of opponents. University of Central Florida, though, still fighting for their lives after they do take a few members. They finally have a chance at a contest.
James Madison played into that little white room on the side of the point, and that is exactly what Central Florida were looking for. They stayed in there just a little bit too long. Their healing ran out, and the more close-range based characters of the Cassidy, the Hanzo, the Roadhog were eventually able to overpower James Madison. But a respectable hold here, 71% and counting onto that point, which means you could very much put a ton of pressure onto Central Florida here if you're able to take the point one more time. That being said, now Central Florida are able to use that Hanzo and that Cassidy to great effect to poke away at James Madison as they try to go in. As you can see, this push has fallen apart before it's even really gotten the chance to get started, and that's going to allow Central Florida to take the lead on ult percentage almost certainly, with what's going to very quickly be 5 ultimates on the board. And oh my gosh, Impulse is down. They haven't had a full 6 in so long, Orbital.
They have not, and that's going to be the Sombra kind of run out of town there. Yes, you can see the ultimates up for both sides. However, Central Florida have corralled the majority share of James Madison back inside their own spawn, so there is no chance for them to get out at this point. Central Florida have passed and been able to take the lead in terms of the control point. It's going to be a pull. You can see it on the back end. Multiple members are hacked. Let's see if James Madison can clean this up. But Pandemonium was able to skirt around the outside. The overshield is there, and the rebuttal is perfect for Central Florida. They force back out. They lose only one and win that fight. They are climbing to 99% and seem to have done it here. Central Florida only have to clean up a few more and are happily going to take this game number one. It's just a straggler. It's just one more Wrecking Ball who is rolling around at a furious pace. That is the most frustrating thing to watch, and it's given up time for the rest of the team to come back. James Madison, the Wrecking Ball was perfect, and they're going to try one more time. The hat comes down once again, but this time it's definitely not enough. I keep saying that, and it seems I've proven wrong time and time again. There we go. It is the full finisher. University of Central Florida take game number one.
A fantastic display from the DPS players of Central Florida, especially once they were able to get control of the point. Oh, is this the boop actually from Pandemonium? I really want to see this.
So.
I want to see how this happened at the start of the map.
Yes.
Oh, they were up on top there. Oh, their supports tried to get a little bit of a pincer maneuver, so it was a good maneuver there, because Zenyatta, if you're able to get behind the team with the Brigitte to help stun anyone that goes after you, that's actually a fairly good kind of pincer maneuver that you can use to put a lot of pressure onto the other team's backline. That said, they weren't expecting Pandemonium to just go with a quick boop right to the face and knock you both off of the map. That was how they won the first fight, and that really sort of snowballed its way towards several fight wins on Control Center.
It's very rare that I feel like you can see a single support be able to deny so much, because that was just one instance of Pandemonium doing that. There was another point where we actually got a full-on view. Pandemonium called out the Wrecking Ball in that round number one, saw it swinging in from the side and immediately booped it back out. It delayed it for only a short period, but having the spatial awareness and the understanding of where an opponent is going to come is so frustrating for an opposing team. To have your plays read like an open book, that becomes very difficult to deal with. So very, very well done by UCF. Now moving into the assault course, we are going to go ahead and hopefully for the side of James Madison see a little bit of a change up, right? We have seen Temple of Anubis so far. Maybe we get a little bit of a difference there. There are plenty of other assault maps to choose from.
Yeah, the problem here for James Madison is UCF seems like such an unorthodox team, right? We saw them play Roadhog compositions on both Control Center and Gardens. Of course, Pandemonium, the Lucio was very effective in the Brawl-based composition. That being said, continued to play it into a more poke or pick-based composition where not as many of your teammates have as much use out of that speed boost. You would maybe prefer a character that gets you a little more healing, that can offer a little more utility other than speed. So it seems like UCF really are set on a couple of heroes that they think they're the most comfortable on and they have the best chance at winning with, no matter what they put around them. And I am a huge fan of that kind of strategy. That being said, the question becomes, can James Madison understand exactly what they have to do to counter that specific strategy? Because, I mean, countering Roadhog Lucio compositions isn't something that you have to do very often in collegiate.
And if you did have to deal with that, would you prefer to see James Madison start out on the defense or attack? That is something that I always find very interesting to see if you can get that momentum flow, depending if you're attack or defense. Which one would you prefer to see them on? Would you like them to start out, trying to defend against the rampage of UCF, or would you prefer they set the tempo on the attack?
Yeah, so I would think, personally, I'm a fan of wanting them to try and go for the attack first. Not only because I think that it's a really gutsy move to say, hey, we're going to go first on assault. We're going to set the pace. We're going to set the win condition for you. But also, it gives you a couple more opportunities to try and figure out your counter, right? When it comes to assault, it is a very snowball sort of map type. If you are not able to stop UCF on your first attack, on your first defense, they are able to build up a couple of ultimates during that first fight, and then bring those into the second fight, and then take point B as well. End up getting like a 4+ minute time bank, and then all of a sudden, you're disheartened. Your backs are against the wall. The game is almost certainly over at that point. What ends up happening if you are on attack is you have 4 minutes at the start. That's at least 4 solid fights to figure out how to stun out, anti-nade, do whatever you have to do to these unorthodox UCF compositions in order to give yourself an upper hand. Give yourself a couple extra opportunities to figure it out.
Of course, and maybe we get to see that it is a run back of our first series of the day. We are going back to Temple of Anubis, and we're going to see if James Madison can do what Ottawa were unfortunately unable to do, be able to break this 2-0 streak and move to a map number 3. To kick things off, it does look like we are going to have James Madison again on that attack. You can already see a little bit of a change up against Silverstein back on at Sombra. It did have its very flashy moments, but this time around, we're going to see a change up for University of Central Florida. Gone is the Roadhog, and gone is all that. They're going with a little bit more standard setup on defense.
Yeah, this is actually pretty normal, considering what we saw on Lijiang. I'm a little bit surprised. This is very much a, you're going to set up the double shield onto that high ground there. You're going to set up Celebi and Glory Blade on a little bit of a crossfire here. One of them's going to be standing behind the shields. One of them's going to be floating above them. I think this is a really solid composition from them, and Storm Hornet is going to have a really bad time when they try and oh my gosh, Glory Blade, you can't just do that to Silverstein. That's just a mental breaker right there. What do you do? The door's open and you're instantly dead.
That's that random pot shot moment that you take every so often in solo queue. You're just like, hey, let's do it for funsies, and you turn around, you're like, I got like 5% of my ulti charge. What the heck just happened there?
That's a Hanzo moment.
Yup. It is a Hanzo moment, and it works very, very well. So James Madison, unfortunately, lose one at the start, but it hasn't really broken their stride. They're still trying to force their way in on the front door, but unfortunately, they are stalled out. That first kill seems to have given Central Florida a bit of a ramp up. But behind them, we did go ahead and see a little cheeky attempt at a stall out. Storm Hornet still in the front lines on that Winston, doing their best, but being dropped quite low very, very quickly. Of course, hiding behind a pillar, trying their best to jump forward. In goes the lightning, in goes the shield, and they're going to try and zap their way to victory. Can this be enough? James Madison on their first full attempt immediately lose the Diva bot, lose their DPS, lose their tanks in a matter of seconds. And James Madison University, their first full attack has run its course.
Yeah, the idea was there, right? Have Billy and Storm Hornet just sort of exist in point, take that poke damage so that Gigafart could build up that nano boost and use that to give them that advantage when Storm Hornet does eventually jump in. Unfortunately, it took them just a little bit too long. By the time it happened, Glory Blade had the ultimate up. Dolphin was pretty much there. They were more than ready to take the attack that frankly wasn't quite as coordinated, because I mean, a nano boosted Winston does help, but the entire team still does need to jump in together in order to fully counter this double shield composition.
And that gravitic flux immediately snuffed out that engage attempt. Well fought by Dolphin right there. Yes, you lost both your DPS, but James Madison are fully corralled outside of the entrance. Well played, University of Central Florida right there.
Yeah, because Central Florida forced the fight so far outside, even past the choke point, Central Florida has the advantage as long as James Madison have not really breached that choke point, in which case, I mean, they've barely gone past these arches this entire attack so far. As long as they do that, they have no chance.
And Celebi and Glory Blade go ahead and take the duelist fights and win out in a 2-0 scenario. Glory Blade is going to go ahead and pick up a few more HP bars. And now you get to see those revives coming in. Impulse and Silverstein are going to try their best, but Storm Hornet falls very, very quickly. In comes Celebi. Going to keep raining havoc from the skies as University of Central Florida say, at this point, you're not even going to get to point A. We are going to continuously fight you on your own territory.
This is now probably James Madison's best best chance, though. They're going to be coming up on both support ultimates and that EMP from Silverstein. So you've got a lot of tools to work with to try and finally break past this point. The problem is you can't even poke your heads out of spawn right now before you just get poked away by Glory Blade, and you've just got to be decisive with these tools if you want any chance of being able to break through. Right now, James Madison, they just have been hanging around point. They look indecisive, and it has cost them.
And Glory Blade actually sent out that Dragon's Rage a little bit differently, and unfortunately the rest of the team have made it in, but that doesn't stop him. Yes, you don't have the ultimate, but you do have the melees, you do have the arrows. Glory Blade is able to find one, loses their own life to the Diva Bomb of James Madison. The University of Central Florida might have lost their edge. Keep in mind, their A side is completely untouched so far. They're going to try and work their way in. James Madison, they understand this is it. 10 seconds left on the clock. This is your final push. Can you make it happen? Storm Hornet is immediately going to jump into the rage, get all the HP back, and try and fly true. And Pulse is inside, going to be contesting for that point. But is it enough? It doesn't look like so. Both healers are down, though. University of Central Florida have lost control. They've lost control of their team as 3 fall, 4 fall. University of Central Florida cannot stop this push any longer. In OT, once again, James Madison seemed to have done the impossible.
And you force so much out of Central Florida. They really wanted that full hold orbital, so they used just about every ultimate that they had at the very end there to try and get the odds back in their favor. And the result is James Madison all of a sudden have a bit of an ult advantage. Central Florida have the pulse bomb, but as long as you're able to avoid getting picked off by that, you can get another great engagement here. But Celebi finds Impulse in the back. That is the worst case scenario for James Madison.
It hurts to see that one happen, especially in a tracer-on-tracer action. However, the ultimate was not expended. That's very important for Impulse. Impulse still trying to close up for that, so Celebi now trying to recharge as quickly as possible. Dolphin is going to find one of the healers in the back line. Very, very well fought. Storm Hornet is going to fall. Python falls next, and it's going to be that first push off that extra timer. Taken out by Central Florida. They repel once again.
They're repelled, but this is a really good opportunity for James Madison. Both tank ults, both DPS ults coming up on this one. That EMP bomb is a combo that I'm really looking for James Madison. If they can put that together, Central Florida have basically nothing that they can do to counter that, especially if you're able to get that past the double shields of Dolphin and Black Mist. But James Madison, they know this, and that's why they're pushing so far ahead. They don't want James Madison to get set up.
And that's actually very, very dangerous. So as you said, they didn't want him set up, and they caught him in that chokehold, and they run it rampant. They find 3 early on and immediately snuff that fight. Yes, you don't draw the ultis. That's now 4 ultis available, but they didn't. Now Silverstein is in the back trying to cap, almost gets a third, but it's going to go back down very, very slowly. Well attempted, though. James Madison almost pulled the sneaky play of the game off.
Yeah, even getting a tick would be huge just to get a little bit of permanent progress onto that point. But shout out to Central Florida. They get back just in time. And Billy Fun is forced to use the bomb early. The EMP bomb combo is no longer available. That's brutal for James Madison. All of their plans seem to be going by the wayside right now.
Oh, that EMP, as you were saying, looked good, but it didn't really come to anything. And now University of Central Florida, with only a minute left, have ult economy in their own favor. And Billy Fun, to get the mech back, is unfortunately killed. That one hurts a little bit more than just charging up, getting yourself ready to go. That's going to be a question. Impulse now fighting on the back line. It seems someone's just running rampant. A little bit of a hold in the back. Celebi tried to slow them down and did the job. 30 seconds left with 3 ultis alive. Pandemonium, Tamarin, and Dolphin. In goes the Gravitic Flux. Doesn't really catch anyone, I don't think so. It slams one down. Storm Hornet is going to be zapped out. 200 HP, healing back up, but immediately capped off. That is a huge, huge kill to have as James Madison are down to 19 seconds. And as they watch that timer fall, so do their lives. 4 are dead. Make that 5. Storm Hornet just revived, but I don't think it's going to be enough. University of Central Florida holding steady in the face of this map number 2.
And the confidence from Central Florida, the hold so far forward with that double shield composition. Generally a composition that likes to stay back a little bit, likes to stay back at the point, use that, let the other team come forward so that your Tracer can get around to the side, so that Glory Blade can get plenty of opportunities to poke them away. That is the fact that Central Florida almost spawn camped to James Madison for a good portion of that point B attack. just shows how confident they are in their abilities, in their compositions, in themselves and each other as a team, and how confident they are of their ability to close out this series right here, right now. Man, it just feels like they have had pretty solid control over most of the series. It really feels pretty reminiscent of the last one, right? Where the only time James Madison were able to take a win was when they used pretty much every ultimate that they had all at once and just overwhelmed Central Florida through sheer abilities and flashiness.
Yeah, it was at that point that is the most brute force of brute forces that I think we've seen, right? It's quite literally, well, we're just going to roll in. We're a giant kind of meat tank to walk forward, and we'll do the best that we can. One of the shining lights, though, Silverstein, was almost able to cap a third, and so that does possibly give a bit of hope with these sneaky roundabouts. Maybe you can get your defensive plays off. Of course, Central Florida are going to be running a bit more straightforward composition. A little bit of an up air tactic, going to be the pick and run style with the Echo and Widowmaker.
Yeah, this is very pick-based, right? You're going to try and get Dolphin and Blackness sort of set up in this main area, try to get Glory Blade and Celebi into the situation where they can really pop off here. That being said, James Madison have done a really good job of surrounding the tanks on all sides and picking them off before they can get them that much space. So good stuff on the James Madison. They're really taking initiative in this early fight.
Well played so far, both the low and high ground. You can see the Widowmaker knocked off their perch, and it's going to be a difficult time. But of course, what we're really watching is that ultimate time where Billy Fun in the back line is immediately knocked out of the mech, sniped down as well. A little bit of punch in the face as Dolphin takes that one. Silverstein somewhere is getting popped off, and now it's going to get the heal in. But again, Dolphin on this Sigma is rounding house here. It's very rare that you get to see a tank be the main DPS, but so far, that's really the only name that we see on the kill feed.
Yeah, one tick has been taken for UCF, and there actually is a chance here. As long as Impulse is still hanging around being annoying in the backline, there's still a lot of chances here. Storm Hornet is buying the team time, and that time is going to be huge for them, as that Pulse Bomb is going to get a bunch of damage on the Black Mist, opening things up. That EMP from Silverstein is coming up in just a moment. Can they get it quick enough?
Well, what they can get is a nasty combination. Both tanks almost sent to their graves here, as Silverstein with the EMP gets nothing. And University of Central Florida power on through. They drain the ultis and have ultis to spare of their own.
Yeah, that's brutal for James Madison. They really thought there was someone in there yelling, winnable, winnable, use your ultimates, and now Central Florida can just overpower James Madison here with 5 ultimates of their own. They're set up to end this right here, right now, Orbital.
And Glory Blade up on the top side. It's just that easy. They only needed a third of that site. And they take it just as quickly. Central Florida, and what feels like 3.5 pushes. That's all it really was. Go ahead and take the 2-0.
Yeah, Central Florida, we're just the better team today. That's pretty much what it comes down to. James Madison have had a fantastic season. I've seen them playing for ECAC. They've had a respectable season there, but it seems like the competition from the Southeast is just a little bit too much for them to handle this time around. As Central Florida will make their way to the round of 8.
And it was solid. Again, this is now 2 teams that have been able to solidify a 2-0 in much the same fashion with different heroes, I will say, right? If we're taking a look at Ball State, it felt more meta-wise, right? This was a very standardized style of play. For the side of UCF, it felt more freeform, right? Take what you will, have a little bit of fun with it, kind of mess around, because we're still going to win in the end. It shows a confidence in the meta versus a confidence in personal style, and I think that's going to be very fun. If somehow we do see both these teams make it into the finals, that'll be a very fun time to see, but there are some massive roadblocks in their way, and for UCF specifically, they are now going to be looking to face off against the winner of UT Dallas and Illinois State.
Can I just say the fact that that's a round 1 matchup is absolutely terrible. Like that is possibly, I mean, if you seed that normally by a star and achievements, that's probably number 1 and number 2 seed right there. Maybe Converse is in there somewhere, but all I'm saying is I know the teams were seeded randomly for this tournament, but still that's messed up. That's messed up that one of those teams is going out round 1. that is, in fact, where we are actually going to be going. After this quick break, we're going to be seeing what is actually a marquee matchup in collegiate Overwatch. Illinois State Redbirds versus the UT Dallas Comets. Two, I would say, top 10 programs in collegiate Overwatch are going to be facing off, and one of their dreams of heading to Atlanta will be ending in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere. A really exciting game coming up next.
And we are back ready to go for our next matchup here. It's surely to be a banger as we go ahead and look to close out the round of 16 here. We have, as you aptly stated, dividing a matchup that feels like it could have been the grand finals of this entire tournament, but unfortunately we are having one fall here shortly in a best of 3. It is going to be UT Dallas versus Illinois State to see who moves on to face off against UCF.
This is truly a marquee matchup right now, Orbital. These are two teams that are among the top of the top tier in Overwatch Collegiate Championship history. ISU, of course, known for being the team in Tier 2 for a very long time, lost most of their players to Overwatch League teams, so had to sort of rebuild from scratch this spring and did a pretty good job with it as well. Not the best team in the country anymore, but still placed top 4 in this semester's championship. So nothing to sneeze at. Of course, led by the former Overwatch League main tank Gig, and then joined by contenders mainstays like Rupal, Lyre, and Aiko. This is absolutely a team to fear and a team that seems almost destined to go all the way to the end.
And across the other side, I mean, as you said, other contenders coming out here. And again, this is just one stepping stone, right? They have so many more matches to play. First one of the day, and hopefully we get a good matchup as we are going to go ahead and get information. I do believe we are going to Oasis to kick things off, one of the other favorites here in the collegiate scene.
Yeah, UT Dallas is not a team to scoff at either. They placed 7th place in the last Overwatch Collegiate Championship, headlined, of course, by the contenders DPS player Petal, who has been that star DPS player that has the potential to carry this team through fights on both hitscan and projectile heroes. That being said, thanks to the coaching of former Overwatch League player Bonnie, players like Louis, like Jukebox, like Soba have really made a name for themselves on this UT Dallas team. And I will say, one thing that UT Dallas does have over Illinois State is that synergy with each other as a team, right? UT Dallas has stayed mostly the same since they were formed last year. They have played each other for a very long time. Illinois State was kind of cobbled together by a bunch of really talented players, but they've only been playing together for a few months. So when it comes to these very teamwork-based compositions, like we'll see here on Oasis University, these Reinhardt-based compositions that require these players to stick together and work together, UT Dallas might be able to benefit off of that experience.
I mean, they're going to try their best, but of course the start already sees Illinois State getting 1 or 2 kills, but the damage is coming back fast and furious. Illinois State firing hard, but UT Dallas pushing much harder. They're going to lose a few members. Soba and Kashi are going to fall very, very quickly here and going to have to try and revive. Nuntype is going to try their best to try and stay alive, and they do. They're going to heal up, get ready for the next push as Illinois State get the first cap.
Yeah, beautiful Maywell there from Aiko, perfectly sectioning off Louis from the rest of UT Dallas. They decided to go for the Doomfist from Kashurkin, which is a bit of a high-risk, high-reward strategy, right? And that time it just did not pay off, losing your Reinhardt early, and now losing Petal as well. That was most of your damage, and UT Dallas, I don't know if they're going to get any sort of progress on this point here.
It doesn't seem so. Illinois State, before the fight even breaks out, already have the numbers. UT Dallas always going into these fights 4 or 5 members only, and this time around they're actually only going to go in 3, so they have to fiercely regroup here. Illinois State already pushing past that 40% marker with 3 ultimates up. This is going to be a powerful one to hold out.
Yeah, Illinois State hasn't used any ultimates yet, which means they have absolutely everything pretty much available to them for this next fight.
Call of the high noon as Petal is only using to try and create space, and it's not going to do much. Gig is able to get a very nice slam and is able to turn 2 over. Very, very quick play with only expenditure of 1. The overshield makes it even better as Illinois State completely abandon the site and say, we don't even have to be there to defend. We just take your lives, and that does our job for us.
I'm pretty sure that was a sim teleporter shatter coming out from Vision and Gig. Absolutely beautiful play here, and look at how perfectly Vision has set up this sim wall so that they can set up here but get back when they need to. Actually, they lose Aiko. Maybe getting a little bit too adventurous here as Kashurkin's going to try and get forward. UT Dallas, they have a really good opportunity here with 4 ultimates.
They do, and they only need to expend 1 here to clear out the site. React is now going to fall just as quickly, and they only expend the Doomfist ulti. They have 4 on the back end, and at 93%, UT Dallas stop that rush and now get a chance of their own.
Yeah, but 93%, like you said, it is still looking really good for Illinois State right now. They still have the Diva Bomb and the Photon Barrier to work with here, and you got to make sure that Kashurkin doesn't overstay their welcome on the Doomfist.
Once again, the Overshield does its job as Illinois State are forced back. They tried their own with their own Symmetra, but it's not going to work as Kashurkin fires away with their own Doomfist strikes. It clears out a majority along with Louis and Petal, and Illinois State have to back off. I think Illinois State are able to clap down on this site, but the fight is actually a little bit too far off, so UT Dallas allowed to stay in control for the time being.
Yeah, and I was going to say Illinois State had a solid advantage here, but RuPaul uses the Amp Matrix really late in that fight. So I would say UT Dallas, it's not quite as big of a disadvantage as it could have been, especially with React going down early.
And Gig was able to slam down on Louis and Jukebox's HP bars. That was a huge shatter to be able to open up the front lines and the back lines as well. UT Dallas sent packing to the back lines as Illinois State rush back out. Can they make it happen? Can they get into that site and claim the last 7%? Only time is going to tell as UT Dallas are spread properly thin to ensure these big ultimates aren't able to do their job. Liar is going to slap down that shield, but it's not going to be enough. It's quickly drained as Illinois State. It's a slow-paced move, and they just don't have the manpower. UT Dallas may be able to run this one all the way from 0 to 100.
Yeah, and the longer this staggers out, of course, the better it is for UT Dallas now, getting up to 80-90% on this point right now, and the high noon from Petal, along with the Meteor Strike coming up. This is going to give Illinois UTD the best opposition possible to get themselves back onto this point. 99 to 93 now. Illinois State has to get it done now.
And they do at 99%. It's going to come down to the wire. I could not ask for a better round 1 OT in favor of Illinois State. Now, UT Dallas going to get anyone on? Yes, they do. At the last second, they get someone inside. They're fighting for their lives. A single member is all that stands in the way of Illinois State taking this one back. It was a hard-fought fight. UT Dallas ran into 99, and they don't want to give it up here, but they're losing members a bit too quickly. In goes Kashurkin, able to slow it down, but the OT is still calling back. No one is there to cap. And it seems like it's going to be a swing because Shurkin misses it by a millisecond as Illinois State will take a very close round 1, 100% to 99.
But what a fun first round that was, Orbital. If this is a precursor for the entire match, I think we're in for a really good one. Both teams trading blows, going back and forth with these brawl-based compositions. That being said, we're already seeing UT Dallas go for something a little bit different here as we move on to Oasis Gardens. Of course, a lot more of an open map. The skies are a lot more open. You have a lot more room to work with. So I think I saw a Trace or a Sombra going for a bit more of a divey-based composition based around the Sombra hacks, potentially. So we'll see exactly if Illinois State is going to go for a similar thing. Yeah, it is going to be similar, but instead it's actually a Wrecking Ball-based composition. Gig is going to be locking it in, and Vision is actually going to be on that Cassidy. So Kashurkin and Petal both have to be very cognizant of that Cassidy. Make sure they don't get flashbang headshot combo.
I mean, you really don't want to have that happen to you, and that's only one that Kashurkin and Petal can hold out. Petal is going to find RuPaul very early on. That's going to stall it out as React is also tapped out, so Illinois State losing a bit of their headway, and that'll give UT Dallas the first cap, and they'll be the first ones to try and round it to 100.
Perfect stuff from UT Dallas, and perfect flanking coming out from Kashurkin and Petal respectively to really get around to some of the squishier members of the team. And you see Kashurkin has full sight lines over what's going on right now, gets a quick hack onto the Diva, and when they turn around, you take out RuPaul. The Zenyatta not having a good time so far in Gardens.
Twice in a row now. And now that's going to be a push off. Soba loses their life to the Wrecking Ball. Really, really well fought to kick things off here. Illinois State really wanting to try and shut that down. They want to close this one out 2-0. That means they do have to cap out. They are going to tap in. Stop it at 33%. Well fought. UT Dallas Now on the retake value, elimination on the side of Petal. Being able to take Vision out very quickly. Aiko should fall just as soon, but the heals come in just in time. React, now knocked out of the mech, is quickly going to fall on their own. That's going to be a powerful one. UT Dallas don't allow more than 13% as they now push past 40 and look to wipe out more than just 4 members.
Yeah, but really nice stuff from Illinois State, just being able to get onto the point, and with the pure presence of the Wrecking Ball of the Cassidy, they managed to take at least a little bit. What is now 50% could have been 60% and more, but look at this aggressive push from Kashurkin and the rest of UT Dallas. They know Illinois State have a lot of ultimates available, so they're just trying to waste as much time as possible.
Oh, that one hurt to watch as well. After that perfect EMP in the back line, weren't really able to follow it up, and Illinois State go, okay, we're going to force you off of every single spot you want to be on at 69%.
Nice.
It will be stopped, UT Dallas. Yeah, I was going to say that. I didn't know if it was appropriate or not, but of course, it is always appropriate. 21% and climbing, though, for Illinois State as they're looking to match pace with UT Dallas.
And look at the ults here for ISU. You've got the Deadeye, you've got the Mines, you've got the Diva Bomb, and the Transcendence. You're in such a good position here. But, oh my gosh, what a perfectly executed hack and dive combo from UT Dallas to take out Aiko.
And the High Noon is able to find Soba in the back line, so Illinois State were the first ones to mark their territory. None type might fall as quickly. Louis out of the ulti is now going to be peppered down. Can they get to safety? I'm not sure. None type taking a lot of damage there in the back line, and that's React forcing everyone out of the battlefield. A great move off the side nets UT Dallas multiple losses, and Illinois State massive amounts of kills.
Yeah, this is going to now allow Illinois State to take the percentage lead here on Gardens, and they do not look to be ones to let go anytime soon. They still have the Diva Bomb and the Tracer Pulse Bomb available to them, as well as a Deadeye coming up in just a moment. But Kashurkin has that EMP up yet again, and UT Dallas likes to be really aggressive with their Sombra plays.
Do love to be aggressive, but can they make it work? Kashurkin and Jukebox fire back. React, Liar, and Rupel are all dead. That's a quick wash at Illinois State. UT Dallas say, hey, you can play, but so can we at 90%. Illinois State do feel like they're going to lose out here. 4 members capping this off, and we're right back to ground zero. UT Dallas sprinting their last 30%.
That's the ideal fight for UT Dallas. You use the EMP, you get a quick fight win without using any other ultimates, which means now in this last fight scenario, 80% and counting for UT Dallas, you've got the Coalescence, the Beat, you've got the Diva Bomb and the Pulse Bomb available. Illinois State, can the rally sustain them through all that?
It does feel like they're doing it. They only lose Vision, and that's, it feels like it might be a misnomer. Vision is going to come back and fairly healthy standing, and the rest of the team is ready and waiting. So at 99%, it's clawing their way out. In goes the Diva Bomb. Does it catch anyone? No, it doesn't. OT is now speaking to the minds of UT Dallas. They're hoping to push for a round 3 here in game 1, and it's all about taking out these tanks. React and Gig still prepped and ready to go. A couple dances on the back end, and it is going to be Illinois State to recap. We're going right back to the wire. React is going to fire away. Vision is going to take out None Type, and it looks like OT is now in favor of Illinois State. Can UT Dallas get there in time? They lose 4, and it might be a little bit too much for the DPS to handle. I don't think they're there, and Illinois State take a close game number 1.
And Illinois State shows how you win a fight when the other team has 4 ultimates and you only have 2. You make sure that their ultimates get no value. They're playing a lot of really fast characters, so Illinois State do a sort of feint maneuver. They try they trick UT Dallas into going really aggressive with their ultimates. You think that they're going in for their final sort of staggered approach to try and keep the overtime wick going. UT Dallas uses just about every ultimate they have at once, thinking that this is the last fight. But Illinois State, they back up, right? They disengage from the fight. They lost Vision. They have just enough time to get that DPS player back on the field. And then by the time that they're ready to go in for the real last fight, UT Dallas have no ults left to work with. What a beautiful little piece of mind games by ISU to get themselves out of a disadvantageous situation.
It was so well fought, and at the end of the day, as much as we want to talk up one side or the other, I still can't believe that entire game hinged on 2%.
Yeah.
That is the difference between both these squads. It really was, and I love how close it is, and I think it speaks to your value dividing. You called this at the beginning. This was a marquee matchup. Everyone knows it. Anyone that follows collegiate Overwatch knows these two teams. But even after the rebranding, the restructuring of one of the squads of Illinois State, they still look like a very competitive team, and I can't wait to see what they can do on Assault here. We're still waiting on confirmation of what the map is, but considering the two teams, let's hear it dividing. What do you propose we see next?
This is going to be UTD's map choice. I do think they are generally a brawl-heavy team. I think they really like running the Reinhardt-based compositions where you can put Petal on that Cassidy and or maybe on the Hanzo and try to put your star DPS player in the best position possible to carry. Not to discount the rest of the UTD squad. That's just kind of Petal has the highest pedigree of the team based on past accomplishments. So I would say based on that, maybe we potentially see a Volskaya pick. I think that of the 3 Assault maps, Volskaya is the one, at least on point B, is most due for a brawl. But of course, we don't get a break. We're going right back to Egypt. It's Temple of Anubis once again.
Of the, I believe now we're closing in on 3 matches. We've seen a total of 3 different maps.
Yep.
That's collegiate for you, really, and it also speaks to best of 3s, right? It's very difficult to get map variation when we have 2-0s sometimes. So maybe this is what's going to break the mold. Maybe we do get to see past that second game, and this, if there's any series to do it, this is going to be it. This is going to be the series where we do see that breakup. So maybe we get a chance there. But of course, on Anubis, we've seen multiple times teams struggle on that entry, right? I believe that was Ottawa as well as the side of James Madison. Both struggle to actually get inside the point at the start. Do you foresee that happening here? Do you see either team struggling on the entry to get into that A?
Yeah, well, I think that on Gardens, UTD really showed a proficiency towards that Sombra-based hack and jump in on people kind of composition. I think they're going to most likely be running a similar sort of style going into Anubis attack. So it's actually very similar to what we saw James Madison run on their attack in the last game, right? So the question then becomes, are they going to be able to better set up to farm up those nano boosts, get those significant hacks onto the Illinois State defense in order to get yourself in the best position possible when you do decide to jump in. Of course, I'm just assuming that we're going to be seeing the same thing out of UTD, but based on what we saw in the last map, I think UTD might have a teeny bit of trouble. That being said, it is their map choice, so they must feel very confident in their ability to break through the defenses of ISU, who will probably be forced to play more of a double shield, assuming they're going to be starting on the defense, which is something we haven't really seen them play so far this game.
It's I also don't think it's been necessary, right? With how close range a lot of these fights were coming out. Yes, shields are nice, but it just felt so chaotic that you're like, okay, listen, we're not going to worry about the shields right now. Just get the kills. Someone get the kills and bump each other out. The setups, I do agree, we're going to see a little bit more of. Anubis is perfect for that. We've seen it time and time again. And so far, as you said, a little bit of the brawl heavy, a little bit. Maybe we get to see the poke come out again. I want to see another good Echo, right? The Echo all the way in series number 1 was so much fun. Maybe we get to see that here.
Echo is such a good Echo. I think that's very possible. The name is so close, they almost have to be, right? Echo's Echo is among some of the best in Tier 2 Overwatch, so I think that there's a very, very good shot that we see something like that come out from ISU. As far as UT Dallas goes, maybe not. I don't really know fully Kashurkin's hero pool. I know it's not really Petal's cup of tea. That being said, on this defense, we are seeing the same thing. Come on, I was enjoying that game. I was having fun with it.
Who broke my game? I had quarters
Siege
on
Mode
that.
3? I love Siege Mode 3. I can't believe Siege Mode 4 hasn't come out yet, man.
I know.
Those developers.
Like 10 years, right?
Yeah.
It's been ridiculous.
It's been actually ridiculous. Those devs, man. Couldn't be Blizzard. Couldn't be Blizzard. Overwatch 2 next week, everybody.
Yeah, that's absolutely it. So we're going to go ahead and get underway, though, with this matchup. It will be UT Dallas on the attack first. Illinois State rounding out the defensive side. As we said, Echo on that Echo Might as well be the exact same thing, but Vision hiding in a corner as a Junkrat does, as we get the first wave of attacks. UT Dallas prepped on the right side of that battlefield, hoping with that sniper to lay down some siege damage.
Yeah, once again, we see the spam-based composition come out of ISU. Gig is going to be trying to set up Vision and Echo with those poles, but UT Dallas being a little more aggressive with their jumps than I think we've seen before from past teams, gets them a little bit more room to start off here.
It is going to open up the field for a bit more of a window, but of course, Echo still on the top side is laying in very, very nicely. For as much as we were giving props to UT Dallas, seems Illinois State still firing back very, very nicely. No real opportunities, but the ultimates are coming online. Jukebox sitting at about 65, 72 on Nun Type, and 57 on Soba, so at least the healers are going to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Nun Type coming up very close to that nano boost. That is kind of what we're looking for here from UTD. Once Pedal comes back and Jukebox has the mech back, this is now going to be the big engage. Next time Louis jumps in, they're going to have the nano boost, and this is going to be the UT Dallas go button, especially with Echo down, going before Liar can get the res.
They're going to try their best, but immediately eliminations come out. As you said, Illinois State feeling real confident here because Shuriken is not going to fall just yet. Illinois State rebuttal again and keep UT Dallas at the front door. They get no further than the doorsteps, and I think that speaks a lot to Illinois State's defense.
That being
Still
said,
going on,
UTD,
though.
they have a lot. They have a lot still to work with, and the Bob's going to give them a lot of room.
Ooh. There's a little bit of a fight. Echo still in that Diva mech. It is going to send the ulti out, but I don't think you're really going to catch anyone. And now a revive on the back end. UT Dallas still trying to scrap it out, and not much has come of it. Yes, they got a touch on that A site, but at the end of the entire scramble, Illinois State are still in control of this opening.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. I have to give a shout out to RuPaul there. With a beautifully placed amplification matrix right as Louis jumped in with the nano boost. That's like, what 1,000 worth of damage that you had to get on the Louis almost immediately, and you're just picking off the members of UT Dallas from the side. You don't have Nun Type anymore. You don't have that Ana healing, and the longer this goes on, the better it is for ISU.
It does feel so much better. And for a brief moment, they had lost their healers, and yet it didn't seem to make a single dent in their HP bars. Echo on the back end is able to snuff out Louis, Soba, and Pedal in very quick succession. No one getting a read on this Echo. And at 45 HP, Echo doesn't want to take a single chance more, waiting to try and get that clothing process down 98% on the ulti. That is going to give him such a huge line of defense as we enter the final minute here in round one.
I really do feel like that last fight was UT Dallas's big chance. Now they are low on ultimates. They are low on time. Kashirkin has to try and get this last 15% to that pulse bomb, go in and get that opening pick, or else, I mean, with both support ultimates, the Diva Bomb, the duplicate, I don't see how Illinois doesn't lose this.
I mean, we say that, and it looks like it's coming true here. Another great set of picks from Vision and Echo combined. That's going to be the tank and sniper in the back line. Kashirkin falls as well. 20 seconds left. UT Dallas cannot get close. It's the aggression of the Echo. And with that cloning process, Echo is just going to wreak havoc. Going to say, everyone, stay close to your base. You get nothing else to play with. It's a game of cat and mouse. Into the final seconds, UT Dallas are going to watch a mirrored explosion come out as they go ahead and lose out here in round one.
That is unexpected. I do want to say, I think I got bamboozled by the double negatives there at the end. I think I said there's no way Illinois State doesn't lose this.
Caster moment.
I meant the other way around. A caster brain moving a little bit too fast from my mouth there. But, I mean, considering the prowess of UTD, how skilled they all are on their individual heroes, the fact that this is their map pick, getting completely shut out on Anubis is, I mean, just goes to show you how incredible Illinois State is at these poke-based compositions. The Orisa, Echo, everything going on here from ISU. They can't lose this map anymore, Orbital. The best that UT Dallas can hope for now is a draw by returning the favor onto ISU and holding them at point A for 4 minutes. all ISU need to do to get themselves on that first step towards Atlanta is get just one tick on point A. Man, if there was any game where I thought we'd be in this situation, I really didn't think it was going to be this one.
Yeah, I mean, and I have to agree, right? This was one that we were talking about getting hyped up a little bit, and not only that, UT Dallas did feel like a team coming into this might have a better chance, right? We said they played together for a little bit longer. We've seen this squad together, and yet Illinois State are running the show here. A little bit of a newer squad, but a much more powerful play thus far. Mako especially has had a phenomenal time, and now moving on to a chance here. That's a snipe and a half. Louis is able to pick up the kill with a little bit of help from Petal. Well fought to start things off. Vision is down for the count for another few seconds.
Yeah, I think Illinois State, knowing that they only really have to win one fight, are playing a little bit weird, especially with the DPS. You've got the Genji Reaper, two very close range DPS players, which means Petal is going to be almost completely unopposed on this Widowmaker, and that is where you want to be if you're UTD. You want your star DPS player to have as much room, as much say over the game as possible. That being said, Aiko has moved all the way around the map to get a shot on Petal. But nice rotation from Nuntype to make sure that Petal's able to get out of danger.
Nice little rotate, but of course the kills are coming in. UT Dallas, for all that they're fighting, do feel a little bit more in control here. You can see the teleport Petal saying, hey, I got your number. But that's an elimination on the back end. Liar makes a liar out of me. And that's the kills. UT Dallas lose 4 so quickly. The site is opened up before their very eyes. Vision cuts people down where they stand. And that will be the finisher, just like that. Illinois State eliminate UT Dallas to move on to the quarterfinals.
I mean, that was the one player on the ISU comp that could potentially get a long-range snipe on the Petal. That Zenyatta orbs, those slow-moving projectiles. But, I mean, Liar makes it work. And with one shot, one kill, the UT Dallas defense falls apart, and so do their hopes of making it to Atlanta. Unfortunate considering how good of a team this really is and how fantastic of a year they've had as an organization. You should definitely be keeping your eye out in the years forward in collegiate Overwatch, because UT Dallas are going to be around near or at the top for a while. That being said, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing them next year in next week in Atlanta, or next 2 weeks. It's like early May. Around then, ISU will continue their march towards the end, their march towards that LAN.
Of course they will, and they have a few more rounds to do it so, and one more best of 3 round, of course. We are headed into the quarterfinals in our next matchup, so make sure to tune into that one after that. It is the semifinals and finals to round things out, so don't go anywhere. More Overwatch action is headed your way.
the game.
And welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go for the quarterfinals. We are done with the round of 16, and we are going to see our quarterfinals matchup here. We are still on the lower side of the bracket here, but that does not make it any less exciting, as, of course, we have UCI coming out here versus Hawaii, and it's going to be a banger of a match. Remember, we are still in best of threes to kick things off, and, of course, you know what that means. It comes down to the wire as soon as we hit game one.
Yeah, and UCI is a fantastic squad. If you have not heard of them before, here you go. It's time to be introduced to what is sneakily one of the better squads in the country, of course. Made it to 7th place in the last Overwatch Collegiate Championship. The same place that UT Dallas made it, who we saw in the last game, are a very, very good team. And also defeated Bellevue in the first round of the bracket. Bellevue no slouches themselves. They have former contenders players like Crawley, Vita Coco, and Rob Dab on their team. So no slouches themselves. So getting the 2-0 against a team like that shows that this is a team prepared to take it all the way.
Yeah, and this is a squad that I'm very excited to see. Of course, Hawaii coming out with a bye, and currently going to be their first series played here. It's going to be on stream, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So as we do get underway, I think we got a brand new map to play. Oh, dividing!
Whoa.
What map do we have here?
It looks like we're gonna be heading over to Ilios, the streets of Greece, the lighthouses, the ruins, the wells. It looks like it's Lighthouse to start off here, as our observer tried to make me think it was something else by showing a wall, but I refuse to bite. Observer. We're starting off on Lighthouse, which is why we see Say start off on the Echo to start off the Tracer as well. This is the most open map on Ilios, I think. So these really rangy characters are going to have a bit of a field day here. UC Irvine meanwhile are going to go for a more traditional double bubble composition, try and counter that space with the flash ability of Excal on the passage.
It's going to be a challenge for everyone, as of course the site is open, but no one can really get in just yet. The point is going to be contended by University of Hawaii. However, a few kills scattered here and there do give leniency to the fact that Hawaii were able to get there first. They are going to cap out and go ahead and start running up that clock. So far, that is going to be a healer and tank taken away from UC Irvine. You don't like to see it if you're a fan, but so far, remember, it's just taking up time. All you want to do really right now is stack that ulti charge.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Akamai to start. Is able to win the Tracer 1v1 against Light in the back, is able to remove that threat of the Tracer from University of Hawaii, and then they're able to focus on the front line a little bit more.
It's a pretty, very, very nice DPS takedown, and that was going to be onto the healer Banana in the back line, but Akamai is also going to fall, so University of Hawaii might have lost the initiative here. Point is almost captured, and now it is fully completed. 40% has passed by, as you see Irvine now have 2 DPS ultis up and available. The High Noon as well as that full spawn. It's going to be a challenge to go ahead and use, but Rivergod going ahead, throwing out those orbs as quick as possible to give Hawaii the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, really well executed dive there from Mashiro to take out Banana Lumpia. Brigitte is the main healer of University of Hawaii. You just can't sustain on Zen heals alone. So once you take that out, there's no way for University of Hawaii to sustain. And now UC Irvine are sitting pretty with 4 ultimates and the point under their control.
Second up very, very well. Of course, Dash is taken off the map by Say. Well fought there, but Napatis is going to go ahead and drop that ulti. Going to try and clear out space and does catch PG1. That was a little bit unexpected, but does give Hawaii the opening to work forward. UC Irvine have lost a premier set of batteries, and now they lose both tanks. Are quickly going to revive, but it is going to be enough. University of Hawaii, go ahead, cap out. They're only about 10% behind, so not a bad scoreline so far.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Hawaii so far. They're playing this composition very well. They are more dependent on the long range, right? They're more dependent on playing a little bit slower, let Math Dealer get into the back, roll through UC Irvine, and sort of disrupt their dives while Say is up over top, just pouring in the projectile damage. It's working very well for them, but Say kind of gets caught in the small room. That's not where you want to be as a long-range character.
Definitely not, and especially with that ulti going now, Matt Dealer tried their best, but of course UC Irvine bit right back and cleared out house to clearance sale on kills as University of Hawaii lose control, and it goes right back to UC Irvine's pocket.
And once again, UC Irvine, they get the point back, and they are in quite the situation here with the grab available from PG1. Dash has the rally, Xcal has the Deadeye, 70% and counting as well. This might be University of Hawaii's last really good chance to get the point back. If they lose this one, they will be forced on the stall heroes to try and rush back and get overtime.
I mean, they can definitely try, but of course, it is going to be a battle of the wills. It's going to be both DPS taking one apiece. Hawaii go ahead and lose one of their main DPS. The ulti is not going to be used. River God going to try and bring out a little bit of healing on their side. Same with the rally, and they try and center in. It is going to be a little bit of a stall out here on top. It is a contested fight, but still leaning towards UC Irvine. It's only one member trying to fight it back, and now with OT on the horizon, Hawaii seem to have fallen by the wayside. 3 dead and some more in counting. Math Dealer is down. That was the last defender on that site. And it seems like it is going to be over. UC Irvine take round number 1.
It was a valiant effort from Hawaii, I have to say. UC Irvine, just based off of the team's past accomplishments and achievements over the last season, UC Irvine are, I think, significantly the better team in terms of overall SR, overall skill. The University of Hawaii have to really try and outmatch UC Irvine in order to try and nullify that SR disadvantage, and did a pretty good job of doing so, really keeping their distance from UC Irvine with that echo-based composition. The Tracer from Akamai did a very good job of getting into the back and causing havoc. But at the end of the day, the dive from UC Irvine was just a little bit too good for them to deal with. So University of Hawaii are going to be going on to a bit of a divey, rushy comp of their own. Again, my eyes are going to be on Say as his main initiator. The person this Sombra hacks is the person that University of Hawaii is going to try and engage on.
I mean, that's the most fortunate outcome. That is the most ideal scenario. But right now, UC Irvine are spread a little bit thin. They're prepped up on the higher ground and are going to try and take their fight forward. At the start here with a very, very open center, it's a little bit dangerous to try and push in just yet. It's actually University of Hawaii. They're backing out, going to be routing along the same side. Very, very nice setup. Inside the tower, they're still dancing. No one's really capped out, and it's actually University of Hawaii. They're going to stack 3 on top immediately. That is Mashiro, who sets up in the middle. But can they get it? It doesn't look like so. So University of Hawaii should be able to cap out first and look to run up that percentage.
And nicely done. Good job from Hawaii, just using that Lucio speed boost to get a lot of space onto the point, force UC Irvine back, try and play a bit more of the poke game. But now with the Pulse Bomb coming up, with that Nano Boost coming up, nice job from Nepotus to take out Light's ultimate, but the trouble's not over yet for Hawaii.
Really is not, as in comes the ulti charge. It is a quick spray and a half as River God tried to lay it in, but UC Irvine fight much harder. They're able to win it out at 27%, about 3%, I believe 13% faster than in game number 1. UC Irvine go ahead and try and challenge in their own right, 10% and counting.
That being said, it is a 2-ult-to-1 trade in favor of University of Hawaii, so they're coming up on a lot of really good ultimates here. That EMP, that Diva Bomb, that Lucio beat, it's all going to be really good for University of Hawaii. All of these ultimates are extremely impactful as part of why this comp works so well together, but they've got to move quickly on it because UC Irvine already have both tank ults up.
Oh, that was so mean, Supreme. It was a duelist fight, and the Supreme came in with just a snipe, took all the hard work away. Saying Akamai are already down. University of Hawaii have lost their DPS for the time being. Can they hold off, or can they make a charge? 41% and climbing. As you see Irvine feel very, very confident right now with this hold. Already pressing so far forward. You can see the Supreme fire taking shots all the way through, ensuring that University of Hawaii can't get too far, but that's going to be it. A great ulti charge is not going to be enough. You see Irvine fire right back and punish Hawaii for their attempts.
What a play from, I believe it was probably Dash, who got the stun off onto Say, completely nullifying the EMP. That was Hawaii's win condition right there, and that puts them in a really tough spot. They still have tools, right? They still have the Primal Rage, the Lucio Beat, and the Death Blossom available to them, but Are their mentals going to be able to get there, or are they trying to just get to point as quickly as possible? UC Irvine, for their money, they have 4 ultimates coming up very soon.
So now they're just gonna send it. This is the final dash that they're gonna try and go. Overshield is used. Matt Dealer going straight for the DPS. Can they wreck house? Yes, they do. They force multiple members of UC Irvine to spread out, and it looks like it's enough to cap the point. It's at 99% to cap. Can they hang on? It's 99% everywhere. It's a last-ditch effort, but XCal fires right back. A beautiful
so
setup by the Cassidy, able to turn the tables here.
Oh, they got it.
You did forget the golden rule. Stay on the point. And it looks like UC Irvine say, don't worry, we didn't forget. We're going to turn it right back around. University of Hawaii, this is the last battle. OT once again. They got to keep members alive. Can they do so? Light on the back end finds Akamai. Same might be the next one to fall. Down goes the Pottis as the Diva can't hold steady. Math Dealer is going to fall. Math is conquered. And that'll be OT finish, as that'll be UC Irvine taking game number 1.
It was a valiant effort from University of Hawaii. I can tell they are actually no slouches. They seem to have a really good understanding of the comps they are playing, how they interact with each other, how they are supposed to play. And I think it took UC Irvine a little bit off guard, maybe expecting it to be a little easier than it was. That being said, the pedigree of this UCI team is not one to be denied on the level of UT Dallas that we saw last time, a team that I said was one of the favorites to make it all the way to the end. UCI are as well a team that I should be expecting to make it very, very far today, and they showed just why in that game. After they sort of got rid of the initial shock, I think they were just a little bit of a step ahead of Hawaii the rest of the way.
And I mean, these teams are ready to fight. We see it over and over again. That was one of the more back and forth that we've seen. Yes, it was no series number 3, right? It was a no setup between the two of UT Dallas and Illinois State, but it was fairly back and forth. I'll give them the credit there, and Hawaii pushed them to the brink. So now moving into the next assault map, we do get a little change up. We now see a total of 5 maps across 4 series.
Hey!
Hanamura next for the assault course.
Yeah, really interesting pick here from Hawaii. First of all, thank you for taking us away from Anubis. I really do appreciate it, and Hanamura is an absolutely beautiful map. I think it just comes down to preference at this point. I think Hawaii is just really comfortable on Hanamura. They must have maybe a Symmetra strategy on attack, a double shield strategy on defense that they're very confident in. When it comes to playing a team like UCI, you just play what you're most comfortable in and hope that it works out best for you. So I am really hoping for Hawaii here to be able to maybe take it to UCI, maybe give us some more surprises, because I think they have shown that they are absolutely no slouches.
No slouches at all, and it's a little bit of a David versus Goliath setup, and I mean, they can fight. They can definitely stay in the ring, but you got to be able to close it out. And they're going to try their best to push us to a game number 3. Of course, we're right back with the video game. We're very happy to see it.
Siege Defender.
Going to be Siege
oh, wait,
mode 3.
It's Siege Mode. It's Siege Mode 3.
Yes.
Yes. Oh my gosh, this is an international game. We saw it in Egypt, and now it's here in the Japan arcade. Man, this is a really big game in the Overwatch universe.
I know, right? And it's almost like it is going to be that impossible game to beat. Unless you just shoot it in the screen like we saw last time. And then you're just really, really sad.
Yeah, Overwatch characters are really ragey. Just really mad at video games.
I mean, look at this. They trashed the whole bottom screen already. Think about how much that's going to cost to fix. I mean, that's just...
Okay, so University of Hawaii going with that double shield composition. But you've got to be looking at Say here on this Symmetra. Where you're going to try and take your team. Oh, Light is all ready for it. He's right there, knocks everyone off that rooftop. University of Hawaii has to scatter and try and figure out a plan B.
Honestly, they're not getting wiped that quickly, so I give them huge credits for being able to scramble back and try and make sense of what just happened. But Light making the play of the game for the team and not allowing University of Hawaii to prep appropriately. They're now corridored off and stuck in this tight alley, and that means UC Irvine can pick them off like fish in a barrel.
absolutely read. Light knew where they were going with that TP from the very beginning, and the University of Hawaii's best laid plan goes for absolutely nothing, and now you go for a Wrecking Ball Roadhog composition. Just try and maybe disrupt the double shield of UC Irvine, try and get an easy pick with that hook, figure out what you can do. Say on the Echo is going to be working on those shields. That being said, this is very pick-based, and if University of Hawaii can't find a way in to the sides and the back of UC Irvine to get a pick off, this is going to be a very quick Hanamura.
And that's scary to think about, right? We're talking about these monsters
that's
coming out
big
in this tournament, and that is going to be huge. Nice pick onto Napadas. Dash is going to follow, though. Supreme very close to do the same. Light trying to find an opportunity. Looking for the background play, and is immediately going to drop in. Chase off the Zenyatta. It looks like UC Irvine have found the perfect streak. 5-player kill streak for Light, as University of Hawaii are stalled once again.
Yeah, Napadas was able to get in and get a key pick onto Dash. Of course, that is the main person you should be going for as the main healer of this UC Irvine comp. That being said, Napadas had to go in just a little bit too far to do so, and ended up putting himself and the rest of the team in a little bit of danger. So, University of Hawaii still trying to find a way in, but without Math Dealer in the fight, you're just going to have to wait for your main tank to come back into this one, and UC Irvine are coming up on 5 ultimates. Everything except for the Meteor Strike is going to be available to them to use should they need it. With only 100 seconds left on the clock, University of Hawaii needs to get something out of this Pulse Bomb, or else it's looking really bleak for them.
I mean, and the best opportunity maybe is you get a little sneaky back door, but it doesn't seem that UC Irvine wants to give them a single moment. The wash of death as UC Irvine clean them out. University of Hawaii are taken to school.
They got a tick, though. Couple members managed to get onto the point and stay on it for just long enough before UC Irvine decide to commit both support ultimates. So, technically, University of Hawaii have gotten themselves a win condition. That being said, you would love to make that even a little bit more difficult to get, and Akamai is going to use the Pulse Bomb there, is going to take out the Immortality Field from Dash. That is an important ability to get out, but can University of Hawaii follow up on it?
I mean, maybe not. So far, it seems that they've been struggling a bit. Of course, with the Lurker in the background, it's helped out quite a bit. Oh, look at that challenge! XCal wins the 1v1. And the University of Hawaii, they were banking on that win. They were banking on 1 DPS out, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
I mean, yeah, XCal in the back is doing a pretty good job dealing with the Tracer. How about Light on the Doomfist, literally touching the spawn doors right now of University of Hawaii, making sure that they can't get anything set up. They're going to have the Transcendence. This should give the team pretty easy passage to get onto the point. The problem is once they get there and that Transcendence goes away, what do they have? Maybe Say can use the duplicate to try and get something going?
I mean, all hope is running its course, and unfortunately that means death. Matthew is going to drop the minefield, and River God is going to try and open up with that ulti, but it doesn't do anything. As again, your DPS are down, your healer is down, Napadas is down, River God is down. That's almost everyone. Akamai, the last one alive to stall out the team kill. OT is going to take down as you see Irvine stop that push at 1 tick.
Okay, but hear me out here. It's technically winnable, right?
Yes.
University of Hawaii, we're just barely able to take a tick, which means if they are able to full hold UC Irvine, not let them take a tick, University of Hawaii will actually take the win here. And at this point, just having the ability to win, making sure that you aren't just in a draw or lose scenario is going to put a little bit of extra hope into the hearts of University of Hawaii to try and make a final stand here with your backs against the wall in the quarterfinals and a trip to Atlanta on the line. UC Irvine with the win right in front of them. What are you going to try to do to just get that one fight win and get yourself into the semifinals? I think they're probably going to do a little bit of swapping around to wherever they're going to land on. But this Torb from University of Hawaii is really interesting. I think they're assuming that UC Irvine is going to go for maybe a Tracer or some sort of flanker composition. So the Torbjorn turret in the back will really help to dissuade that. And if Light stays onto that Doomfist, that actually isn't the worst choice.
I gotta agree, and I also, this is one of the few times that I think the Torbjorn is actually like a safety pick, right? Because they actually lost that 1v1, I believe, at the very end against XCal, and you're like, I don't know if I actually want to challenge again. So it's the safety of having an extra piece of utility to work with. However, we are going to see that Symmetra come out. XCal might be able to put that to good use. But look who's bolting straight to the back line. PG just sent it, and now they teleport right in. No way! Is it going to end right here, right now? University of Hawaii caught a little bit off guard and immediately fire right back. The quick push means UC Irvine, we're not ready for the damage, but PG1! PG1 annihilates the tanks, and that's what you're really looking for. PG1 is going to spray everyone down with the Gatling guns. Light is going to take out Say, and it might be more than enough. They go ahead and get back on. PG1 going to hang on to that timer, try and force the rest of University of Hawaii out. It's a challenge to the back line. Mercy almost dead, but University of Hawaii complete the defense.
They just barely managed to hold on, and in doing so, they give themselves hope. Say and Akamai are both very close to those DPS ultimates. UC Irvine with that failed attack. I mean, the closest thing they have is PG1 on the mines, a really good zoning ultimate, but you're going to have the Molten Core and the Bob. Oh, no, you won't have the Bob. Light takes Akamai out of the fight. Okay, the res comes through from Banana, so University of Hawaii back up to 6, but that's still a huge ability to get out of Banana Lumpia.
I mean, now you take out Matthew, the other wrecking ball that can cause a lot of problems. But here on XL, they go ahead and call down Pain. As down goes University of Hawaii, they lose key members. They're losing so quickly in a pot of that. It feels like it's a full-on challenge. UC Irvine all stacked on this point, and that is it. UC Irvine on push number 2. Take the series over University of Hawaii.
You see Irvine showing why they finished in the top 8 of the Overwatch Collegiate Championship. This is a team that I don't think very many people talk about when discussing the best teams in collegiate Overwatch, but they have been around for a while. They have been playing together for a long time, and it absolutely shows. UC Irvine are one of the teams to watch when it comes to this overall series, because I think they have the talent and the potential to take it to anyone that's still hanging around in the bracket.
Of course, it was so dangerous for Hawaii. They were up against that Goliath, against that sleeper pick that was sitting in the back lines, and now we do get to see the full force. UC Irvine go ahead and move on into the semifinals. They will play the winner of UCF and Illinois State. And of course, that does mean we are done here with the round of 16 and quarterfinals dividing. So that unfortunately means we will be saying a very sad goodbye to you. But before we do that, I want to get a prediction from you, because you have pretty much called a majority share of these teams to move forward. I want to ask your predictions of the semifinals. On the flip side, we do have Converse versus Old Dominion. Old Dominion, I mean, they've had a little bit of an easy ride forward, so Converse is going to be a big challenge. But then, I mean, if you're taking a look at UCI versus potentially UCF or Illinois State, I mean, what are some of the potential implications that we could have there?
Yeah, looking at the semifinals, you've got Converse, a team that I actually saw last weekend at the University of Kentucky Invitational, where they played against teams like Ohio State, like Grandview, and ended up taking the entire event. They are a very strong team. Could be considered one of the top 16 in the country if they weren't forced to drop out of the Overwatch Collegiate Cup midway through it. They're a very good team. I'm expecting them to get by Old Dominion fairly easily. A little unfortunate that Old Dominion got through to the semifinals through what looks like 2 forfeits. It is what it is. Old Dominion, you take those wins when you can, but I don't see this team getting past Converse here. As far as the semifinals, UCI, I have sung their praises throughout, but when it comes to at least looking at their placements, they were about the same as UTD. They made it to the same spot, so I believe that Illinois State will probably be able to get past them just like they did UTD in the last round that we saw. As far as the finals, then, that would make it Illinois State versus Converse. And while I do really like Converse as a team, I met a lot of their players. They're super fun to hang out with and a good team. They have a lot of fun while they play. The pedigree of Illinois State, I think, is just going to be a little bit too strong at the end of the day. I think Illinois State will be punching their ticket to Atlanta by the end of the night.
Alrighty, well, that is going to be a strong prediction here, and I like it. Saying Illinois State is going to run the gauntlet here. I'm very excited to see it, of course. Dividing, we will go ahead and unfortunately say goodbye to you. Any parting words before we go to break?
Hey, you're in good hands and much better facial hair. Joko God will be taking my place after this game to take you through the semifinals and the finals. Of course, if you liked what you saw from me, my Twitter handle is down below. You can follow me there, and I'm really looking forward to see how this last chance qualifier turns out.
Of course, thank you so much again, Dividing. We will go to a very quick break, and we'll get the next set of teams up as we are going to our best of 5 series. You do not want to miss any of this collegiate action, so please don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Of the dead. 30 seconds remaining. Let them out. I'm on fire. Get in here. Barrier activated.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome back to the CECC Last Chance Qualifiers. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and I am joined by Orbital. And Orbital, unfortunately, we have a little bit of news for everybody. This next match that was scheduled between Old Dominion and Converse is a forfeit. We unfortunately weren't able to get Old Dominion into the game, so time has expired now, and Converse will be moving on to the next step of the ladder.
Yes, they will, and of course, Converse is one that was slated to do very, very well in this tournament, but it always feels kind of rough. So, unfortunately, we will not have our regularly scheduled 8 p.m. matchup that we have, but we have the adjustments in the works for you right now.
That we do. We are going to be catching the Illinois versus, oh, hold on one second. Let me pull that
UCI.
bracket up again. Illinois going up against UCI. So we will be taking that match at 9 p.m. Eastern. So stick around, about a little under 40 minutes from now. We'll be back with that one. And if we can get it started earlier, we will. So be sure to stick around. Stay tuned. We'll be back here as soon as we can with that exciting matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome back to the CECC Last Chance Qualifiers. We have made it all the way to the semifinals. My name is Warren Jugglegod Hammond, joined on the mic tonight by Orbital. How are you doing?
I've been doing good. It's been a good day so far. The teams have been playing through some excellent matches, and we've been able to spot out most of the teams. So now into the semifinals, I'm excited to see what a best of 5 can bring.
As am I. We're going to be watching the ISU Redbirds going up against UC Irvine. Both of these teams, they made it through their earlier matches with not too much trouble, I would say. Each of them looking pretty dominant. So as we move into this semifinal, you and I were talking beforehand, and you mentioned this is one of the first times these teams are really going to be tested.
It is. So this is, of course, for the side of UC Irvine, they've had a little bit of a coaster, and it's not to say that it's been bad. It's just they've been very dominant. This squad seems on point the entire time that they've played, and it doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. However, of course, you're going up against Illinois State, and we heard it from Dividing earlier, and I'm going to follow along behind because I'm a bandwagoner of epic proportions. Illinois State are a very strong team. They're a composition that does well in understanding the current meta as well as their opponents, and they also had a marquee matchup at the beginning, right? This is a team that faced off against UT Dallas, another renowned school, and after rebuilding their roster this semester, seem to be taking them to town. Very, very well done so far, and now they're looking to continue. They want to go off into the grand finals and have a shot at making it into the early May LAN that'll be put on here shortly.
Exactly. Now, these two teams, they favor different looks a little bit. UC Irvine, really a big fan of this double bubble. And in particular, I'm going to be looking at Supreme and Light as a couple of the big playmakers on UC Irvine. Of course, we're going to have Gig, one of the standout players for ISU, especially in a brawl composition. So, my question going in here is Light really going to be able to take out Gig, make their life hard enough to give them the fight win? We're going to see a very aggressive push coming out from ISU to start things off here on the Paul Orbital. They're going to chase away that UC Irvine composition back into this mega health pack room. Gig swinging his hammer, going down to about half health. But in the meantime, Illinois State able to get 2 big picks. Light out of the fight, as is Dash. So with those two on the board, they're going to be able to take this first fight win and point control.
I mean, they can, but again, UC Irvine causing a little disruption in the back. There we go, clearing out the last of the stragglers. And as he said, Illinois State, very, very clean, very, very quick start. And this is playing exactly to their tempo. Main thing to keep eyes on, Gig, stacking up that ulti charge. 63% and counting as Rupal is going to open things up with the Matrix.
Gonna be a lot of damage pouring through that window, so much that UC Irvine decides just to get out of its way as much as they can. They're gonna back off and give ISU some space while they regroup. Here comes Mashiro in to try and push out of this little room that so far Irvine hasn't been able to make it out to. They've got a little progress now. Mashiro has the Primal Rage as well. They're gonna pop it and start to disrupt this brawl composition. It goes down very low. They were able to get the shatter off, but nothing's going to be coming from it. Light try to put in as much damage as they can. Xcal also just about has this EMP ready to go. I don't know if they're going to be able, or if they're going to be able to use it though, because Eiko strikes back. They're going to be taken out shortly thereafter, though. Vision with a Deadeye to find a pick as well. 46% on the board now for ISU, and despite a couple early picks in favor of Irvine, this has gone the way of ISU.
Of course, and that is their gun duels. That's their scrambling that they've been able to play very well. And against this double bubble, they have not allowed the double bubble to set up at all. You can see PG consistently falling. That was Light and Xcal taken out of the fight as well, even after burning the EMP. So Illinois State really ensuring that they understand those strengths and weaknesses that are currently being set up by UC Irvine. Well played so far from ISU. It doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
It does, and especially when you look at the ults for both of these teams. ISU has 3 online, whereas Irvine doesn't have any. Light going to be taken out of the fight quick. We've got a Death Blossom over on the coast from Eiko. I think they got booped out there. We're going to see another heavy push coming in from ISU with 90% on the board. This is theirs to lose.
It's the very nice choke point from Illinois State. And again, now pushing out into enemy territory. UC Irvine did not have a single chance. And that's all it took. Illinois State, well fought, well played, well controlled the entire time from start to finish. UC Irvine only got minor touches. They were only able to sit on the site with a single player each time. And Illinois State still showing that they are on fire, and it's not going to change anytime soon.
No, that was absolutely tremendous. I mean, we talked at the beginning of this broadcast how, this is going to be the very first test for either of these teams, and so far ISU is passing it with flying colors. UC Irvine, I think they're going to have to make some adjustments here, and one thing I wanted to bring up too is that UC Irvine, they look their best on Koth maps, right? This is one of their strengths, and so because they've gone down 100-0 on this first submap, I'm worried for UC Irvine right now as we move into Village.
Yeah, this is a very, very dangerous scenario overall because Illinois State, they love these rumble compositions. They love playing in a little bit scrappier fashion. What you're really looking for, though, is that Sombra Xcal going to be running that one and going to try and lay waste to the back line. Illinois State, if they're playing appropriately, they shouldn't have too many problems.
In fact, they're going to take care of two of those problems right away. That's Supreme and Dash out of the equation, but UC Irvine going to strike back. It's not going to be enough, though, to overcome the picks that ISU got. They're going to walk away with a first point capture.
And that was because Illinois State were able to take the fight to UC Irvine, and UC Irvine gave way. When you have a Sombra, you're not really willing to take that frontal fight as quickly as possible, and especially with a Symmetra, it's very difficult to do so. You don't have the front end burst that you're normally looking at, and that's what happened. Illinois State understood that condition and were able to play straight into their own strength. Now Xcal is looking for those picks on the side. That's what you're hoping to find before UC Irvine can really set up.
Unfortunately, Dash going to be taken out once again. They weren't able to get the pick onto Vision either. So UC Irvine, this momentum starting to slow just a little bit that they had built up. Xcal forced to EP away as well. Supreme doing as much as they can to keep their team alive. Light going to go ahead and pop that photon barrier as well. Hack comes in on the Gig. They're going to be able to push him out of the equation for a little while, but not before they take Supreme down as well. And Supreme just about had that nano boost ready to go. Point flipping over in favor of UC Irvine, but things are still going pretty well for ISU.
They're going, I would say, actually extremely well, right?
Yeah,
Every
fair.
single time that we're watching this happen, it doesn't matter, right? Remember, in all of these games, it's not about the kills. This isn't Death Squad. It isn't Deathmatch, whatever you want to see. It's the objectives, and the objective has been controlled so far by Illinois State. Yes, we've seen touches, but again, it's one or two members, and now we get to see the beat drop go down as Liars keeping everyone shielded up.
All right, this is big for UC Irvine. They've got a couple of picks on the board. Vision with just a sliver of health. They're going to be taken out by a primaling Mashiro. They're able to flip the point in their favor. Can they get these last few picks in order to secure this fight win, Orbital? That's the big question.
I hope so as well, because I want to see UC Irvine be able to push this to around number 3. And now they're going to try and offset the kills, especially with that EMP in the back pocket. This could be a massive wombo if they can continue to put Illinois State on their back feet.
Yeah, and you know what? We mentioned before that UC Irvine sometimes has a hard time, letting go of lost fights. But right now, that's the problem with ISU. They should have regrouped, I think, in a much bigger way, because that EMP hit hard, and they were able to just wipe the floor with ISU.
What a fight as well. In Illinois State, though, I think they understood that was going to come one time or another. Whenever a Sombra is there, you understand it's going to happen at least once in that round. So appropriately planning for it. You still have the ultimates on your side, 96 on Gig, 58 going to React. The DPS, though, a little bit shy on that, so it's just going to be raw damage. UC Irvine, though, going to try and battle back here, keeping control of this point.
PG1 has this Graviton Surge ready to go. They're probably going to pop it in just a moment. They get stunned, but Diva's in their face. They don't have an opportunity. They go down, as does Dash. 2 win conditions off the board right now. Mashiro forced to pop the Primal just to try and buy enough time for PG1 and Dash to get back to point. Fortunately, Xcal is able to take out Gig, but Mashiro and Light fall shortly thereafter. ISU should be able to come back with this point in their favor.
And that was off of Vision's precision headshots there. It's very important to note that as without using the ulti, you're able to clear out a large chunk of UC Irvine squad, which gives control over. Now with 3 ultimates up and the Shatter gonna hit Mashiro. This is gonna be a big opportunity.
Mashiro down and on the ground. They're able to pop the adaptive shields, but they don't get too terribly much. Vision finds the pick with the Deadeye. React out of the fight as well. This could go either way, but right now, Irvine putting a lot of pressure on point. They're going to be able to keep ISU off it and flip it over in their favor. That is a huge boon for them, especially after the supports pick up a couple of kills.
EMP gave an opportunity to take down Gig, and you can see it's now a scramble composition. Gig switching to the Wrecking Ball, hoping to get back on point just a little bit faster, and they're gonna have to scramble as hard as possible for this, but the Gravitic Flux is, the Graviton Surge actually is still gonna be available. This could be a huge ticket ulti.
Oh, it absolutely could. We're going to see Gig trying to do as much as they can. Sound Barrier going to give a tremendous amount of health to them. In fact, it's going to be Mashiro falls first and free out of the fight. Eiko strikes back with a Death Blossom, and with 96% on the board, ISU coming back in this. They're going to be able to flip the point in their control. Somebody has to touch from UC Irvine. They barely do. But there's just one player. Overtime's ticking over, and that will be the first map in the hands of ISU.
Illinois State playing strong and fast there, and it was looking a little bit dicey at the very end, but it was the timing factor, right? Illinois State, they had the appropriate ultimates, and they had the ability to come back in that fight. And of course, Gig here in round number 1 had an amazing shatter and a hold down here. You can see it here. Great slam, being able to lock down a majority share of UC Irvine, securing that round number 1. In later rounds, though, it was a phenomenal setup. Again, the rotational factor of Illinois State consistently kept UC Irvine kind of battling for a single step, right? Even though they were able to get on point, even though UC Irvine were able to push to overtime, it felt it was a straggler fight, right? At the very end, it felt like they were scrambling to have that defensive posture, and for Illinois State, they're able to take control of that fact. They're able to run back out from spawn. Still had just a little bit of time to work with, and able to take that second round.
Yeah, I want to echo one of the points that you just made, which was that these teams, they did a great job of counter each other, right? UCI was able to take what they learned on Sanctum and apply it to Village, right? They were able to scramble back, but like you said, it was ISU looking very, very dominant in their fight wins, whereas UCI, like you said, looking very, very scrappy, right? They were able to win these fights, but just by the skin of their teeth. And so I think moving forward, you have to give the advantage to ISU. Matt Pickable is going over to UCI, so they're likely going to try and find a way to maybe get Gig off of this Reinhardt, get them off of this brawl, and see if they can maybe let their dive shine a little bit more. Their double bubbles. So I'm thinking something like a Watchpoint Gibraltar or a Numbani could come next from this squad.
Of course, we have heard it is Dorado, so that is where we're going to go to next. It's going to be a nice little challenge to see here.
Mm-hmm.
I will say the bubble compositions do work in some sort of fashion. Whenever it comes to Escort, it's very fun to watch. But the interesting thing is also to see kind of the battleship come out, right? We do see some stationaries tend to happen, and it's been hit or miss, right? It is always going to be hit or miss with some of those kind of battleship styles, and maybe we do see that come out here. However, I do have high hopes for UC Irvine. Now, again, control points is very difficult. It's a consistent battle back and forth. This time around, you have a very clear difference. You have an offense and you have a defense. You get to play it out from there, and if you're on offense, you get to kind of set the pace, or at least the tone of the opener. But for ISU, I have a feeling that they're not they're not going to shy away from the defensive side either.
No, they're certainly not going to. And ISU is such a beautiful counter comp team, right? They know that they're going to Dorado. The dive is probably coming out. They're gonna be playing something to counter that, right? And whether that's a Roadhog just to try and get hooks, whether or not that's some kind of an Orisa composition, an Orisa Diva composition with a Brig in the backline, any number of things can come out here from ISU to try and counter the dive that is almost certainly going to be coming out from UC Irvine.
I'm also just more scared of the DPS situations as well, right? It's been dangerous all game long, and of course, Eiko on the side of UC Irvine has been a massive front, I do believe, but on the flip, we're seeing such great coordination to lock down these opponents. One of the huge things is, again, going back to the team fights, there are situations where it just felt ISU were a little bit more on point with those fights. It seemed like they were ready to corral together, take it front to back, and really win it out. I'm actually terrified to see them be able to scramble appropriately, right? With this pick and run composition to be able to bring it out. It's also a scary thought, just in a 1v1 situation with the duelists, that they do meet off on the back end. If these DPS meet each other, trying to scramble for each other's backlines, right? I'm very curious to see how it tunes out and who is actually going to take the victory, because that does happen on escorts every so often. A Sombra tries to peek off on the side, gets met with a Tracer, and all of a sudden you got a 1v1 duel. Those can make or break some of these initiatives that is taken by either the defense or attack.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you mentioned that, ISU has shown they can take it front to back, right? Well, this is probably going to be a situation where we're going to see both teams taking it back to front. The supports, who's going to have the better dive? Who's going to have the better pressure put on those supports? That's likely who's going to come out ahead here.
Yeah, it's a challenge nonetheless, and of course you see Irvine now feeling kind of the weight and the pressure. There comes a point in a best of 5 where you're kind of looking down, and especially if you go 0-2 in the opening rounds, it's very difficult to pull yourself out of that mental kind of boon here, and especially going 2-0 at the start or getting 0-2'd at the start here on control. Yes, you can drop control, but if you lose this map, if you lose escort, it hurts quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I want to see UC Irvine kind of battle back here, at least make it close and feel a little bit more competitive on this, even if they're not comfortable with it. And we can see here UC Irvine, of course, kicking it off on the defensive side. I can appreciate this quite a bit here, and they're going for a little bit, as we said, kind of that hit and run style. Yes, you have that Cassidy on the back line, but the Tracer for Light is something that I really do want to watch. When that Tracer hits hard, it's a glorious sight.
Oh, it absolutely is. And you know what's going to be a glorious sight, too, is this Tracer duel that we're going to see most likely developing between Vision and Light. Now, each of them going to have, well, actually, I was going to say Vision could have a Mercy Pocket here, but that's likely going to go on to Aiko as well. So, this is going to be a very interesting matchup right here. Going to see both teams now vying for control over the high ground. The fight's going to quickly move down to the point. Mashiro keeping control of that high ground, though, for UC Irvine. Now the dive coming in from ISU. Aiko looking to put in a little bit more damage into Mashiro, seeing if they can take that initiation tool, that tip of the spear, out of the equation. But so far, so good for both of these teams. No picks on either side. Cart only making a little bit of progress. And both teams now, well, ISU starting to get control now of the high ground. They've got this one building. They're going to be looking to see if they can get it now over where XCal is raining down these shots from his 6-shooter. Mashiro as well, getting pretty close to that primal rage, as is Gig, but Gig just now coming back from spawn.
Will do their best to try and make it work. Of course, Aiko dropping straight in, and the laser from Mashiro trying to bleed through some of these shields. Now going into that rage, as you were talking about, trying to flay their way through, but immediately gets slept on. So you see Irvine, these ultimates, not really getting to work with as much, and Illinois State were forced off of that payload, but maybe they can work it out a little bit more here. Now they have 4 of their own to work with.
That they do, and I'm really going to be looking at this Nano from RuPaul to get a lot of work done. We're going to see it committed now onto Gig. They're going to get that Primal Rage very quickly. XCal now, flashing that, banning that Hammer, seeing if they can get a lot of damage into them, but they're going to be able to move out with relative ease. That's going to be XCal taking out Gig, though, after the Deadeye. Just a little bit of follow-up to get that final pick. UC Irvine, they're looking great on defense right now, Orbital.
And this is what I was kind of hoping for. When UC Irvine are allowed to kind of open up here and set up appropriately, it feels a lot stronger for themselves. And this is what I really, really do like to see. Of course, now running around and just getting those snipes off. You can see it here. Mashiro going a little bit ham with the boost up from Supreme. It's going to make such quick work of Illinois State, as now they have been stalled out twice here in the opener.
Yeah, this is absolutely tremendous for UC Irvine. This is exactly what they wanted to see here, right? They knew that they were playing to their strengths going to Dorado here, and it's really, really showing. ISU, they're playing a fairly almost a mirror composition, and I wonder if maybe they shouldn't think about swapping to something else. But the question is, what do you swap to here?
And I don't think you can swap just yet. Again, you're looking at the ult economy here, and Illinois State are very close to hitting those breakpoints, so you don't want to swap just yet. Most likely, if a swap does happen, it comes out after you hit that first checkpoint. With these ultimates up, you're hoping to catch something on the back line, and Vision actually doesn't find anything with that pulse spawn.
That's going to be Mashiro forced into a Primal Rage despite being able to get that Mega Health pack as well. React's going to throw out a Self-Destruct. It's going to find one. Light down. That's going to open up Vision quite a bit. Aiko going to be duplicating that Brigitte as well. Unsure if that was intentional or not. You never really know when a support gets duped. XCal finds a couple of picks, but Aiko is not done yet. They're able to take Supreme out of a fight. no supports left for UC Irvine. ISU, all they got to do is take it over this line, but XCal is in the way.
XCal on quite a few precision shots, and I would like to correct myself from earlier. I mistakenly said that Aiko was, of course, on UC Irvine's side, and I misspoke there, of course. The one that I was watching was XCal, I believe, one of the others in that slot. So very, very powerful shots either way from XCal. Illinois State for Aiko, hoping to bring a little bit of pain with that. Echo and Gig, of course, surviving through a majority share of the damage, is now going to try and ramp things up. They are 1.29 from the first checkpoint.
Can they get it over that mark? They're going to have to get through this self-destruct just launched by PG1. Not going to result in a kill, but look at this. ISU striking back with several kills in a row. They will get to see the streets of Dorado.
Well played, and then the cleanup duty on the back end, and that was the force it felt coming out of Illinois State. And UC Irvine, I don't think we're appropriately prepared for that. They did drop the Soldier 76 ultimate as well as Diva Bomb, and it was just kind of disjointed, right? At that point, Illinois State had already kind of flooded forward and allowed themselves the opportunity to branch in on that payload, and it worked out well. Now they get the chance to kind of work their magic once again. 2 minutes on the clock, already pushing up about a quarter of the way to checkpoint number 2. UC Irvine ready and waiting with the Primal Surge and hoping to layer it with light Pulse Bomb.
Here comes the Primal Rage from Mashiro after the engagement from Gig. They've got their own Primal Rage, and they are just biding their time, hoping that they can pop it later and have a little bit more value. Mashiro's has expired right now. That's going to be the duplicate coming in from Aiko. They find the Diva. They're going to be getting so many self-destructs here. First one already online. They're going to launch it as they try and hunt down this Anna. RuPaul going down very low, but they're able to stay alive long enough to deliver this Nano at least. It's going to be Vision now with a lot of damage put onto UC Irvine, and once again they are starting to fall apart. Illinois State, even though they're 2 players down, they're still able to push this cart.
And that was all through the actual fight that occurred. So UC Irvine, for all the fighting that occurred, Illinois State were able to force them far enough away that this is currently sitting at about 75% or more, right? It was very, very well done from Illinois State. And with the ultimates that were dropped, though, this might stall out. I'm looking for maybe a little quick burst of a fight, and then with about 20 seconds left, it's one hard push from Illinois State to try and cap it out on checkpoint 2.
It's going to be XCal using the Deadeye to just keep ISU away, get enough time for Mashiro to come back in the fight. So excellent stall tactic right there, and that's exactly what you want to use the Deadeye for, right? It's not necessarily a guaranteed kill, but it's guaranteed space. PG1, though, going to be demeched after getting hit by an anti-nade. In the meantime, though, XCal finds Aiko, so no more aerial threat in tow. That's going to be Gig falling as well. So it's just going to be up to React and a handful of other players, including Lyra, to try and get things done. They pop the rally. Is that going to be enough? It gets XCal out of the fight. But Mashiro is back. They've got the Primal Rage. They're going to have the Nano delivered to them as well with 5 seconds left to go. ISU has to find purchase on this point, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. Mashiro now pops the Primal Rage as well, then dash with the rally on top.
So much being expended here because, of course, we are into OT. It's going to be contested on the front with the Diva Bomb sent out. Pulse Bomb on the back end was able to catch Dash, and it seems to have given Illinois State an opportunity. But that's going to be the High Noon coming out here, and that's the bomb that's necessary. Great kills on the DPS. Illinois State running tanks and the healers only.
It's going to be RuPaul delivering a Nano boost, but it's not going to result in someone touching, unfortunately, and with that, UC Irvine stops the cart at 91.49 meters through the streets of Dorado.
That was right before the second checkpoint as well, so you see Irvine feeling real good about that one. Now they get their own chances here for Illinois State. I'm taking a look once again at Aiko and Gig. These two had a little bit of trouble trying to spread their wings, right? It was a last-ditch effort on checkpoint 1 and checkpoint 2. That one swung a little bit short. I want to see him have a phenomenal setup here, though. Gig has been really good at finding those opportunities with any big-ticket ultimates that you're looking at. For UC Irvine's side, XCal was on point, though. Those defensive shots coming out of that Cassidy laid waste to Illinois State. If they can do it again, that's going to be very, very important. We can see the Symmetra ready with the teleport. This does tell me that UC Irvine are maybe going to look for a back alley brawl and try and catch Illinois State a little bit off guard, maybe find RuPaul and Liar before they can really prep that help as well.
This is interesting, too. I'm taking a peek at what Illinois State is deciding or is opting to run out with. We do have a call for pause in chat, so likely going to be taking a break here for just a minute. But Illinois State, they're absolutely looking to counter this UC Irvine dive. I mean, they've got the Briggs in the back. They're running a classic ball composition here, like a ball disruption composition. So, you know, they want to shut down Mashiro. They want to shut down PG1. And if they can do that, then they can likely come away with a fight win here.
It would feel really good about that as well. And then taking a look, though, it's Mashiro and PG1 have been healed up very, very nicely by Supreme and Dash. It's been very, very good on their point. And I have to give credit where credit is due, right? The healers for both squads have actually been on point. Sometimes you do see them step out of position every so often, and it's a very rough time, right? Everyone knows in their solo queue experience or anything like that, man, the healer literally stepped into the range of fire. No. These guys are on point. They know exactly where to position themselves to stay alive and also lay down the most suppressive fire that they can, because as a util, your one job is not to only be able to heal up the tanks and DPS, it's to provide cover fire. It's to provide information, and that's what's happening. They have not died as much as I would have expected in some of those scrambles, so very well done to both sides to make these more elongated than I think either team is really ready for.
Right, and I think longer than either of us expected as well. I mean, we said, you know, a lot of this was going to come down to who can dive the supports quickest and easiest, right? But that wasn't the case, right? Both of them still almost working this back to front, maybe mid to front. You know, I think it was the DPS who were targeted a lot in these engagements. So, yeah, very, very interesting the way that this has all played out and the way that it's likely to continue to play out. Although now with ISU going over to this ball composition, maybe we are going to see these heavy dives coming onto the backline.
I could see it, and with the ball comp, we discussed it before, how it can disrupt the likeness of UC Irvine. UC Irvine's the ones kind of like that double shield composition coming in with the double bubble, whatever you want to call it. It's a favorite of many people here. At the same time, though, the Cassidy I saw was coming back out, so might not have the damage backing that we might be expecting with that composition. It's going to be more just for themselves as well, keep everyone off of that payload, right? Just try and push it forward as quickly as possible. The Wrecking Ball is going to be the main thing. I'm excited to see what Aiko is going to bring out, though, right? I want to see how this one plays out and how well Aiko can utilize that open space above ground, because last time, yes, you get some kills, but you were challenged in the air quite often. That's what happened. We saw the shots come out, and Aiko was unfortunately grounded every so often. So I want to see how they're able to play it out here on their own defensive side.
Yeah, as am I. Aiko, once again, going to be in the air without that Mercy pocket as well. And so I think that was a, you know, potentially a difference maker too. You know, there was no res in play. There was no healing coming in. So whatever X-Cal hit on that Cassidy was going to land and stick for Aiko unless, you know, they were able to kite back to their team. We're going to see a Wrecking Ball Gig take a forward position here, trying to knock a couple people off that high ground, but getting pressured from behind as well. Going to be forced out to that Mega, but it's going to give an opportunity for them to try and disrupt some of the action on the high ground from UC Irvine. Aiko now layering in a little bit of damage as well. And ISU just really taking their time right now, I think, to surround UC Irvine, to really plan out exactly when and where they're going to strike. They're going to be looking for somebody weak, somebody who is vulnerable. And right now, nobody really is. UC Irvine staying pretty well grouped up. Mashiro trying to put in a little bit of damage. Here comes a dive onto the high ground, a soft dive. They're going to be pushed away now by those sticky bombs into some healing from their team. But a good amount of card progress already made, and Illinois State hasn't really found the opening that they've been looking for.
They're just still scrambling. And again, just trying to build up that ult economy. Vision and Aiko prepping themselves appropriately, both sitting well above, and now boosting themselves up to 74 and 78. That should be the kind of the signal to push forward and try and lock down this defensive posture. UC Irvine already pushing past the 50% mark, so very well done on their end. And now they're going to sprint in from the side angle.
Nano Boost committed onto Mashiro. That is a tremendous amount of damage coming out from that Tesla cannon. X-Cal, PG1, though, combining for a couple of kills. That's going to be Liar, the IGL, out of the fight for ISU and Aiko right before they got that duplicate online and ready to go. But Mashiro caught out in a rough place. They're going to be forced to back off, but this point is almost completely capped by UC Irvine.
What a fantastic play, and UC Irvine showing off that, hey, maybe control wasn't our best one, but this time around we're looking much smoother. At this point, UC Irvine with 3 ultimates as well, and these are key ultimates. Keep that in mind. Pulse Spawn plus the High Noon and into that Primal Rage. It can cause a lot of disruption for their squad, and UC Irvine have consistently used this to try and break up Illinois State's defense.
Gonna be one pick on either side. No tracer left for either team. Flashbang, the hammer comes in onto the high ground. That's gonna take Gig very, very low. They are gonna be picked out by XCal as well. Supreme does go down, but Dash has this rally, and they could potentially use that to keep this momentum, keep pushing forward. That, along with this Primal Rage, is so much sustain for UC Irvine. Illinois State gonna have to come up with a tremendous amount of damage in order to break through all of this.
I mean, one way to slow it down is that minefield, so Gig is going to go ahead and drop that one, but I think that's a little bit of a moot point. Aiko already going to clone up and try and break through as quickly as possible, but is getting chipped away so easily, and that's how quickly UC Irvine were ready and waiting. So they play it well, they play it smart, and continue their push forward, but now it's stalled out. PG1 and Light falling.
Yeah, with PG1 Light going down, the rest of the members of UC Irvine gonna fall by the wayside, and Illinois State able to overcome a lot of that sustain. Mashiro didn't get the Primal online, but, you know, that could have been a very wise choice, because now they're gonna have 4 ultimates coming into this fight. 3 minutes left to go on the clock, too. It's not not an insignificant amount of time, but it's not a ton of time either.
It's a little bit of a slow going, but with these 4 ultimates up, the ult economy lays heavily into UC Irvine's pocket. Again, the Diva Bomb might be the only thing to stop it, but even that's going to be a rough one, right? RuPaul might also be able to delay the inevitable, but it feels like UC Irvine are getting prepped for this final fight. Light takes out 2.
Wow. Light with a big pair of picks right there. And with the Nano Boost committed onto Mashiro as well, that's going to make life very difficult. Nigh impossible for Illinois State to stay around. We're going to see a swap coming in on the DPS. Aiko going over to that Winston to try and just chunk through this. Or, sorry, going over to that Reaper to try and chunk through that Winston as quick as they can.
And this is surprising because UC Irvine, we were wondering if they were going to play a little bit more defensive, you know, prep around that payload as much as possible and kind of bounce back the aggression, but they take the fight forward and have consistently found it. And there's the High Noon taking out Gig. RuPaul, though, wanting Mashiro's life.
XCal coming in with a couple of major picks for UC Irvine. Gig has respawned, so they're going to be entering the fray again very quickly. Irvine needs to get these kills. They need to get them quick if they're hoping to come back in the series, and they are getting them. They are primed to tie this at 1 apiece. Orbital, just these last daggers coming in. Liar not going to be there for too long for ISU, and with that, Irvine evens the score at 1 apiece.
So well fought over and over again, and I was curious, you know, how is this going to play out? Were UC Irvine going to try and challenge in the side wings or anything like that? And yes, they had some fantastic flanks coming out here, but what we did see is a controlled mid-round fight. It's the control around the payload that this specifically plays were made. Dash, of course, getting play of the game here at the very end here to clear out the rest of the members. It was a well-fought battle, and you see Irvine give themselves a little bit of breather. Now we're down to a best of 3, right? Map number 3, yeah. It is going to be an assault map. It's a 2CP. Some players not so favorite map style to go to, but I feel like this one might land back in the pocket of Illinois State. They showed their strengths on control already. Maybe this time around they can put their strengths into a much more favorable position.
Yeah, they very well could. And this matchup could just go swing one way and then the other, right? Because both of these teams are very strong on specific compositions, right? And, you know, if they're able to keep their map picks the way they like them, yeah, this could absolutely swing back and forth. And, you know, as we're heading onto an assault map, my mind immediately goes to Hanamura, right? You want to get Gig back on that ride. You want to find yourself on that brawl again. And that, I think, is the perfect place to go. I know we've seen a lot of Anubis today, so you know, maybe we'll get another reprieve from that. But you know what? But it's not going to be either. It's going to be Volskaya that we head to next, Orbital.
And I personally love this map. Number one, because of the cheeky areas that can come out here, but also just it's very, very standard. There's an outside and there's an inside. You're looking at point A, it's going to encapsulate a lot of what these DPS do like to do. Very open, very freeform, and you have the ability to kind of sneak in and out of some of these fights. For the side of Illinois State, this kind of counterattack style I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off, right? The ball comp is going to, or not the ball comp, very sorry, the bubble shield comp is going to enjoy the fact that these points are going to be locked down fairly quickly. You have a nice encapsulation on A. If you drop the bubbles well within the bounds, you're going to be able to have all zones spread out, have the DPS kind of running around playing tag over and over again. It's on B site that I think we're going to possibly see a little bit of a fumble. That's where it's just so easy, right, for the defensive side, and that in itself lends itself to Illinois State, the scramble squad. I'm going to call them that from now on. The scramble squad that loves going this consistent fight over and over again. In the elongated battles, that's where we see Illinois State shine, but not so much when the ults are up, when the consistent play from the playbook is made from UC Irvine side.
You're absolutely right. And when they've got that consistent play, things go very, very well for them, as we've seen on Dorado. And you mentioned the double bubble composition as well for UC Irvine, and I want to drop back to that for just a second, because if they opt for a double bubble defense, which is, you can do it, right? You can use Winston on that high ground in the middle there. That to me could be a little bit scary, but instead we're going to see them coming out with this ball sig composition on defense. Very low healing, but so much utility, so much damage that can come out from this squad. UC Irvine, they are going to be looking to take this as quick as they can, most likely. Whereas ISU, they're going to want to just push it to point as fast as they can as well. So tempo going to be high, I think, for both these squads.
I think so as well. And for the double bubble, I would like to see it on attack. I did not realize that we were going to see UC Irvine on the defensive side first. And this is also the first time I think we see a Sigma here in this series, which is quite surprising.
Yes.
Sigma is one that I feel is also a very good general off tank or main tank, whatever you want to say. It just feels very powerful in a lot of scenarios, and it doesn't really have a bad spot to be in. But Mashiro, oh, this is rude again. This is a standard for a wrecking ball.
Oh yeah, they're gonna start to kite around, opting not to go for the hard engage because I mean they've got a Cassidy, they've got that Lucio, they've got a lot of CC that you can use. It's going to be Illinois State wrapping around that high ground. They're looking to try and disrupt PG1 on that Sigma, right? They want to close that distance on Sigma because that's where Gig is going to shine and PG1 is going to have problems. They've narrowed that gap. They're able to take them out. And with Light going down first, that meant that Vision and Echo had just free reign. And ISU, they're playing Ring Around the Rosie, and they're winning.
That was entertaining to say the least, and this is again what I was a little bit worried about this. Illinois State, they thrive on kind of the reactionary plays, right? And we said it at the beginning, and this will be the theme of the entire series, is reactionary and kind of off the cuff style. It's Illinois State's favor. This is how they want to play. This is how they want to force reactions, because you see Irvine take time to set up their plays. They take time to prep themselves. And you can even see the swap of PG and Mashiro dropping back into that Winston and the Diva. This is a very standard setup, but this is a force. Illinois State have forced UC Irvine's hand.
That they have, and they're going to be able to come out of this too with the ult advantage. Vision already has that Deadeye, and with RuPaul with the amplification matrix as well, that could end in some very quick picks. Deadeye going to be used to allow ISU to push on to point. They're going to pop the window as well to help them keep it too. It's going to be Mashiro now trying to dive onto that high ground, see if they can disrupt a couple of players. React goes down, and with that, it's going to be ISU backing up briefly until they get that pick onto Light, and Xcal, the Shatter, lands. Now ISU in a position to potentially snowball this, but the nano boost onto PG1 is causing a lot of problems, and the spawn advantage firmly in UC Irvine's favor.
And honestly, Illinois State played that about as good as they could have, right? The Shatter came out as soon as the Dragon came down from Xcal, so Illinois State responded in kind, but as you said, B is a little bit harder to hang on to. The respawns came in for UC Irvine. They were able to get their DPS back out, and it was a well-fought battle. Again, UC Irvine hanging on to it, and now they have the Pulse Bomb, now they have the Diva Bomb. These are both going to be exceptional ultimates to run. Illinois State, though, wanting to flank in from an edge. They drop 4, they push 5 up. They're converting their 6. This is going to be a sidearm swing. Can they make this work?
We are about to find out. They're looking for the time to drop. Here comes the speed boost as well. They jump over onto that high ground. They're trying to pressure Supreme out as much as they can. Xcal going to be the first that falls. Huge Death Blossom coming in from Echo. Light is going to get a counter pick onto RuPaul, but the sound barrier is there from Liar. And now it's just PG1 left on point trying to stall this out. They've got Nothing left to go on. React has the self-destruct as well. They can use that to stall this out. 1 tick already on the board for ISU, but the stalls are coming in, Orbital.
I mean, it's so close. Look at that. They were able to stall it out, but they still got to get back. It was another boost to step out. 88%, and in comes Vision with the shots.
That's going to be both DPS for UC Irvine out of the equation. PG1 gonna fall out of mech as well. ISU in a tremendously good position right here with almost 3.5 minutes on the clock as well. Supreme lets loose with another nano boost, but Xcal out of the fight. It's a counter pick onto Echo though. No Reaper to be found anywhere. And with UC Irvine once again with the spawn advantage, this could be them coming back and pushing ISU away.
They could, but they gave up so much ground in that. And now it's a shatter back. Oh, Illinois State come back fighting so quickly.
Dash is already gone. Supreme with just a sliver of health once again. They're desperately trying to find a health pack to heal back up. Light able to find Gig, though. That's going to stall things out a little bit for ISU.
Are you kidding me? Illinois State, once again, understand that if they give too much time, UC Irvine, we're going to be able to prep appropriately, and they came in swinging. Now they're going to go ahead and form the Matrix. They're just going to continuously onslaught the site. Oh, the boom!
They are. Oh, what a boot from Dash to take out the ulting Echo. We're going to see the Nano and the Rally committed from UC Irvine to try and stay alive, because, again, a couple picks come in favor of ISU, but they aren't able to convert those into a fight win. There's still a couple of picks coming in favor of UC Irvine, and that's all that they need to hold on to point.
That boop, that denial by Dash was so important. You saw what it could do, and Vision already back with this high noon. They're going to try and keep sprinting, and at this point, it almost feels like Illinois State are scrambling a little bit here.
It really does, and now Xcal striking back with a Death Blossom of their own, and they weren't near the coast, so that one stayed on ground and landed. It's going to be PG1 taking Echo out of the fight. Just a couple of members of ISU left, not in spawn, and they're going to be able to chase at least RuPaul and give them some trouble. React takes a trip back to spawn too via Mashiro's boot.
And my gosh, at this point, UC Irvine may have gotten a pinch on Illinois State, right? Illinois State, they're starting to wander into fights with half weapons ready. That's twice that they walked in, and yes, you had the high noon, yes, you had the Death Blossom, but they were desynced a little bit, and so they're going to try and regroup here. This is probably their best shot. Gig and React both have their ultis up and ready to go. Echo and Vision, not so much, but they're going to try and prep and ready themselves. Mashiro ready off on the wings.
They're going to be looking to use that minefield to try and disrupt this composition, possibly drop it onto point once they drop down there. Shatter lands. That's going to take Dash out of the fight immediately. Mashiro pops the mines because they know that ISU is going to be dropping to point, especially now that there's no support left for UC Irvine. DPS fall very quickly as well. PG1 going to be out of their mech very soon as well.
Oh!
Each one catching one. Mashiro, the last player left standing for UC Irvine. But did they hold on long enough to be able to get these respawns back? They swing out the point. It's going to be Supreme and Dash touching, but not for very long. As once again, Liar able to take them out and pop the sound barrier. Echo trying to get back the point as quick as they can to help their team out, because UC Irvine still mounting a solid defense here. 20 seconds left to go. ISU wants to finish this with time, but it's looking less and less likely as the seconds tick by.
And it's another high noon that clears out the fight. The original Diva Bomb swept out the mines. It gave freedom for Illinois State, and then the finisher was there. It was a 40-second battle that Illinois State went through, but it was a combination of ultis back and forth that finally let them have the win. 7.5 seconds left to finish out that round. And my gosh, to Illinois State, UC Irvine utilizing those respawns very well. They learned to kite it out as proper as they could. But it was a battle and a half there.
Yeah, it really, really was. UC Irvine, rather, Illinois State, they had to earn every single inch that they took right there. I mean, UC Irvine, they had their jaws clamped down on that point like a bulldog there at the end. I mean, they were just not letting go, right? And they did a beautiful job, I think, of sending their staggers in as well to just burn time off the clock, right? And fortunately for ISU, they were able to finish with 7.5 seconds. UC Irvine didn't quite push them to OT, but still, that's not a whole lot of time. UC Irvine has a great shot at taking this map.
They really do, and I can see it. Now, keep in mind, Illinois State, they ran Site A very, very quickly. It was a roundabout straight into cap, and that's where a majority share of their advantage came from, right? That's why the B attack felt like it took so long. UC Irvine, I have a feeling they're going to try and play it a little bit more slow and methodical, right? With the composition set up here, you want to build up those ultis. You want to try and get Bob prepped and ready to go. The Gig, though, Illinois State Gig, the Wrecking Ball might be looking to disrupt their back action. No, instead, they are going to go straight from the front. No shenanigans here on Illinois State's defensive side.
No, at least not to start things out. You're absolutely right when you said UC Irvine, they're going to want to take this very methodically, right? They're going to want to build up that nano boost for Supreme, and they're already halfway there. That is a tremendous pace that they are setting right now. Of course, one thing that means is that UC Irvine taking a lot of damage, but that's kind of what they want to do at this point. Vision has about 70% to their Bob as well, though, so which one of these ults is going to land hardest and land first? I think that's what's going to determine potentially this fight.
You can see it at this point, same thing as UC Irvine saying, hey, I don't think we hit enough shots. We're not sure what ultimates are going to be prepped and ready to go, so let's go ahead, back off, try a different route here, and I can really agree with this. Supreme now with the nano boost ready to go. This could be the opportunity. You want to prep it appropriately. You're trying to set everything up, and that's going to be the pop. In goes the fight.
Liar, though, with a beautiful boop to keep that nanoed Winston out of the equation, at least for a few seconds. They're going to be forced to go onto this high ground, and I got to say, that is not the value. I don't think that UC Irvine wanted to get out of that nano. That was one of their big opportunities, their big engagements, and now Vision going to be able to strike back with this Bob. It's going to make things very hard for UC Irvine, and already a minute and a half has been burned off the clock for their attack.
And that's what I was a little bit afraid of, right? UC Irvine, yes, they're consistent whenever they can prep appropriately and set it up, but that's what it takes. It's at the cost of time. Instead of maybe 5 to 6 aggressive attacks, you're looking at only maybe 3 or 4 major setups, and now we're seeing Aiko and React go ahead and swamp through UC Irvine's squad.
Yeah, they realized that UC Irvine, the tank was empty. It was time to strike, and strike is what they did, and UC Irvine there, I think, falling into one of the traps that we hoped we wouldn't see, and that's that they didn't let go of that fight quick enough, and so the staggers came in.
And it's so well timed. Illinois State must have done their homework as well. They understand these points because they took it. They know that they can win the outright gun duels as well. As we were saying, as long as the ultis aren't a major factor, Illinois State is going to have a little bit easier time, and now they have the ult economy in their favor. 5 ults out of 6 against 4 from UC Irvine. Depending on who drops what, this could be a clincher to force another minute out of UC Irvine.
Pulse Bomb gonna be eaten by React. Excellent play right there. The nano boost, though, gonna be committed onto Mashiro. They're gonna be able to get that Primal Rage going as well. Built that ultimate. Here comes RuPaul with the Transcendence, so to keep their team alive. Dash responds in kind with a rally. Ooh. But it's gonna be UC Irvine who's coming out on top in this fight. They were the ones who had the sustain. They were the ones who had the damage, and they will get this first point.
UC Irvine, they play it slow. They plant their feet no matter what's thrown in their face and say, we're going to play our own game, and they make it work. Solid division, solid play here, and they're going to do it again and again. Ultimates expended, all you have is a high noon. You want to take this one slow once again. High ground, get some damage down. See what ticks your goat, but in goes the Winston, the Wrecking Ball to try and make a little bit of a play.
Yeah, they want to strike first. That's going to be ISU's gameplay here, and strike first they do. That Pulse Bomb taking out a key member of the Irvine equation. Light goes down shortly thereafter, and that's going to be a quick reset.
It's going to be a nice little reset here, and you see Irvine go, all right. You made your point. You made your point. Aiko's like, yeah, get further out. Get further out. Illinois State, though, they hang on to a few key ultimates for themselves. Bob is ready to go. So is the Diva Bomb, and I'm very, very excited to see if they can move it out. You see Irvine still sticking with the same composition. Again, that's Zenyatta, still prepped, ready to go, 63%. I'm really looking forward to that Graviton Surge, and if you can hit a major squadron.
Yeah, they're going to have to get around React, though, and React has shown themselves to be very hungry today. A couple of ults eaten already, notably those Pulse Bombs from Light. Vision flanking around to this high ground now, looking for the opportune place to potentially loose this Bob. Gonna be an environmental kill in favor of Gig, taking Supreme once again out of the equation. So really a lot of value they're finding on this wrecking ball right now. They're going to start to search through the back lane as well. They found some of the members, but they get flashed. They're still going to get the kill. They go for the pile driver and almost survive, but the Tesla Canada Mashiro does find them. It's going to be PG1 out of the fight, though, and they just about had that grab, which we were both looking forward to see.
I mean, I was super excited. I hope to see it, and I hope to see it with a few extra bullets in there as well. Light and XCal both ready to go. Rally almost prepped to go. This could be a full onslaught. And remember, we said it before, UC Irvine do best when they're prepped, and their prep is almost complete.
It is. They just have to make sure Supreme survives this aggression coming out from Eiko. They're going to be forced back now by Mashiro on the Winston. So excellent heads-up play there from Mashiro to give a lot of room, give a lot of opportunity for their team to get the point. Here comes the Graviton Surge to catch this gig. Anti-nade lands as well. That's going to be them out of the fight. Fast, but Vision and Eiko strike back, and there's no tanks left for Irvine. Nana Boost and Rally have been committed, though. They're going to see if they can still make something of this, but respawns are in ISU's favor, and they still have the kill advantage.
The boops came out once again. You can see Dash and Supreme fell to their deaths, and that hurts. You expended so much. You expended the nano boost and the rally. So well played from Illinois State, and I have to give huge props to Vision and Eiko. I believe those were the two that primarily shut down the early engage, and then Liar on the back end was able to force multiple members off the edge of the map. So you see Irvine, they tried to plant their feet, but they were not able to settle up roots. They were chopped before they could really set themselves forward, and Illinois State, understanding that this is going to be the second to last push, most likely with the ultimates up.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful job of really taking the initiative that Illinois State has done. It's going to be a couple picks, though, in favor of UC Irvine. 33 seconds left to go, and we might see a photo finish here as well. Another pulse bomb eaten by React. Nothing is getting by these two divas right now. RuPaul now throwing in a lot of damage, able to find the head of PG1, take them out of the fight. Going to be another pick in favor of ISU, and what was initially going very well in favor of UC Irvine has now started to wither away into nothing. Eiko has a pulse bomb ready to go, but they might not even need it with the rate that ISU is getting these picks. 5 seconds left to go here, and almost nobody left from UC Irvine. Nobody on the point. I don't think they're even going to touch.
Oh, that hurts. For UC Irvine, they came so close to being able to get that touch and extending it. And that's going to be 2-1 in favor of Illinois State right now. And Dash going ahead and getting the play of the game. Let's go ahead and take a look at which one it is. That's a... Oh, that's a real one. That's mean. That's mean. That's not fair. But it's still very, very funny.
Was
very,
that
very
a
well
nano
played.
on the Reaper as well?
Yeah, I think so.
That was two ults. Taken out by one ability with a fairly short cooldown as well. So that's quite the play right there. You love to see it. You know, UC Irvine not able to scratch away a win right here, but they gave it a great effort, and I really liked what I saw out of them, especially on first point, right? They took a couple of rough losses there, but they were able to rally back and take a very convincing fight win. Weren't able to do the same on second, though, and that puts ISU at match point.
And it goes down again to the DPS. Eiko coming out with a solid performance here, really catching some of those phenomenal points. At the very end fights, a majority share of what UC Irvine were trying to do was stifled, right? They would lose a key healer in the back lines, or they would lose one of their DPS. And although it doesn't seem like that big of a deal, you know, you still see all the ultimates ready to go. It's that key playmaker, right? It's that essential piece of the puzzle that UC Irvine use as a catalyst to push themselves forward. Illinois State on the scramble played it at a much better pace, and plus on the defensive side, respawns. You always got to love the respawns there. So very, very well fought overall, and congratulations to Illinois State as they take a 2-1 lead and are moving into Game 4 with a much needed sigh of relief.
Yes, exactly. They're very happy that they have taken UCI to match point right now. We have our next map pick, and it's going to be Numbani, but we're going to see that after a short break. So giving the players a chance to get some water ourselves as well. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with what could be the conclusion of this match.
them out.
We are back, and what a back and forth affair it has been so far, Orbital. Game swapping sides every single time. We're headed to map 4. We're going to Numbani, and if I'm being honest, I think UCI is going to have the advantage here.
They had the advantage last time we had any sort of payload push selection. But then again, it was Illinois that came out with some of those wins on the capture points. So this is going to be a really nice test on this hybrid setup, and it's going to be very, very fun. So, excuse me, eyes are open for both sides. At this point, it has been fully identified, right? Just as we were saying earlier, and as Illinois State like to call themselves, they are a counterattack option. They are a team that thrives on having those counter picks come out and be able to really disassemble the opponents. For UC Irvine, they need to plant themselves. They need to have a rigorous meta composition set up, or I wouldn't even say meta. It's their comfort zone, and they have to be able to prep appropriately. It's going to depend on Illinois State. Can they fast push fast enough? That's really what it comes down to. And it sounds so weird to actually say that because it sounds so obvious, right? It sounds like on paper that's all you have to do, but that's really what it is. And this is going to rely once again on Eiko, which a little bit more open territory, the pick and run style with the Hanzo coming out. This is going to be a lot of disruption and pick off those that are segmented away from the opposing from the rest of the team. And that's what Illinois State are going to try and thrive on if these DPS picks hold.
You're right. They're going to be playing like vultures, right? They're just going to be looking for the weak ones, looking to swoop in and get that final blow. So Illinois State, they're going to take this, like you said, very pragmatically, very practically, right? They're going to be taking their time. They're going to be poking and prodding to see where the weaknesses are, and then they're going to strike. UC Irvine, on the other hand, they're going to be, once again, looking to build up this nano boost, looking to build up this bob of Excals, because those can be such impactful ultimates. We're going to see Eiko now pushing into the high ground. Illinois State has control over this side, so going to be able to get a nice boop as well onto the support line of UC Irvine, making them scramble, making them look for safety, look for a better position. Now, Illinois State, they're going to be pushing onto point vision already with a pick onto Mashiro. Going to be Gig trying to chase out PG1 as well, and with no off tank left to try and support the DPS and the supports that are left, Illinois State coming away with a lot of progress on this first point. Already halfway to fully captured. That's going to be 2 ticks on the board as Mashiro and the rest of UC Irvine try to scramble for one final attempt at the stall.
I mean, they get on the stall for a time being, but I think they're just building up those ulti bars. Illinois State, this is where they thrive, and Vision with the quick snaps is able to take 2. So they are clearly in control here. And as we said, for Illinois State, on these capture points, they feel very strong. It's here on the payload defense that UC Irvine tend to shine. And they have the tools to put it into work. Supreme, 99%. Xcal, 95. Light at 95. This should be well within their calculations.
It absolutely should be, and you're so right to say this is where they're going to shine, right? UC Irvine. The problem is, this is one of the easiest street space to capture in the game, right? So UC Irvine, they have to shine right here. It is a must. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves on that third point where Brawl starts to be the name of the game, and that's once again going to play into ISU's favor. Card already getting a significant amount of progress, but we're going to see the engagement coming here via the Nano Boost. Bashir are going to be the recipient of that, but look how quick their health is chunked down. They're not going to have time to build that ult like they want to, but XCal is able to get the pick onto Aiko, and now Bob has been committed, but Supreme is out of the fight. It's going to be up to Dash to keep UC Irvine up. They have the rally. They might want to pop it here, especially after those mines have been committed by Gig. XCal able to find another pick onto React, but it's gonna be res. So Illinois State back at almost full strength. Bashiro able to get a primal kill onto Aiko, though briefly finding themselves on the ground, and that is not where they wanted to be.
Not at all, because as soon as Aiko goes down, that the Echo Mercy combination is dead in the waters, right? Vision,
Right.
yeah, you can kind of heal up, you can keep boosted up, but it just doesn't have the same impact. So well fought on UC Irvine's side. They identified the points that they wanted to hold and identified the chokehold that they wanted to prep for, and it yielded results here. So Illinois State trying to react appropriately and trying to force a way forward, but unfortunately they're kind of lending themselves to these dangerous scenarios. Aiko in the air is not going to get chased out and immediately try and snap up full clone out, being able to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer.
They're going to be able to build this Primal Rage very quickly as well, and now these supports are in a little trouble next to this coast. But they're able to kite away from it quickly, but not away from these fists that are pummeling them practically to oblivion. It is going to be Dash who comes out with the win eventually, though, for UC Irvine. And unfortunately, for UC Irvine, they weren't able to stop the cart from completing the streets phase, but they gave it a great shot. 4.5 minutes is what ISU has to work with now to try and get through third.
Chaos wins again for Illinois State. That's what happens here. I love it. I love it so much, but UC Irvine, they have one more shot. As you said, it's very easy to capture, but that also means there are very obvious choke points that you can hold down. So I'm expecting a little bit of push out of Illinois State to move over to that bridge, and as soon as it reaches the front stage of that bridge, it's going to cause a little bit of chaos here. But that's just a blast from the pass as Illinois State chunk out 3.
Yeah, and all on the back of some great play from Gig. Gig as well, I just want to call them out because they had some phenomenal play on second point as well. Beautiful pile driver to really open things up back there, but let's catch up to where the action is now. This cart almost halfway through third right now, and still we haven't seen a compositional swap come in from either side, and I wonder if that's maybe a mistake for UC Irvine.
It could be and it could be not, right? There's still a little bit of time to work with, and if XCal can continue these shots, continue disrupting the back line and kind of playing Illinois' game, could work in their favor as Gig is going to get revived, immediately snapped up though, as Light and Mashiro are causing a few problems in the back line as well.
Yeah, they're doing a beautiful, right now UC Irvine doing a beautiful job of holding down that front line and allowing Gig not to engage on XCal. That is huge because you're right, they're just able to lock down these sidelines and click heads whenever they want. React gonna be demaxed quickly. RuPaul uses the amplification matrix, but they go down very low as well. They're gonna be forced out of it. They practically lose their life. It is gonna be Mashiro who falls though, so ISU able to weather that aggression and push forward a little bit.
We think they pushed forward. However, again, the fights took so long that they actually fell backwards a little bit. They were a little bit further up. I think they were sitting at about 52 to 53 meters, and unfortunately they're falling backwards ever so slowly because they're chasing some of these fights, and it's given time for UC Irvine to actually come back. XCal with this Widowmaker, it's such a drastic shift that I'm not sure if Illinois State were actually ready for it, and they're allowing these drops to happen. So the shift by UC Irvine not going for kind of that combo play from the front to back, have decided to opt for a lurker, has allowed UC Irvine a bit of respite. Now they're taking down the time again, wasting out about 40 seconds here. One more chance though to pressure forward and really clutch it out. Illinois State do not want this to end. They want to have a surefire stamp into the next round.
Look at how aggressive UC Irvine is playing this.
Oh!
Huge self-destruct, though. Got to be able to take out a couple of players on the Irvine squad. PG1 going to throw in their own self-destruct that takes out Aiko. That's a big pick in their favor. So despite this going the way of ISU early on, UC Irvine has struck back, and they struck back hard.
It was all they needed. That's exactly what you want. The rebuttal coming out in UC Irvine. They're playing chess here. They say, okay, we know the Devo Bomb's coming. Cool, we'll send out our own. We'll solid out XCal now with a little bit of vision. X-Ray going in there. They're going to try and hold it steady, but in comes Illinois State's fight.
They're going to use the amplification matrix to see if they can get a little bit more purchase, a little bit more room, allow this cart to move forward. Light goes down as well, which is a big boon for ISU. They're going to try and pop the Deadeye, but the Tesla Cannon going to win over that time. Nano Boost now committed onto Mashiro again. They're going to be putting in a lot of damage, but they take their fair share as well. They have the Primal Rage ready to go one more time, though, expecting it to come out as soon as this bubble goes down. But they push so far forward, now they may not even need it. They are going to use it. Now that immortality field has disappeared as well, they are just free to rain damage down onto ISU.
And that's all you wanted. UC Irvine, they prep that play and execute appropriately, and that means Illinois State are capped at 50.18. Again, it's rolling back as well, so this payload, even with the OT, I'm not sure they're going to get any further, but I feel that's a very respectable score to work with here. UC Irvine have done the best they can, and XCal now on the run here, trying to bait out 1 or 2 more kills before the payload is going to be pushed for the final time. Death Blossom gets one and immediately moved back and is able to take 2 lives.
It's going to be 3 down for UC Irvine, though, so Illinois State going to be able to get this very, very close to completion, but overtime has been triggered. This is last fight no matter what. This map is ending here, but 0.01 meters left to go, and UC Irvine touches absolutely incredible. Self-destruct is going to land, though. That's 2 members down. The Shatter thrown in as well from Gig. XCal able to get a pick, but they're taken out of the equation too. Supreme using that nano boost to try and allow Mashiro to last as long as they can on point. They're spinning to win, but I don't think that's in the equation this time around because there's just so much damage coming in from ISU. Fire does go down, but RuPaul is back on the Moira, and with that, they will cap.
What an ending from Illinois State. I was worried. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to make it back with XCal running interference, but they make it happen. 0 time left on the clock. It doesn't matter. You cap 3. You're happy about that. UC Irvine are now going to try and do the same, and this is going to be difficult for them as well. They played into Illinois State's style at the very end, and it yielded results, right? It did feel like Illinois State could have potentially had a minute left if XCal didn't kind of go sniper mode and just kind of wreak havoc at the very end. But now you're dealing with the masters of havoc, the masters of continuous battles that do not allow you to set your feet down, do not allow you to prep those ultis in a way that you want. And at this point, they've identified it, right? You obviously know Mashiro and Supreme are going to keep running that combination, and it just works so well for them. So look for the look for Aiko and Vision to try and solo out Supreme. Always keeping eyes where Supreme is. Try and snipe that player out, or at least section it off, and leave Mashiro a little bit more vulnerable here in the team fights.
And you know that I think has been something that neither team has been able to execute on very well so far, right? Is deleting these backline supports, right? You mentioned it after the break. These supports have done just such a beautiful job of staying alive all day today. So it's not an easy task, but it's certainly what they're going to be looking to do. Supreme as well has done just a phenomenal job, I think, of getting their nano boosts off before they die. You know, if that's incoming. So just kudos to supports on both teams all the way around.
Supports don't get enough love. We got to give it to them on broadcast.
Exactly. They really don't. And
so Jungle God is a support player. That's all I heard.
A former main tank. Okay. So I love my supports. They keep me up. Yeah, exactly. I always got to give them love. It's gonna be XCal taken out of the fight first. That focusing beam from Aiko finds its target. So UC Irvine, they're still pushing a little bit ahead. They want to see if they can come away with maybe some of this high ground control, but that's not going to be the equation, at least not yet.
And remember, this is their style. Even though it might not be as fast as Illinois State, it is still UC Irvine's style to play it slow, ramp up those ulti charges. But at this point, I want to see Illinois State kind of get in their face. There will be a challenge here shortly to try and gain more ground and force UC Irvine back, and this might just be it.
Oh, wow. Aiko once again with the focus of being able to take out XCal. Mashiro gonna find Gig, though, so no main tank left for RuPaul to commit a nano to. Gonna be Mashiro, the recipient of Supremes. RuPaul lets theirs loose too. Vision winning out that Tracer duel, but they found themselves asleep at the hands of Supreme. That is not a good place to be. Once again, taking away some of that aggression. Dash going down very low. They did proc the rally, but they're gonna go down.
And that's exactly what we want to see at the end of the day. UC Irvine lose so many, and this is the brutal power of Illinois State. But Mashiro is able to battle back, and this time paying revenge on RuPaul and Liar. They still aren't able to get to the A point, but no one really cares at this point. You got your revenge.
Yeah, you got your revenge, and you have opened things up in a big way. The supports have respawned now for ISU. Liar pops the rally to try and keep their team alive. It's going to be the duplicate from Mako, not finding too much value. Pulse Bomb from Vision does land on Supreme, but there's no DPS left now for ISU to try and continue to hold on to this point. One tick already in favor of UC Irvine. Xcal has popped the Deadeye. They're not going to find anything from it. They practically stun React out of their remake, but they're able to get back into it. One tick on the board for UC Irvine, but they have to get more kills if they're hoping to capture this.
Need more kills and need more damage down. Remember, take a look at their ult economy right now. Illinois State are balancing it very, very well. And then they're just flawlessly executing so many members. Yes, Liar goes down, but Light and Xcal taken out on their own. Supreme at 83 and counting. Mashiro almost ready at 80%. Illinois State has stalled it out, looking like a minute left on the clock for UC Irvine to cap off A point.
Supreme has the nano ready. Mashiro pops the primal rage again. They're taking a lot of damage from Vision, though. Vision looking to build up that pulse bomb as quick as they can. But RuPaul out of the fight. It's going to be up to Liar to try and keep their team alive, as UC Irvine putting a lot of pressure on the point right now.
Oh!
Coming back in. Beautiful dive onto Xcal, able to take them out. That's going to be UC Irvine getting 2 ticks on the board, though. Aiko not quite able to get as much as they need. They are able to get the self-destruct onto PG1, but is it going to be enough? There's one player left on point, but not for too long. That's the point for UC Irvine.
And I have to say, that was something, it could have been so much cleaner by UC Irvine to cap out, right? It could have been a much cleaner one. Light had a fantastic pulse bomb go off, but the chaos that Aiko brought just made it so much more hectic and made it look so much more dangerous that it was just impossible to really keep in check, and that's what Illinois State were hoping for. Yes, the 50-50 didn't work out this time, and UC Irvine are pushing very quickly, but Illinois State are going to try their best.
That they are. Unfortunately, that's not going to yield too many results on the first phase of Streets here for ISU. They weren't able to quite kite back from the aggression that was coming out from UC Irvine. So, a lot of card pressure is going to be bought for them.
They breathe a sigh of relief, and again, UC Irvine feeling much better about this payload push. This is where they get to, hold appropriately. They know exactly what they need to do. With 4 ultis available versus 4 on Illinois State, it's going to be a challenge as they reach around for this site. Keep in mind, again, that's Xcal down, though. They're almost going to be down. This is going to be the high noon brought out. Diva Bomb doesn't really catch anything, so Illinois State kind of lose that ulti.
Oh, and Mashiro falls asleep at the wheel. Aiko kills them with that focusing beam. Gig going to be popping that primal rage as well. And with that, Illinois State going to be able to take control over the cart once again.
Look at the well fight as well. PG1, Supreme, Dash, Light, everyone falling. And that's just all you need. Once Mashiro went down, there was no extra hands on deck. And Illinois State take full advantage. Aiko has been such a key playmaker over and over again, causing so many problems in the air. UC Irvine haven't really been able to pinch that top side. They're looking always ground level. And now we get another challenge going in.
Natabu's committed onto Gig. We've got to pick on both sides. 1 DPS down for each squad. A minute left to go. Dash pops the rally, but it's already expired for UC Irvine. Light is going to swap over to the Reaper, probably to try and put a little bit more pressure into Gig. See if they can take that Winston out. Another Deadeye. Going to be committed by Xcal. Not going to find any kills, but find some space. They've been able to push this cart significantly far forward, but we've got 2 Winstons on the playing field now for ISU. Both of them primaling as well. These supports, they don't have a hope of staying alive.
This is Illinois State. Remember, you don't have to hold on to that payload. You just force everyone else off. and they do it immaculately. Yes, you didn't get the kills, but look at how far they have pulled UC Irvine. No one is on that payload. Illinois State run them ragged. And with 10 seconds left, UC Irvine are trying to book it back to the payload. I'm not sure they can make it.
They're going to have to, because this is their back against the wall. This is match point for ISU. Mashiro has to find a way on a point. They've got the primal rage, so they can stay on point. Here they come with it. They're going to try and boop as many people away as they can, but they're forced to back out. Dash has to pop the rally now. It's overtime. UC Irvine has to come away with the win. But the grab for PG1, gonna be nowhere to be found. They were killed with 98%. Overtime is taking over, and that is practically it. But look at this, UC Irvine come away with a couple of kills. They might have turned this around when almost all hope was lost. They find something, they dig deep, and they cap.
Of all times to cap it out, that's the fight that you bring to the table. UC Irvine go, yeah, we're still fighting. Yeah, we're still playing. In Illinois State, they're a little bit upset. It's not the end of the world, but it is frustrating. They could have had the game right there. Now with a minute left and no ultis in hand, it's going to be pushed up quite far. It might come down to an OT once again.
They're gonna have to try and take React out of the fight. That has got to be UC Irvine's goal, because PG1 needs to land a fat grab in order to win this fight. XCal already with the Deadeye, though. That's gonna start things off. Pulse Bomb misses. Here comes the grab. Can Light get in enough damage? They absolutely can. Gig is gone. React is gone. And UC Irvine will continue to push this cart forward.
It ain't stopping anytime soon. UC Irvine plants it and hit a home run. Illinois State, they get one more chance. They have the ultis on their own. 30 seconds left. If they can actually repel him, this might be doing Mashiro!
Mashiro gets two, both of whom had their ults ready to go. Those were two big win conditions for ISU, and they're gone. They're out the window. Just a few meters left to go. Light pops the Death Blossom, and they finish with 17 seconds more than ISU.
Are you kidding me? UC Irvine on the brink of being tossed out of the tournament. Run us ragged in that game. And now Illinois State do have a favorable position. Remember, they are the scrap team. They can force their way into a site. UC Irvine will not have a chance. They have to play the scrap back. I feel like we're going to see a different composition come out of them. But still, they did fantastic work there. Minute 17 on the clock. That should give them enough time on their own attacking side to do some crazy work. The Illinois State, a little bit frustrated here. This is a problem that they ran into. And they're going to go hard. Gig back on that wrecking ball, ready to cause some problems.
Absolutely. They caused so many problems to UC Irvine, especially on that first attack. And, you know, I want to remind everyone, too, that Illinois State, right, ISU, they capped on their first attack. UC Irvine, it took a few shots, right? So as we're looking back to, you know, this more assault style point, right? This capture point, I think things are playing into ISU's favor, even though they don't have as much time on the clock. 17 seconds, that might get you 2 full fights, whereas 1 minute, it's like a fight and a half, depending on how quickly you reset if you lose the first one.
Of course, and we'll see how they want to play it. Of course, right out the gate, we do see PG1 trying to scout out information, but it's just a ball straight up the middle. You can see it here. Again, the Mercy and the Echo just going to go straight into the firefight.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to push very aggressively, once again taking control of this high ground, and UC Irvine, I think, giving it away maybe a little bit too quickly. They had the tools to try and fight for it. That's going to give a lot of setup potential. Here comes Gig now, but he gets stunned. Anti, and runs away, does not survive because the dash bash lands. It's going to be the main initiation tool of Illinois State out of the equation now.
That one's rough to hang on to. React is now going to get slept up a little bit. What are they going to play at? PG1 battling it out. The bruise on the back end. That's going to be Aiko, though, snapping it out again. That is the lurk. That is how they play. Aiko trying to cap out at least one.
This is an Aiko diff right here. They are coming in at a huge way for ISU. Mashiro strikes back, though, with a pick onto Liar. RuPaul down to just a sliver of health. They've got 2 ticks on the board. Can ISU cap?
No way are they going to do this. I said they were a scrappy team, but no way they cap. They do. Oh, my God.
Wow.
They cap it out. Are you kidding me?
What incredible play coming out from ISU. Of course, we have now hit overtime. That means that ISU absolutely has to keep somebody on the card for the entire rest of this game. But so far, that's looking like a pretty easy job, as they have gotten a couple of big picks on UC Irvine already. XCal taken out of the fight. That's going to be a lot of card progress through second.
And UC Irvine cannot fall prey to this. They cannot fall prey to the scramble. They cannot fall prey because their bread and butter is prep and play. Unfortunately, of course, OTs do not allow for that, but they're scrambling a bit too much for my liking.
Yeah, they need to back up just a little bit more, especially now that Aiko has that duplicate online. They've already got the self-destruct as well. They're gonna throw it out to try and clear things out just a little bit. Here comes another self-destruct, this one from React. Once again, overtime has been committed. Light lands a pulse bomb kill on the Lyre. That is huge. Gonna see PT1 throw it in there. Oh! And that lands in a huge way.
Oh my gosh. All right. So UC Irvine say, screw it. We're done playing around. Slap the reins on it. It's over. But that was still Illinois State getting a fantastic push-off. We cannot deny the fact that with a minute and in OT, they played their style. This is what I was worried about. ISU played better on the scramble, and they showed it there. Aiko with a phenomenal flank option, able to run it out along through the corridors. I believe that's like what we actually saw, and completely took UC Irvine by surprise. The fact that UC Irvine then had to scramble showed that they were not ready for it. They allowed themselves to get taken advantage of, and that's a push and a half. So UC Irvine now, that minute 17, it means nothing. It might as well be a minute, right? Like that is the rough thing to think about here. So for UC Irvine, we gotta see a pin perfect play. This is a one tap, one go. They got one shot at this. And that's all they're going to have in the tank. It is do or die here.
And, you know, maybe that's all they need because, you know, like we've harped on before, this is a team that loves to set up, right? They love to have all their ducks in a row before they strike, and that's when they're at their strongest. And with a minute 17, that's plenty of time for them to do it, but it's really only time, I think, for them to do it once, considering how they play. I know earlier I said that was probably 2 fights, but, you know, upon further reflection, UC Irvine, they like to take it slow. So I think we're going to see one big fight come out from them.
And this means that for the first 30 seconds, they just need to build up the ulti charges. They're going to just try and lay down a little bit of damage, maybe look for a pick. But it's just a harsh chance. And straight in the middle they go again. Illinois State, take the initiative.
It's going to be an anti-nade landing onto both main tanks, but ISU gets the picks and they get them fast. This has to be a fast reset for UC Irvine. Otherwise, it's game over.
Such a fantastic play. Illinois State know exactly what was happening and say, we aren't going to let you play that game. We know exactly what we have to do. They washed the opening 3. They washed 3 DPS, 2 DPS, and Mashiro, and then wipe PG1 Supreme and Dash. That cuts down the time so much. You're now looking at about 15 seconds is all UC Irvine are going to have for this aggression. The swap for PG1, I'm not sure it's going to be enough here.
No, I'm not sure either, especially because it means Aiko is going to have so much more free reign, right? It's going to be up to XCal exclusively to try and take Aiko out of the sky, and Aiko is such a hard carry.
They go again.
Huge early initiation coming out from ISU. 1 second left to go. There has been one member of UC Irvine on point. They might, in fact, get close to a tick. React has been demexed. This is Irvine's time to strike. They have an opportunity here, but Vision has a pulse bomb as well. If it lands, once again, could be game over. 1 tick on the board now for UC Irvine. They're about to turn it into 2. Mashiro gets 1 kill, but Aiko's there to equalize. Supreme out of the fight. This could be the beginning of the end. They've almost got all 3 ticks on board. XCal finds another pick as well. Aiko down and out of the fight. There's so few members left on either side, but there's more for UC Irvine. They may, in fact, clutch this out.
They clutch it out in the fairest of margins, but now you have to be worried about the Diva Bomb back, right? React is at 45%, and they have so long to go. So keep in mind, the last time this happened, UC Irvine were the ones to drop the Diva Bomb, and it just ended everything in a flash. For Illinois State, I feel it's an even more reckless play for them. They're the ones that could probably get this Diva Bomb off, or a single boop out. Anything can happen here to force this finisher halfway already for UC Irvine.
Mashiro, they might have to hold on to this Primal Rage in a defensive mindset. Because if Dash goes down without getting to use that rally, Mashiro is the only sustain they have. They're going to see him committed early. Nano Boost as well. Liar now trying to keep their team alive, but Mashiro's found and isolated the Ana. Can RuPaul survive this onslaught of Fists and Fury coming out from Mashiro? It's gonna be PG1 getting a pick, but there's one pick on either side right now. This fight will determine whether or not UC Irvine lives to fight another day. If we go back to control point, or if Illinois State is punching their tick to the grand finals. Light has taken out Echo. That is huge for UC Irvine. The grab is online. It's been committed. It found its mark. But React is going to for ISU. The self-destruct, the remake kill lands. It's just Excalibur trying to stay alive, but it's gonna do it. ISU will be going to the grand finals of the last chance qualifier.
Literally meters. That's all it was. I believe 2-meter difference at the very end there, and Gig excuse me, one hell of a fight from Mashiro on UC Irvine, but Gig had a phenomenal showing there. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? At the very end, it was the mad dash. It was one Hail Mary call from Illinois State. They lost Aiko, their primary player, the player that was pulling off these incredible kills. And UC Irvine, they were ready for it. They got Aiko. They got a little bit confident. Hell, I got confident. I got confident that UC Irvine were going to make it work. And Illinois State swing back. What a fantastic, resilient play. And it just goes to show that these top teams now, the ones battling it out, are going to be in for one fantastic final best of 5.
Oh, yeah, this is absolutely tremendous. I mean, this felt like a grand finals. I mean, the way that both of these teams fought it out there, just absolutely tremendous play coming out from both sides. And yeah, I'm in shock about that, the way that last fight ended. ISU, that was incredible. That was just absolutely incredible, and well-earned, well-deserved trip to the grand finals for these last chance qualifiers. And I can't wait to see what both of these teams, ISU and Converse, are gonna bring to the table. This is gonna be exciting, Orbital.
I can't wait. I'm so excited. Let's get it going. Let's go start right now, please.
I know, right? Well, to try and make that happen, we're going to send it to a very short break. Hopefully we can get both these teams in the lobby as quick as we can. We'll give ISU a moment to catch their breath as well. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to be back just as soon as we can with the grand finals for the Overwatch Last Chance qualifiers at CECC. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, welcome back to the action. We have the grand finals of the last chance qualifier for CECC coming right up. And it's a tale of new faces no matter where you look. ISU with a completely rebuilt roster, and Converse with their very first roster ever making it to the grand finals. This has excitement written all over it, Orbital.
It does, and I mean, ISU have had I would say two interesting series. I wouldn't say close, right? Because on paper, it was very quick. Illinois State ran through their opening R of 16 match, the round of 16. It was a 2-0. But game number one was a 199 and 199 in terms of control points. And then here in the semifinals, put up a glorious fight. That could have gone to game 5. That could have easily been fought over even more, and it could have gotten out of control. So by the numbers, ISU are feeling very, very frisky. At the same time, though, they may or may not be a little bit gassed. On the other side, though, Converse, it's a little rough to say. Of course, they have had a little bit of an easier ride. They've only played one series. They had a bye in the round of 16, and then played up against, I believe, Ball State 1-2-0, and then were able to skirt by the semifinals due to a unfortunate series. And are now going ahead into the finals here very, very fresh. They played a total of 2 games. That's what they played here. They are coming into this fresh-faced and ready to go.
They absolutely are, and they're the good thing for them is that they're warmed up, right? They're not coming into this cold. They have played 2 maps, so that's great for them, right? They're going to be fresh. They're going to be ready for this, and they've got a lot of very scary players on their team. Hammer is one person I particularly want to mention. He played for Best Buds, phenomenal contenders, open division contenders team that I got to watch several times. So he's somebody I'm absolutely looking out for. He's someone who I'm expecting to show up in quite a big way during today's game.
Of course, and I mean, that's the fun part for Converse. This is the time to be like, let's go ham. Let's have a little bit of fun here. And, of course, we are underway here. This is going to be a favorite of ours, but you can already see Converse University pulling out some of their favorites. And it's very, very simple, right? This is simple, standard, as clean as you can get. Same with Illinois State. A few differences. Number one, Aiko on the Doomfist, which is a little bit crazier, especially with all the tight corridors, not as much wiggle room to work with, but can definitely still have a large impact.
It absolutely can, and I love that this look that we're getting as the doors open and the grand finals for the CEC Last Chance Qualifier gets underway. We're going to have a ball composition going up against a brawl composition. Illinois State going to be able to make it to point first, but in the meantime, Converse is going to start surrounding them on all sides. They're going to try and make that Rhine Shield of Gigs completely useless. Make sure that the damage can come in from every single direction. Quicks rotating around to the side, but they're gonna meet Aiko over there on the Doomfist and might get chased out. The Quicks might have to look for an opposite direction to come in from. Point is starting to tick over to Illinois State, so that's the go button for Quicks. They're gonna go down to about half health, get stunned, and taken to oblivion. ISU is going to draw first blood here, and without Quicks able to initiate, able to engage, Converse might just want to back off and wait for them to come back.
I think that's what they're going to do. Again, getting the tag damage, getting some of those ulti charges ready to go is going to be the name of the game, and that's why Aiko tried to charge in. 45% kind of sacrificed themselves for the team, and it's kind of caused disruption here. Now we're going to get a chance straight into the middle here as Maxwell is going to fire in from the windows.
Quicks just having a hard time staying alive, though, on the Wrecking Ball. The CC, the focus fire from ISU has just been too much for them to be able to handle. Hammer going to go down as well to Vision, and this brawl composition primed to take another fight.
It's a well-fought battle, and Illinois State so far feeling a bit better here at the start of this series. Really controlled, really well-paced, and then the wraparounds.
Oh, wow.
Aiko, again, playing this lurk, playing this devious operative, and consistently finding the kills. Again and again, we're seeing Aiko's names rise on the kill feed, and if Converse cannot figure out a way to deal with this player, it's gonna be drastic problems.
Yeah, Aiko's lurking so much, I thought for a moment we were playing Valorant.
Yeah, or any shooter for that, any other round-based shooter.
Any tac shooter, any tac shooter really. But no, this is Overwatch. This is a MOBA FPS, if you will. Aiko, though, finally taken out of the equation. So Converse, they need to strike now. We're going to see a PD coming from Quicks. They're going to use their adaptive shields, drop the minefield on the back of point as well. But RuPaul has that amplification matrix up, and those minefields were dealt with quickly. But Quicks finds an environmental kill. No more vision. And Echo not going to be lasting long either. This is Converse's point.
It is going to be Converse's point, but it's immediately challenged. So Illinois State, again, their constant aggression has been the main playmaker for themselves.
Wow.
And it's been the constant battle back, but Converse University appropriately respond and annihilate React and Liar.
And that was a great point for them to retake that. 85% is what ISU has. So even when they take back point, they're still going to have to win another fight if they hope to take this map. But Converse hoping to make sure that that doesn't happen at all. And the Immortality Field already been used by RuPaul as well. So that means that Converse is it's just open for them to come in and try and do some damage. We're going to see the Photon Barrier come up, though. That's going to mitigate a lot of it and allow ISU to rotate 2 point as well. Garchomp has the self-destruct, but the Shatter lands. That's going to set down a few players. And with that come the kills for ISU. There is a strike back, though, and a res, so it's still a 5v5, but ISU has control of the point now. They've got it up to 95%. If Converse can take this back, they're going to have to keep it the entire rest of the map.
Ooh, and that's going to be a nice overtime push out, and now we're going to see Illinois State. They're going to try and hold it down again. Converse University just playing as best they can, and they do find the kills. Well fought. This might be the chance for them to go ahead and capture up, but no! Another sweep out for Illinois State.
Yeah, ISU will be coming away with this first sub-map win, but well fought from Converse. They got about 50% on the board. And, this... I want to call something out that I didn't have a chance to at the beginning of this and this sub-map, and that's that we're on Night Market, which is such a beautiful place to see what teams prefer to run, right? Because on Night Market, you've got an opportunity to run several different things, right? You can run the ball comp, you can run the brawl comp. Here on Control Center, not really necessarily the case, and we see Converse swapping over very quickly to a brawl.
And I appreciate that, right? Now, Maxwell is going to go ahead and run that Junkrat in the back line, and of course, Aiko's going to match. So this is going to be the first time we see a mirror matchup here. This should be the exact course that we have. It's going to come down to raw skill now, and that's what's terrifying because this could easily influence how both teams react to the rest of the series. If one team comes out with a defining win, that means that composition style may be locked out for the rest of the series.
You're absolutely right. We've seen so far for ISU at least that the brawl versus the ball dive going the way of the brawl, right? And right now, picks on either side. There's no Junkrat left to chunk in damage to the shield, so they're going to be able to keep them up at least as long as the Symmetras don't burn them down. Hammer already going to have that Photon Barrier online and ready to go, but still Kiwi is out of the fight, and with them goes a lot of heals down the drain. And ISU gonna capitalize on just that.
There's gonna be that chance, but of course it is all about the rebound. Converse University, even though they did get washed at the beginning, have got some great ult economy to work with, right? Hammer already set up with that ult. Quick should have one ready to go. Maxwell gonna start trying to amp out some of those grenades and work their best, but that is a massive ulti from Gig.
Yeah, Gig lays it down, but unfortunately, they're going to be taking the lion's share of the damage as they're taken out of the fight. And Converse trying to win this practically in their spawn. But that does mean they're still going to have to fight tooth and nail to get the point. And oh, look at that. Chance trying to take out that turret, but unable to because of the Photon Barrier. React, though, out of their mech as well for ISU. Converse has been able to snowball this advantage 2 points. And are looking to take a fight win, but ISU is back now with reinforcements. Gig back in the equation, and that is no good because Quicks is gone for Converse.
Is going to be that chance, but Converse are able to fire right back. They do have the Swamp. Gig, Liar, and Vision are all down. And at 56% this time, Converse University nipped that at the bud much faster. Illinois State, though, they do have the ultis online for themselves as well. This is going to be a battle of the fortresses. Who is going to come away with what diva bombs on both ends? Same with the Riptire, and that's going to be a challenge. In they go. They say, all right, this is the time, but those Symmetra turrets cause a little bit of damage.
That they do. Now, RuPaul has the amplification matrix too. That could be the differing factor here. We're going to see Maxwell and Eiko both let loose with Riptires. Is either one going to find anything? One comes up dry, the other does too. RuPaul able to get a lot of damage through on that on that Ant Matrix, and that leads to getting their Shatter and taking Quicks out of the fight as well. Now, ISU going to be able to snowball this into a fight win because Chance already used their sound barrier.
With the sound barrier down as well, that's going to cause a problem. And yeah, we see it right there. Converse University immediately bite the dust a little bit there. So it's going to be a swap right back over. Illinois State, they do give over 47%, but they do not give up the lead, which should still hold steady. We're feeling really, really confident here. And again, with the compositional setup, it feels like Converse University, they took it head on. They took the challenge in stride. It's just not working out for them as much as they had hoped. So Illinois State probably getting a little bit of a boost of confidence here inside of this play, inside of Observatory. One last final bout to play.
We're going to see the Ant Matrix committed early along with that Photon Barrier, and that's going to allow so much damage through for Illinois, but not coming their way. Sound Barrier now committed by Liar to try to keep them up during that Riptire. Maxwell taken out of the fight, but look, Converse is starting to strike back. Quicks maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves with that charge right there and is punished for it. But Converse capping the point behind their back. Overtime has been committed. ISU with a chance to end this first map though right here. They can come away with the picks, and they're starting to. They have been able to turn the tide in their favor. Aiko doing a tremendous amount of work for this squad. Down to just 15 health though. Maxwell will strike back and take them out, but can Maxwell hold on to the point long enough for reinforcements to get there? They are barely able to recall, but they don't last long, and that will be the first map for ISU.
Just a well-fought round all the way through, and Illinois State still on fire from their semifinals win. I don't think it's going to change anytime soon as well. With that play, we can see here Liar, of course, on the Lucio. One of the few times we actually get to see it. I think this might have been just a beat drop, not the beat drop, but a nice clearance coming in here with the rest of the team. Very, very well fought out here. And even though that was a little bit of a switch over for themselves, Converse put up a fight, and I'm happy about that, right? For a team that is coming into this a little bit, you know, off the cuff. Yes, you're fresh, but sometimes that leads to, like, you know, kind of finals jitters, if you will. But shaking that off now, we get to see what they can do next. And again, in the straight-up challenge, you did mess up in the brawl composition. Now you get to expand, right? Moving into the escort map, we may also see them bring a new leaf over for themselves as well. Uh-oh. I think we might have lost Juggle God for a little bit there. Did we,
Oh, we're good, we're good.
Oh, okay, there we go.
we are going to be headed to Rialto, as a matter of fact, next orbital. That is where Converse is going to try and turn that new leaf. They're going to turn to the canals and the waterways of those streets, and it's an interesting pick. I feel like this puts them back in a Brawl v. Brawl scenario, potentially.
I could see that as well, and that's what I'm very worried about, because Illinois State at this point have already proven time and time again that they will take the brawl 9 times out of 10. They love it. It also means that they get to show exceptional individual skill, and that's where it all shines out. So for Illinois State, they enjoy it. What I do want to see is Converse in this second map, especially for Escort, test out different compositions. They said it themselves. They like to run different things. They can play just about anything. They're very, very enjoyable about that. But they need to test the waters, find out what works best against this squad, and if it ends up, you know, just go comfort, whatever you want to do, that's great. But you do have to test out. Don't try and ram your head into Illinois State. That's not how you're really going to beat them. For them, they know how to force forward and then also scatter the fight very, very well. They can disperse that aggression to an nth degree, and we see them do it over and over again. And that's why some of these fights last for so long. It's because midway through the fight, Illinois State are just like, can we draw the fight out for another 15 seconds? Yeah, thanks. I'll respawn and get back in the fight there. That's great.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we're looking at.
You're absolutely right. And you used a term and a phrase there that I've never heard used in Overwatch, but I absolutely love. And I want to harken back to that. And that was that ISU has been able to disperse damage, right? They're able to make it so that, you know, not everyone is taking that aggression all at once, right? And because of that, they're able to weather these storms. You know, one thing that I haven't mentioned yet that I really like about ISU is they're willing to back up after getting a pick, right? They give space, they wait to regroup. They don't necessarily wait for their for the respawn, but they get all their cooldowns back and then they come back in. And they're such a force when they do that. And that has led to so many fight wins, I think. And, you know, as we do move on to Rialto, there's prime opportunity for them to do just that, with these long, elongated stretches that they have to push the cart through.
It also means that whoever they're facing off against feel the effects of that as well. Most teams, they feel the ebb and flow, right? You feel a massive win, and then you're good to go, and then you wait, you regroup, right? It's over and over. Illinois State continuously pull you into these rapids. It's continuously pulling you into these mini fights, and that's where they kind of catch you out. So for Converse, you need to take the wins where they stand, even though Illinois State are going to continuously try and fight you over and over again and try and kind of pinch you out in certain areas. You have to be willing to say, okay, we got the fight. Let's go ahead, back up, regroup ourselves, and force that out. Now on to Rialto, I can see this working a bit better. You can see the composition that they're taking into this game. I enjoy it. I'm very, very interested to see as we do get another swap up. Quicks now onto the DPS. It's a little bit of a change up from what we saw in game number 1.
I do like that, and Hammer going over to the take as well. We were talking about this before. Hammer, I believe, reached top 500 in every single role, right? So one of the strengths of this Converse squad is their flexibility, right? If it's not working with one comp, or if it's not working with one lineup, shall we say, they're willing to swap both, and that's tremendous, right? ISU, it's like they're almost playing against two new characters or two new players that they don't have a good read on just yet. First fight results in 1 pick already, but their Converse is able to really kind of take this aggression that ISU's putting on them and regroup. They've got a full squad once again.
They really do, and it's going to round out to a nice play. Around the corner they go, so Converse University already holding steady. And yes, you lose Quicks, but you got Kiwi on the back line. And it feels like Illinois State definitely weren't ready. You said it best. It's a fresh team, fresh faces, and Illinois State were not ready for it.
No, they really weren't. That is a fast fight win from Converse. This is the most dominant I think we've seen them look so far in this matchup, right? I mean, that was decisive, right? And in fact, Converse did what we were just praising ISU for, right? And that's, they pick came in on their side, so they were down to 5, right? They just backed off. They didn't push forward. They let everything regroup, and then they went and won. It was tremendous play coming out from them. And Vision already down once again for ISU. Now Converse has an opportunity potentially to take this high ground away from ISU on defense, which would be a huge boon to them in this street space.
And now into the second fight here. It's going to be a big challenge, but Aiko is able to steal away the Sigma. This is going to be the clone out that they're hoping for in Illinois State. Going to try and run rampant. They have him in a chokehold. Can they do more?
A beautiful supercharger coming out there from Hammer as well to keep Aiko at bay. They are still going to get the Gravitic Flux online, but they're not going to be able to finish it as they were taken out of that duplicated form. 1 pick on each side, but now there's going to be a reinforcement for Illinois State with Bobbin. Oh my word, did that work for them?
That's terrifying. That's all I can say. And then, of course, Vision gets taken out. Quicks is like, you did enough. You did enough. Go take a quick rest. We'll see you next time.
Yeah. Beautiful play coming out there. ISU really able to kind of nip that push in the bud right there. And now they're going to have this high ground, right? They're going to have this defensive high ground position, which is tremendous. They're going to pop a supercharger early, but right at really the perfect time, right? That was when Converse had committed to the push. We're able to get a couple picks through it as well. Yes, Gig goes down, but you've got Liar now with the Valking Mercy. They may be able to get the res, and oh my gosh, beautiful pulse bomb kill onto Aiko, but is it going to be enough?
It should be, but that is going to be a catch on the back end, and Illinois State are playing this perfectly. They had a little bit of a rough patch at the early start, and they said, okay, adjustments need to be made, and adjust they did. They fly through some of these opening fights, and yes, you lost one of those checkpoints, but I feel this is where it's going to stall out. So Converse University, I'm looking at Guard Chomp. That is the one that I really want to watch. I love Sigmas and how they play it in these tight chokeholds. That ulti can really lay into the fact that, if Illinois State group up, we are talking about disbursement. If they don't disperse that damage, if they don't disperse that aggression, it's going to be a lot of problems.
Oh yeah, it certainly will be. I mean, Gravitic Flux is such a tremendously powerful ultimate. Aiko, though, they've got the duplicate online. They have an off angle. They're gonna be able to duplicate the Sigma. So now we're gonna see a Gravitic Flux come out almost immediately. Not gonna pick up Hammer as they were able to use that Fortify to stay on the ground. But the picks are coming in for ISU hand over fist right now.
This is Illinois State. At that point, you know, step 1, identify the issue. Step 2, come up with a solution. Step 3, rinse and repeat, right? That is exactly what's happening here. Illinois State say, we found our winning equation in Converse now. It's in their ball court, right? How are we going to deal with this? Now we've been figured out. What do we do? Do we change up heroes, or do we stick with old tried and true? Are we going to wait for the ultis, or are we going to try and challenge on the back end? It's difficult because now you almost feel like you've lost all hope, and you really don't want to enjoy that. So they are going to slap down here on the bridge and give it their best shot.
They are, and Hammer going to be rewarded with 1 kill. Vision strikes back, though, but look at how many members of ISU are really low on health right now. Converse can push this advantage right now, and that's exactly what we're seeing them doing. Gig down to just 120 health right now. Liar able to get the res out. And that's a huge boon to them. They're going to be able to re-engage here around this corner. Chance pops the Transcendence just to make sure that there's no more just tremendous damage coming in. But Maxwell finds the pick with the Pulse Bomb. Converse University continuing to push forward here. Quicks seeing if they can find a little bit more damage with those Storm Arrows, but not able to get a pick. However, the Supercharger is down for Gig now. So, still Kiwi pops the Amplification Matrix in response. Echo, though, able to take out Quick, so they're not going to be able to put that damage through. And ISU able to strike back in a big way.
At this point, it's Illinois State just like waiting for the counterattack, and they counterattack so hard. I was wondering about this, but again, Converse 1 step away from getting that second checkpoint, so there is a chance for them to be able to capture this one and make it a little bit more difficult for Illinois State. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, though. They have a long way to run, and it's only about 30 seconds left. I don't see any ultimates coming back up for them. Garchomp was able to take out Eiko, though, so that's a very, very important kill. The rest of Illinois State have to be able to float through, though. Are they going to be able to hold it down until Eiko can come back? Or are Converse going to be able to push forward into their own bounty?
Oh, it looks like Illinois State did exactly what they needed to do. Popping that amplification matrix on that high ground right when they're ready to cross the bridge. I mean, not only was it just perfect timing from, you know, an execution point of view, but that allowed Eiko to get back into the fight. Now, almost got a pack cap from Maxwell. They were eventually picked off, but beautiful play, heads-up play from them. Nobody, though, left to touch after they go down. So that's as far as the card gets for Converse.
That's as far as they go, and it's a well-fought battle, but now it's Illinois State, right? And I didn't point it out during that entire time, and I feel so bad because we were eyes on Eiko, and yet Vision was popping off every single time. We're seeing consistent picks come out here, and that was very, very powerful. Again, Illinois State consistently find those opportunities to cut away at key parts of the composition, and for Converse University, now you got to worry about that on your own side as well. How are Illinois State going to roll out from this start? They are a counterattack team, so Converse, how do you prep for this? How are you going to do this? Quicks has had a decent time, I would say, has found some opportune moments, but they're going to stick with it. So they are going to stick with the Hanzo. I can agree with this. Maxwell is still going to play offset, going to try and look for those lurk kills, maybe catch Eiko unawares, or maybe Liar in a rotate. It's going to be Hammer and Garchomp that are really going to have to hold down the fort while the DPS do their work.
It's going to be a tough order as well because Eiko's back on that Echo, and when Eiko's on Echo, there's just so much potential for them to pop off, right? Mm-hmm. You know, they can choose to duplicate whichever hero on the opposing squad is best given a particular situation. Now, most of the time, going to see them going over to a tank, but, you know, Eiko's such a good player that, you know, you can depend on them to make those kind of off picks when they need to and when it's going to be most impactful. So, and with Liar there to keep them up in the air, that's going to be, I think, a primary win condition for Converse, is taking Eiko out of the fight. Really, it's for anybody coming up against ISU, let's be honest. So,
agreed.
It's going to be a little bit of card progress made by ISU. A nice halt from Gig. Gets a little bit more damage in. That allows Vision to get there about a third of the way up to where they need it to loose these dragons. They're going to take an off angle on the high ground here to see if they can layer in more with the Storm Arrows. They almost take Hammer out of the fight. Eiko there to finish it up. That's like 3 kills at the same time. 2 via Sticky Beams and 1 via the Tri-Shot. They are going to be dealt with, but not before they get more Sticky Bombs off, which result in more kills. ISU off to a great start here.
Literally, the payload has not stopped moving. Eiko said, bet, run me my money, and ran it straight into a corner. So well played. and that is the aggression that you hope to have from kind of your star player here. Vision on the back end, laying down that supportive fire, and the rest of Illinois State saying, hey, we got a great push-off. We still have 3 minutes to play with. Let's go ahead and lock this one out. Converse University feeling the weight here, realizing that they're off on the back foot, and look at Maxwell and Quicks getting some heals moving through, but they are immediately beamed down. It's so dangerous for them.
It absolutely is, and now they've got a gravitic flux that they have to deal with as well. Gonna be 2 picks in favor of ISU. No DPS left standing. Hammer trying the best they can to hold on for dear life. They are able to pick up a kill. Sorry, that was Gig able to get that finish off that kill onto Hammer, and with that goes the point.
And with that goes another Aiko triple. I just want to point that out. Aiko ran up another triple there. At this point, it's just a monster. Make it 4. Just screw it. Just keep adding up the kills over and over again. Add some 5-player kill. Let's see 10. Aiko, round up 10. Just go ahead and make it look like it's a walk in the park.
Oh, here we go. They've got their sights set on Maxwell right now, and Maxwell able to take Liar out of the fight. That's actually huge. Aiko down to just 40 HP. They're going to be forced to duplicate the Tracer now to try and duel their way out of this and stay alive. Forced to use the recall already. They're only 60% of the way to a pulse bomb. Oh, they found the supercharger there. They're going to be able to take that out of the fight. Big play there from Aiko. They have the pulse bomb. They commit it, but they're back into their Echo form with no picks resulting from that dupe, but they were able to take out that supercharger, which is huge, and now Illinois is struck back.
It's just not stopping, right? Converse realizing that all their plans are kind of falling to the wayside. Aiko nails 2 more. That's a DPS down.
Gosh.
Oh, Illinois State, you are playing on fire.
Yeah, Aiko is just, they're putting on a clinic at this point for not only how to play DPS, but for how to play Echo. And, I mean, they had pushed Converse so far forward, I didn't even realize the point was getting capped. ISU takes this map, right? They have put Converse on match point very quickly.
I was watching that entire thing. I was like, yeah, they haven't stopped, and I feel like that's such a shift from the earlier matches that they had. Illinois State honestly felt like they had to duke it out completely to get some of those plays down. And look at that play. Look at that hold react, getting a beautiful ulti off. But it was the challenge, right? Illinois State, we've seen them consistently win on the fact that they win the team fight first and then go back for the payload on escorts. That's actually how they've been winning most of their matches, and especially in that semifinals matchup. This time around, they said, hey, Aiko, we know what you can do and we know how to corral the opponent to the perfect spot. We only really need to send you, and that's why it felt so much quicker, because ISU, as a team, would wipe the opponent and then go back. This time around, you send 2, deal that blow, and still have 4 on the payload. What an amazing display from them.
Yeah, it really, really was. I mean, that was ISU firing on all cylinders right there. I mean, just stand-out play from everybody, and especially Aiko. But, you know, the only reason Aiko is able to pop off so hard is because his team's behind him, right? Mm-hmm. So you've got to give credit to every single member on this ISU squad. And you know what? They can smell blood in the water. They are like sharks right now. They have Converse, again, on match point, right? And this is for all the marbles. This is for that ticket to the LAN in Atlanta on May 7th through 8th. ISU, Converse, both gunning for it, but right now, ISU in the driver's seat.
It's a dangerous scenario, and I will say that's what's been kind of terrifying to see this entire thing, right? There is no money or prize that really, like, monetary value at the end of this tournament. It was specifically for a ticket in, and you could call that monetary value on its own, but these teams are also playing for pride, right? They had a chance before, and they just couldn't make it, so now they're coming back with a vengeance and saying, we deserve to be there. We deserve to make it to this tournament, and nothing can say otherwise. Converse on the cusp now of now being eliminated right at the doorstep. They have 1 foot in the door. They're in the finals right now, and the foot is currently being crushed by the fact that Illinois currently have a door stopper behind it and are like, no, we're closing this door. We're inside first, inside the house.
Yeah.
And it's there. It's just there. That's all it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like their foot is falling asleep now under the pressure, you know? And so now they're going to have to, they're kind of licking their wounds. They're limping around a little bit to try and get that foot, you know, back to normal and everything, because they've got to bring it all here, right? For the rest of the map, or for the rest of this match, right? Mm-hmm. They're going to try and hang their final hopes on Volskaya Industries Orbital. And, this map to me, it harkens back to what we saw in Lijiang Tower. You can run a lot of different things here. It's a dealer's choice, as it were, right? You can run brawl, you can run double shield, you can run dive, you can run ball composition. There's just so many options that really both of these teams are going to be able to play to their individual strengths. So I love this matchup on this map. I think this is going to be very exciting.
I do too. The scary thing is again, we know what Illinois State can do on this map. That's what I'm also terrified of. And I love both these teams so much because, again, Converse has shown, in my opinion, the most diversity of an opponent so far. They've swapped through most of the heroes. They've really tested everything out. And I love the fact that they did try. It's just Illinois, again, they're taking their countering to a whole new level here. Not only are they countering with specific heroes, but they're countering with who they target every so often. We do see kind of a change up here and there, right? Sometimes we see a drop of a DPS and a tank. Sometimes we see both tanks drop. Sometimes we see the healers drop. It's their focus is constantly shifting, and it's so hard for an opponent to really figure it out. Converse aren't sure. Are their DPS going to be soloed out first? Are their tanks going to be soloed out first? Who's really the target this time? And it's a guessing game over and over again. Maxwell getting a little bit of flank up, though.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for a hack in the back line, trying to build up that EMP as quick as they can. That's one of the big win conditions here for Converse. Again, this Converse squad, this composition, going to want to try and take it slow, right? They want to try and find those weak points, and they already have. RuPaul out of the fight. Liar forced to use that Mega, but they go down to about half health. Immortality Field out as well. But in the meantime, Echo and React have struck back and delivered what will be a fatal blow to this first fight for Converse.
This is happening over and over again. Just annihilation, to say the least. And Vision, whenever this Ashe is in play, has been a monster, right? I said it the first time when we saw it, I believe in game number 2, I think, but now in this third game, it's really becoming apparent. There's a consistent swap, right? Illinois State say, okay, Echo, you're on scrim duty, you're on, kind of just make him come out of cover. And then Vision just snaps up those kills, right? Over and over again. It's worked so well, and at this point, Converse have to realize that. So maybe they group up a little bit harder and make it more difficult walking with the shields. But Vision, again, annihilates Maxwell.
Wow. Quix is out of the fight as well, and that fight's over practically before it starts, Orbital. We're going to see a Bob committed as well from Vision, and that's just going to put the finishing touches on a fight that really was already won at that point.
What is this? Vision?
Right? No, this is just tremendous. To me, Orbital, I've been looking for like a comparison for each of these teams, and I found one for Illinois State. They remind me, they're like the Bruce Lee of collegiate Overwatch, right? Because they move like water. When they get pushed in one direction, they back up and they send everybody else in a new direction where they're able to kill their opponents. They're doing Jeet Kune Do here on Volskaya Industry and in this game, and I'm here for every single moment of it. Pulse Bomb eaten by React.
Again and again. That's React's about. React to the ultis. It's perfect. It works with the name. Now we're going to get the bombs coming out. Quix is going to try and give a little bit of advantage over, but unfortunately you're caught out. Roll straight through. Is that going to be enough?
Wow! Vision! How did you survive? That was a beautiful coach gun to put yourself on that high ground. RuPaul not going to be as lucky though, so that boop lands for Quix. And in fact, the kills are coming in now for Converse. But look at this again. Illinois State, they're regrouping. They're moving around and they're finding the kills that they need. They hold on.
As long as Vision is alive, you're never safe. That's terrifying to think about. We said Echo was the one. No. This is Vision being held onto by Liar, who has been attached to the hip of Vision right now. And React now going to go ahead and pick up a kill with the pea shooter. Feels good, man. Converse had not gotten a single tick on this A point, and it is rough. Illinois State ready to close this series down in stylish fashion.
30 seconds left for Converse to try and get one tick on the board. If they can't do that, the best they're going to hope for is a draw right here. And Orbital, I found my comparison now for Converse. To me, they're clinical, they're precise. They're the Jet Lees of the collegiate Overwatch. So we've got two Titans going at it, and right now, it's proving to be ISU. Quix going in for another engage. Not quite able to find what they're looking for. Maxwell has the CMP. It has to be big here. Garchomp just about has the self-destruct. I imagine they're waiting, biding their time for the perfect moment But as they bide their time, that just allows Eiko to pop off. Overtime has been committed now. Hammer's out of the fight. Here comes the EMP. It's going to catch two. Both tanks. But the sound barrier from RuPaul is tremendous. Able to save them all from almost certain destruction. Gig now looking to see if they can regain some of their health. It's going to be React now trying to put a little more extra damage through this amplification matrix. Overtime taking over, and that's going to be it. ISU with a full hold on first point, Volskaya.
Oh, Bruce Lee does it again! It is going to be there! The worst part is you made that comparison. I'm so sad because I'm also a Jet Li fan. Why you got to do this to me,
I love them
Jungle
both.
Bell? Why?
Yeah, no, I love them both, too.
Why you got to do this? Actually, to be fair, I'm a Jackie Chan fan. I am such a bandwagoner. It is so bad here. But I agree.
You know, Jackie Chan, to me, that was UCI.
Yes,
actually.
I love that.
Right?
I love that.
Because they just use anything and everything at their disposal to try and get the win. So, no, this is a new thing. I'm going to start comparing teams now to my favorite martial artists.
Where's Chuck Norris coming to this then?
Chuck Norris, oh my god, I don't know. I don't know if we've seen Chuck Norris yet, to be perfectly honest.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because they're, you know, that's almost like because then you get into like all the Chuck Norris jokes as well, right?
Ooh.
You got to have somebody who just looks practically invincible. For that.
dear.
Maybe that's the old ISU squad, right? When they had all the Overwatch League members. But you know, I got to be honest, this ISU squad is looking just as strong.
Well, now I gotta get upset at you because are you saying Bruce Lee is less than Chuck Norris? What are you doing to me, Juggle? Come on.
I'm playing with your emotions.
All right. It's working, but agreed. Illinois State have come out with such fluid dynamics here. They have been able to consistently mold themselves to an appropriate stance, and we get to see something that we didn't get to see all the way since, I believe, their first series. Eiko on the Genji. We are going to get this powerhouse assassin in the back. This is actually how it happened. They were able to wrap the Genji all the way around and be able to swing hard in a fight, and already Eiko's been red. Converse want nothing to do with it.
Oh, Liar already out of the fight. Unfortunate for ISU. But that just means it's more time for them to start to build up these ultimates, right? Oh, Eiko taken out as well. Converse, they are not going to go peacefully into this Dark Knight. They are going to put up a fight here. Wix engaging as well in towards the back line where some of ISU had started to assemble. Now, fight's starting to move to point.
It's already a nice little tag here. And again, Illinois State, remember, when they played this type of composition, they didn't look for the outright cap. What they were looking for is, again, building up that ult economy, especially with Gig on that Roadhog. You want to have that layered suppression and then force everyone else off of that site and then work Eiko into the back line. That's going to be their MO here. So Converse hoping to hold it down, but this is dangerous.
Oh, this is huge. No tanks left for Converse. And Illinois State just has to get one tick to send themselves to Atlanta. They are primed and ready for it. There's hardly anybody left. One member of Converse on point, and that will do it. The grand finals are over. ISU will be going to Atlanta.
I mean, a stellar finish for a stellar team here. Illinois State watched through the finals, and I mean, you can't fault Converse University. They played the best that they could. Again, they were so diverse in their setups, in their compositional prep, but it just doesn't matter. A counter-attacking squad against an innovator, the counter-attacker knows what to do. And that's exactly what happened. Illinois State played their game. They played it pretty much to the T of what they wanted and didn't stray from it. Well played.
Yeah, absolutely well done. Just a tremendous Overwatch that we've gotten to see all day. Loved our grand finals, and ISU, oh my gosh, they're in Atlanta, they are absolutely a team to watch out for. Just tremendous play coming out from them, and I'm excited to see how they do at the LAN.
I think they are going to do very well. However, this counter-attacking opposition is one that works well against teams that tend to falter at the very end, right? A team that doesn't understand that they are being countered and doesn't know how to adjust on the fly is very susceptible to this style. So for this Illinois squad, they have to be prepared for compositions that are stalwart, that are very, very much set in their own ways as well, that are not going to change at all, because I feel like those specialists in that LAN, they're going to bring so much more to the table as well, and it's going to be such a dance of death for any of the teams playing there.
It absolutely will be. Can't wait to see it. But That just about does it for us here tonight. We are going to throw it to a short break, though, because we want to get an interview with one of these ISU players, pick their brain a little bit about that last match and all of the ones that we've gotten to see today. So don't go anywhere. We will be back as quick as we can with an interview. It has been a long and exciting day of Overwatch, and at the end of it, one team stands tall, and that is ISU. And at the head of that squad is Gig. Thank you for coming in to do this interview with us, Gig.
Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure, as always.
Now, I want to know, you all, we've seen some tremendous play come out from this ISU squad today. And, there were some matches that went a little bit easier than others, a couple that you really struggled on a little bit. And so, knowing now that you're moving to the LAN in Atlanta, right, and you're going to be going up against some even tougher squads, what are you all going to do in the time between now and May 7th to make sure you can come home with the win?
Honestly, we got finals coming up, so a lot of studying, and because we're a bunch of dedicated scholars, so got to finish up those grades, and then can practice a little bit and see what happens.
Of course. I mean, and let's dive into it a little bit, because at this point, there is a lot of relief washing over you guys. And I mean, you were at the forefront, right? Your tanking was exceptional. And I got to ask, to start things off, of course, we knew about Aiko, we knew about you. Vision came out of the gate. They're swinging in multiple games. Is that a style that you guys like to run with? Because it seemed as soon as Vision showed that they were on fire, you guys immediately swapped to Vision being that star DPS. Do you work with both of them being at the forefront, or is that something that was just kind of on the fly?
Well, honestly, we're just hoping that either one of them does their job. So if they're doing their job, we win. They usually switch back and forth. Who
I love it.
That day.
I love it so much. And I mean, it showed such great exception, because across the entire day, you played a total of 11 games, pretty much back to back to back. And that is the most of any of the teams here today. Moving into that grand finals, I was a little bit tentatively worried. I was wondering how your mental was, how your endurance was, and yet it seemed you guys put on the best performance of the day. I mean, what were the comms like going into that final series? Was it a little bit worried, or was it just like, hey, look, we're on fire, let's get it going?
Honestly, we're pretty good. The match before was technically the finals to us, so we just knew so we stay awake and we're good.
Gotcha. Well, you did a phenomenal job there. And I don't think there was anybody sleeping watching any of your matches today, because you kept them all very exciting.
We try our best.
Oh, yeah. No, you do a fantastic job. Now, before we close things out, I just want to know, this was the grand finals here. You just achieved this great milestone, making your way to Atlanta. Do you have any shout outs? Friends, family, teammates, whoever?
Just shout out the staff as always. They deal with us as knuckleheads all the time. They're great, and can't thank them enough.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming in for this interview. Congratulations once again, and best of luck to you in Atlanta.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good one. God bless.
You too. All right. Well, Orbital, that's gonna just about do it for us. It's been quite a day, especially for you. I mean, you've been here for the whole slew of games. So. Before we close out, I want to leave it to you. Any final words for the audience?
I mean, this has been a fantastic day, and I wanna mark this by saying this does not feel like a last chance qualifier. This felt like any other of the other tournaments, and that just gives me so much hope for the LAN coming up here. It means the tournament is going to be that much more hype. And for myself as a caster, I feel like I get the front row seat to the entertainment, right? I still feel like a viewer. And I cannot wait for anyone out there. This is what I'm going to say. I know it sounds cheesy, whatever you want to say. If you get the chance, tune in. Go ahead, find out where the tournament is. As we said, it's in Atlanta. Go buy the tickets. Go be there. Because this is just Overwatch. This was just Overwatch. I want to stress that there are so many other tournaments that's going to be going on. I believe the Rocket League is going to be going on there. Valorant, everything. You will see the hypest of hype matches. This was one tournament in the last chance qualifier. Imagine what the full tournament is going to bring. So that's all I got to say.
Oh, that is enough right there. That's gotten me excited for it too. So I can't wait. Thank you so much, Orbital. Thank you to the production staff as well. Coltoon and Cool Scoots. Love working with you. K-Tad, Polyhype, everybody else at Esports U. And thank you to everybody who tuned in today. Once again, my name, Warren Jugglegod Hammond. You can find me at Jugglegod on Twitter. You can find Orbital at Orbital Casting on Twitter. Thank you all so much. GG's, and see you next time.